and welcome to the Farming Simulator Finals here at FarmCon 21. Like everything FarmCon 21, we are virtual this weekend. I'm here with Mr. Terminator Live, who is awesome.
What's going on?
Hello,
You're
sir.
virtual every weekend, aren't you?
I'm virtual every week. I'm virtually here.
Was there some big news this week? Something about Farming Simulator 22 or something like that.
Something happened. I got lost. I got lost in some hype that happened. Getting a little bit over the top. I'm always a little bit over the top. Anybody who's ever seen any of my stuff, I'm always a little bit over the top. But yeah.
So let's talk about this Farming Simulator League this weekend. I'm so excited, Virtual Farmer, that we're back. We don't have Joe with us this time around. He is doing some real life farming this summer. So shout out to Joe. We're gonna miss Silver News being on the call with us today, but yeah, we're here. There's some big things to talk about as well.
There is. It's a really, really interesting set of finals. I made a post on Twitter yesterday. It was completely wrong, saying Trelleborg hadn't made it through to the finals. Of course, I meant Cortiva, because we, of the top 5 places, we don't have Cortiva here today. And I noticed in the standings with them having failed to not get through to the last 3 finals as well, John Deere have been dropping down the rankings as well. So 2 big teams that we don't have here today. It has made some space for 2 wildcard teams to come through. We've got LSA Esports and DJK
Enfeld. That's how I would say it. Yeah, we probably butchered it, but that's her. Right?
But they've made it through to the final, and just by making it through to the final, they have got themselves in the top 16 for the FSL, which gets them into the overall finals later in the year.
Right. Currently, my cat is running around crazy, so we might hear an appearance from her today. But guys, I just want to point out that the audio is not desynced. You're seeing the guys in the studio doing the German language stream over on Giant Software DE, while myself and Virtual Farmer are doing the English language broadcast for you. Yes. But yeah, huge matchup in the first match today in the quarterfinals. Vulture against Trelleborg. Top of the table, first versus third. Vulture has really been starting to climb up the table here as of late. So we've got a lot of really good stuff going on, and a really good chance for some teams. They're already on the board by making it today, but they could go even further up.
And a win for Vulture in today's final. If they go through the whole hog, I mean, they've got to beat Trelleborg first. But if Vulture go all the way, they are in striking distance of Cortiva's second place, which is making things really exciting at the top end of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, and maybe Krona is hoping that Trelleborg will beat Vulture so they can jump back into that third place spot. We'll see. We're about to take a little break here, and we'll be right back with the first matchup of this FarmCon 21 tournament.
Welcome to the tutorial of the Farming Simulator Tournament client. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players on both sides. Once the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Vehicles with different properties and perks that give you and your team additional powers can be selected here. First, the team captain bans the vehicles which won't be available for both teams in the upcoming match. Afterwards, they can select a specific team perk that'll give their team a certain advantage, and they might secure a harvester or baler as well. After this stage, the captain can pick his own tractor and player perk. This stage will be repeated for the other players as well. A little twist in the pick and ban phase are the limited amount of points a team can spend, so make sure there are enough points for every player to be able to pick and choose wisely. More details about the vehicles and perks can be found on our stat sheet, which is linked on fsl.giants-software.com. Before we let you play, however, let's have a short look at the map for some orientation. Compared to last season, it got a little facelift. It features more hills in the terrain, and there are 2 separate fields now. We've also added additional hidden paths to the silo, and the barn zone looks much smoother altogether. To reach the bale barn, you will still have the 3 dynamic bridges linked to those of the other team. But take care, they are tricky. As a safe way, you can always use the static ditch crossing instead. As soon as the game starts, every player sits in his or her selected vehicle and is looking for the randomly spawning harvesters and balers on their respective pods. Make sure to claim them before the opposing team does so. If a team is able to secure all harvesters or balers, the game ends in a rush, unless you secured one of them during the pick and ban phase earlier. Once you have your garage together, you have 15 minutes to win the game. So, how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than your opponent. You get these points for delivering bales at the barn. To increase the value of the bale, you can sell the grain you harvested on the field at the silo. This increases your multiplier and decreases your opponent's. But be aware, there are special events happening during these 15 minutes of game time as well. At minute 12, 8, and 4, special drops will appear somewhere randomly on the map. Each of these 16 random drops has a different impact to either of the teams. So make sure you pick the one which fits your current tactic or goal the most, and be prepared to adapt. Excited? Then gather 2 friends and form your team on our website fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Enjoy and happy farming.
All right, we are back. FSL tournament number 7 taking place at FarmCon 21, which has been going on this week. So, Alex, man, are you ready? We've had our month off. The fun now continues.
It's been an exciting season so far. I mean, every single tournament we've had so far has got closer and closer and closer, and we've had more and more upsets. At the moment, I have no idea what today holds. I mean, we've got so many teams in here that we don't often see in the finals today. We could be in for a massive upset.
Right.
We could be in for Trelleborg just sweeping the board again.
You never know, but it is good to see some new names up there. It's getting more and more competitive, which is great. So we're going to take another short little moment to step away. We'll be back and shortly be underway.
So this is the footage from yesterday. It's quite a lot happened. There was some really, really good matchups.
Yeah, I totally messed it up. We didn't go anywhere. We're still here. Don't worry. We're watching.
We're still here. We're looking at we're looking at yesterday's. That is something new. I've never seen anybody pile 4 bales at once and then try and get it on the conveyor as well.
It's impressive. I mean, people are getting more and more creative. Oh, fall weed there for TJK. I guess it didn't cost them too much because, hey, they're here today, right? So, oh, look at that nice little spin to get back up.
Spin up.
Look at that amount of bales going up.
That though. Oh, that's not good. That's a horrible fall.
That looks like they may have been missing Easy Stacker as the player perk there. Ooh, Surin has, by the way, been showing me the ropes a lot the last couple of FSL scrimmage streams. Poor Surin keeps getting stuck with me as a teammate.
I do need to come and join you on one of those. I kept trying to join Chris from time to time, and it's right at that point of the day. It's the end of work.
Actually, playing it was really humbling, I have to say, and really opened my eyes to how difficult and complex the FSL really is. When you're watching it, it looks simple on the surface, but there's really a lot more to it than you realize.
And and the level of points that these teams score is just
not-
so much higher than anything.
I'm not sure I've
ever
ever seen a
scored in the FSL.
telehandler pull in the Anderson letter. That was interesting.
Oh, Lintner not quite getting that in there. I think that's a first bail attempt there. So, lots of use of the Anderson trailer
Right.
yesterday.
Well, Transport
seems to
Company
be
is pretty popular, isn't it? And Trelleborg kind of make it their own with the way that they do it compared to others. But it is a good strategy, I think, if you want to be able to get a lot of bales at once compared to trying to stack them all and bring them over individually.
It does kind of rely on that whole thing of scoring all your points at one time, though, which can be a risky thing sometimes.
It's a bit of a shame we're not going to see John Deere here. A little nice bit of work by them on the bridge there, timing that perfectly. But yeah, no John Deere at the finals this weekend.
And you can see there Lintner beating John. Oh no, this is so Lintner beats John Deere to get into here, which that is quite an upset in itself.
Right. Yep. And they're playing Herman in the quarterfinals today, Lindner. So that's another really intriguing matchup. Herman in seventh level, actually in seventh place with Lindner. So whoever wins that one's going to go into sole possession of, actually, they'll probably climb above John Deere and be in sole possession of sixth place, whoever wins that one. So lots at stake today for all these teams as we have a look at my insanity now. 841 to 93. There was the score.
It's just over 800 points is always a big score for any team. So I kind of wonder, we don't often see that in these finals. Oh, that's a horrible way to get stuck.
Yeah, that's a first for me. I'm not sure I've seen that before, but it looks like they cut that turn a little too early and at the wrong time too, right at the end of the round.
And then the back of that baler's just whipped round and jammed the whole thing in there.
So DJK, who we're looking at now on the recap from yesterday, they'll be playing My Insanity in the quarterfinals. So we've seen clips from both of those teams. There's Malworth, who provided me a great clip back when I was testing my chops at the FSL, getting stuck on the bridge.
I have just had a look at the standings, and just by Lintner and Horman getting into these finals, John Deere has dropped from 6th to 8th.
Oh, there goes Malworth.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So, yeah, lots of really great action from yesterday. And some big surprises, as I said, and yeah, some great teams coming through.
Right. I'm really glad we didn't see any of those like tractor flips in the real life bale stacking challenge on Friday during
that would not have gone well.
But we love seeing them in the FSL, don't we? We love seeing those moments where people get stuck or flipped over. It provides entertainment for the fans.
I was restreaming that and I could not stop myself from commentating it.
That's awesome.
so the commentary was you, me, and Lars. for when I was doing that.
we should have shouted you out and pretended you were there, to make it work.
Oh.
Well,
we
guys,
did
because
I watched both chats. Both chats went mad.
All right, we're soon getting underway, everyone. Vulture versus Trelleborg. Here's the standings.
So that's the current standing. As you can see, John Deere sitting on 180 points. Horman and Lintner get 30 points just being in these finals. So they are going to knock John Deere down to 8th place.
That's just insane. Not long ago, John Deere was in 3rd, and they could be, they will be in 8th after this at least. So it's just really mind-boggling, but it shows just in the span of a few tournaments how the standings can really change depending on, what team is hot at the moment. We've seen Vultra really just burst onto the scene recently, climb their way up the table. It's another great opportunity for other teams today too.
It's one of those things where I think Cortiva have had a couple of unlucky things recently where they've come up against Trelleborg. So
right, here you go. So the brackets.
Is the brackets for today. Vultra versus Trelleborg is our first game up. Krone versus LSA Esports is the second. DJK Airfield versus Main Santi is our third game, and Hurriman versus Lintner is the final one. Both on 170 points, those last two. So that's going to be a proper grudge match, that final one.
They're
both
at
gonna
least
want to
playing
score
for
those points.
sixth place. Could be more than that as well, depending on how the rest of the things go today. But lots of really intriguing matchups for sure. And we're not far away from getting things kicked off here today with the first
Well,
one.
if either of those two teams progress further than my insanity today, they're in fact, both Horman and Lintner are threatening as far up as Crone today.
Right.
They could score enough points to overtake Crone, and they can't quite reach Vulture, but they could get themselves up to fourth if they do well enough. Which is, this table is so tight this year.
And it really is. I mean, Trelleborg are starting to, go a little bit further ahead of Cortiva in second, and they will go even further ahead this weekend since they knocked them out yesterday in the qualifiers. So no Cortiva today. They are the second place team. So Trelleborg, if they can go all the way and win it, they'll be the happiest team this weekend for multiple reasons, obviously. I just want to know if we're going to see, will we get our first 141st bail point? I don't know. That's probably wishing for too much here this weekend. Vulture currently holds the record. Very impressive.
It's going to have to be some really quick work to get that. I mean, we've seen 139, haven't we? I think.
All right, here we go. The moment we've all waited for. And what a doozy we have in the first one. Vulture against Trelleborg, first against third in the overall standings. This is a really big test for Vulture. I believe, if I remember correctly, Alex, this was actually the final last tournament a couple of months ago, and then Vulture also won the tournament before that, and then finished runners-up last time around. So Vulture really could do with knocking Trelleborg out here, and I'm sure that would make Cortiva happy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the final last time, which Trelleborg took, of course, to win the last tournament. So Vulture looking to get a little bit of revenge here by the looks of things, I think, and would be a bit of an upset actually for Vulture to knock out Trelleborg at this stage. Nothing overly surprising, I don't think, in this ban phase. Seeing a lot of front loaders go, actually.
Right.
Which is
and I would like to just
really
quickly, maybe you're new to the Farm Sim League, so that was the ban phase. This is how every round will start. Today on the finals, it's best of 3 matchups, but you start with the ban phase, so both teams get 2 picks to ban equipment that neither team can then select. And now we're into the captain pick phase, where you pick a team perk. You can reserve a harvester and a baler if you want as well. Both teams there going for transport company, which spawns the Anderson loader near the silo for your team, allows you to deliver a lot of bales at once. Trelleborg, of course, well known for taking the bales with the Anderson loader and just unloading them near the conveyor belt, and then they stack them bit by bit throughout the round. Some teams prefer to go with the transport company combined with the easy stack or player perk so that they can unload it directly onto the conveyor belt. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what Vulture does here. We have under pressure picked now in the player pick phase. Sort of similar. You pick your individual tractor, and you can also pick a player perk. Each team's only, though, start with 20 points, so your choices are limited, and you have to be strategic.
And the difference a month has made in that neither of these teams a month ago would have picked transport company.
Right. It really, I mean, you got to be able to adapt. Both teams as well. It's going for a really similar setup. We have under pressure on each team, which will increase the baler straw intake amount for that person when they run the baler. And then Archimedes basically allows you to unload anything that will hold grain 50% faster. There we go.
I'm concerned about Vulture's choices here. They have gone for an exact matchup against Trelleborg, and Trelleborg are all about disruption. Vulture don't do something big to disrupt this. A straight head-to-head against Trelleborg is not a game they're going to win.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out. These two teams were actually two of the teams that took part alongside Corona in the real-life bale stacking challenge that Stark put on during FarmCon, and Trelleborg came out top of the podium in the real-life challenge as well. So they've got a lot of momentum going into this weekend already.
Is there anything FSL that Trelleborg can't win?
Yeah, right. They just seem to excel at whatever they do. They weren't the fastest team time-wise, but they didn't have any penalty time added in that real-life challenge. And they were able to come out on top as we see JK here getting that first bale, going to head over to the barn and get this thing delivered. Let's see how many points we're going to end up with.
We've got 14 minutes on the clock. I don't think that's a 140 bale. I think it's going to be a high 130 though. Here he comes.
Oh, 128.
128.
Oh, both teams actually at the same exact time. Too. Wow, you don't see that often. And Martin, of course, the record holder with 139, so well short of that record, but at least we're even to start with here and a long way to go.
Both teams having plunged for these big fence combines. They can both hold the most amount of any combine in the FSL, although they have a slightly smaller header. The advantage of it is that they can both be out there for longer in them. With Vulture here having gone for the New Holland combine as well, which is sort of along the mid-range combines, but much bigger header than that ideal.
Right, 12.5 meters compared to 12, I believe, the difference between those two. The John Deere and the Case are the biggest with 13.7 in the FSL, but you see the ideal picked a lot for obvious reasons with that large grain tank. I mean, you've got 3,000 just about advantage over the next highest capacity harvester, so that ideal, definitely a popular one. JK grabbing the horse now, getting the auger wagon out, ready to get some grain loaded in.
I think Vulture had that New Holland actually because the second ideal got pinched by Trelleborg.
Ooh, there you go. It looks like Vulture have two harvesters running right now, looking at the top left, and they have an ideal and New Holland, two ideals for Trelleborg. 12 minutes, we get our first drops, and we've got bridges lowered and grain multiplier.
Grain multiplier would mean a very early delivery of grain for both these teams. I don't think either team is in a position to do that yet.
No, so, these early 12-minute drops are only really worth it if you're really close by, aren't they? It depends on what they are, obviously, but oftentimes teams just tend to ignore them and go about their business this early on.
I think both teams are still in that setup phase. Bridges lowered again. Both teams have transport company, so it's not going to make a massive difference. Although Scotty has abandoned his harvester and is running over towards those power-ups. So who knows? Maybe Vulture are going to do a little bit of disruption and grab. In fact, no, both teams heading for the grain multiplier. Both teams picked it up.
Okay. Well, so far they're matching each other blow for blow in this round. Still a long way to go, as they're now both delivering grain to the silo as well with the grain multiplier. So that drop gives them an increased output basically when they sell grain for 90 seconds.
This might be where a slight bit of advantage goes to Vulture having a New Holland harvester. The larger header, they will have been able to have harvested more grain. And you can see it. There we go. Actually, no, that is exact. How is that a complete like for like? Not even a hair between them.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Vulture's bar is slightly higher, but that's hard to tell. It's marginal differences. So yeah, again, for anyone that may be new to the FSL, you get all the information that you need on the screen. There is a exclamation tutorial command as well that you can watch. If you go to the website, there's also a stat sheet and rule book on the media page. But you can see the scores at the top, the time left. The multiplier is with the yellow background behind it, so it's currently even at 2 apiece for both teams. Then you can also see the team perk, any active drops below the captain. You can see the equipment that everyone's in. And below the team names, after this, one of these teams will have one of those little rectangles light up to indicate they've won a round. And then bottom left, you get all the information you need to, how much grain each team has, how many bales are outstanding. And you can also see just about everything that's going on the minimap.
And Martin going through and bailing up with the John Deere baler, while JK is grabbing the Fendt baler. The Fendt baler being the fastest baler available in the FSL.
It's a nice one, 24 kilometers. I think it and the John Deere are the same speed.
Yes,
the John Deere has a slight fill volume.
Baler that's faster because it takes less to press a bale from it.
There you go.
Yeah, no, the Fendt baler was the fastest in the last season of FSL, which is where my confusion is coming from.
Always changing, always evolving, and I think, but that's something that Trelleborg is. We're looking at JK from Trelleborg now. They do really well. They're able to adapt, and they have a strategy they like to stick to, but they're also willing to go outside their comfort zone if they need to. And I think to be at the top of the FSL standings, you have to be able to do that, you know, game in, game out, and Trelleborg are obviously at the top and one of the best at it.
Looks like Trelleborg are now taking one of their harvesters up to the sell point to start dropping stuff off there. No, in fact, they're taking them both over to their trailer to get that emptied.
We are seconds away from the 8th-minute drops now.
Neither team has picked up their transport company yet. Silo closed versus bridges raised.
I think both teams will probably want to go for silo closed here, but it might come down to which one utilizes it better as well.
Most disruptive way for them to do this would be with the silo closed, and if Vultra can do it now and stop Trelleborg from getting this delivered, that is going to be huge, because I reckon Trelleborg will immediately go and block the silo of Vultra as soon as they deliver this.
Beatmaster heading over with the horse auger wagon. Let's see what happens here. They're going to start unloading. Trelleborg now.
Look at that.
And Scotty right behind. But Scotty's not going to get there in time. Scotty's going to miss it, and Trelleborg have gotten it, and Vultra have missed out, and that is a crucial moment here. Especially if Trelleborg can get some of these bales delivered now.
So advantage completely to Trelleborg. Trelleborg doing what they do best and completely disrupting their opponents.
Yeah, Monty went over and was hoping, I'm sure, that Scotty was going to close theirs. It just didn't happen. I mean, Scotty went on foot instead of driving over there. Trelleborg almost didn't get there as well, but they got there with 1 second remaining just about. And yeah, this could turn the tide, but Trelleborg has to take advantage of this multiplier advantage now. They've got 45 seconds left on the silo being closed, and they have to get some bales over and get some points on the board.
And Vultra taking this opportunity to get their bale trailer out to start collecting up these bales, and so that when they do even up that multiplier, they can then score a whack load of points at once.
There goes Wooler now, but it's not going to be maybe as effective as it could have been, and he's going to have to be pretty efficient here. Nice job getting over the bridge without incident, but there's only 11 seconds left on the silo closed, so I'm sure Vultra might be ready, and indeed they are. Here comes Monty back now.
Yeah.
So really, Trelleborg weren't ready to take it as good advantage of that as they could. They might not even score any points. Let's see, it's going to be close. Will they get any multiplied points or not?
I think they'll get a couple of bales in. Yeah, they're
one at 22. They're going to get a 21 and then a 20. So they got 3 extra points basically out of that advantage.
But still,
so it could have been a lot worse.
We have seen these won by less than 3 points.
Yeah, so remember that if it comes down to 3 points, remember that. We're a minute away from the super drop as well, so that could change the tide of the match. Vultra really are probably hoping they can get that one over Trelleborg. The super drop's now at 4th minute. Only one team can get them. Once one team claims it, the other team can't.
But Trelleborg not using their Anderson bale stacker at all at the moment. It's all coming in on the front of Wooler's tractor, which is an odd choice.
Ooh,
In
look
fact,
at
there
Beatmaster
comes
coming behind.
Beatmaster below. There we go.
Right on cue. A good bit of bales now coming in, and I'm sure Beatmaster is going to do what Trelleborg usually does, just stack them right next to the belt, and then they'll start focusing on getting them loaded in this final 4 minutes.
And this is when Ultra really need to get their bales in as well.
So the multiplier is even. We got bale withering for 1 bale.
It's not a massive. Well, I say it's not a massive. It's a 20 points worth of destruction here. Right. I don't think it's one that either team is going to be particularly interested in running out to grab, though.
Right. You're probably right about that. It's going to be one of those convenience type things. But again, like you said, sometimes these rounds are won by the smallest of margins. So 20 points taken away from your team could really swing the difference. Right now, Trelleborg in the lead by 103 points, but Vultra do have 8 more bales outstanding, but can they get them all delivered? That's the question. Ooh, a bale-tastic combo, meanwhile, for Trelleborg as well. So add on some bonus points, 50 bonus points for Trelleborg. That's going to be a big one.
Vultra not ready to counter that at all.
No, they were bringing the bales over on the Anderson loader. Scotty arriving a bit too late with them on the fork. You can easily put one just in the bottom to counter these bale combos. If you counter it, it actually works out really well in your favor because instead of the opponents getting 50 points, you'll get 30 and they get nothing. That's for 10 in a row or a counter. It goes up from there, but it is very rare to see a bale press up a baling spree or impossible bale, especially on these finals.
Beatmaster going around, collecting up more bales while Scotty is getting the bales for Vultra onto that belt. I don't know if they've got, if Trelleborg have anybody ready there to counter. Wooler may be sitting there ready with sort of a single bale to counter a bale-tastic from Vultra here. But Scotty being very, very efficient getting those bales on. And of course, as I say
the curse of the commentator.
One disappears off the top.
Under 2 minutes to go. I mean, Trelleborg does have the advantage right now. As we see Beatmaster bringing another Anderson loader full. But 1:45, do they have enough time to get all of these on the belt? I'm not sure, but good bit of teamwork there, as well as Wooler backs up out of the way and just waits for Beatmaster to go through. This is going to be closer than I think.
I don't think they necessarily need to get them all on. I think they just need to get enough of them on.
Right.
To
really,
counter
Vultra needs to get
anything Vultra can get on.
Vultra needs to get all of theirs on. Trelleborg don't at this point. Vultra playing the catch-up game. I don't think either team went for bale withering, and again, we said it was only 1. But just keep that in mind, maybe if it comes down to 20-ish points or so.
I think it would still have not been worth the time for Vultra to run out there and get that. You know, they wouldn't have been creating bales or.
So winning the game is on the Anderson loader for Vultra at the moment, and I think they've left it too late because look at Wooler now. There's only going to be 2 outstanding bales for Trelleborg after he gets these 4 on, if he gets these 4 on. So smooth.
They've got really good at emptying that Anderson baler now, that Anderson stacker now, with enough gap between them to make it easier for their stackers to get the bales on the conveyor as well. That's an over 800 point game here from Trelleborg. That's insanely good.
It is insanely good, especially against a team like Vultra, who have been showing, you know, some signs of improvement, climbing up the table into 3rd.
And with only 3 points as well off any kind of multiplier that was more than 2 times.
Well, there was a bale combo countered as well. Wow.
931 points.
So Trelleborg getting
That is
another 30 bonus points at the end with that Bale-tastic
that
counter.
is crazy. A very, very decisive
Look
win
at that,
by
only one
150-ish
delivered
points.
Only one delivered Bale difference too, but just absolutely impressive
That's
work by
that's
Trelleborg.
that's the Bale-tastic bonuses. That's the
Right,
completely uncontested loading of bales onto their conveyor. Um, it was Vultra were playing catch up pretty much the whole game. I think my thought is the moment that Vultra lost that ideal combine at the beginning, that was from that moment they were playing catch up the whole way through. And if
right.
you're matching Trelleborg like for like in your setup, you can't play catch up. They
Yeah,
will
you're
do
asking
that
for
to you.
trouble. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Vultra tries to go with the same thing and just have better execution here, or if they're going to switch up the tactic, because they can't afford to lose another round now. If they lose the next one coming up here soon, then they're out today. Trelleborg really showing why they are at the top of the standings and had a good showing there. We would just like everyone to remind everyone the audio is not desynced. You're hearing myself and Virtual Farmer. You're looking at Lister 10 and Red Cat in the studio doing the German language broadcast. Man, I'll tell you what, though, that I thought that would be a lot closer that first round than it was, because Vultra have been playing Trelleborg really closely the last couple of tournaments. We've seen them, really strong performances, but I don't think there's anyone in the FSL that does Transport Company better than Trelleborg. So, like you said, when you try to match them like for like, you're asking for trouble. By the way, there was a question from UEG Spartan: is the herbicide tactic not meta at the moment? I think you'll see other teams use it today, but Transport Company is a pretty popular one as well.
We see Trelleborg on a regular basis actually mixing things up now.
Right.
And like last season, we ended up with a tactic that sort of everybody started adopting, and by the end of the season, pretty much everyone was doing it. This year, with the various little changes and alterations that are happening through the season, we're getting a lot more variation in the tactic.
Right.
So it's just Trelleborg really trying something new, and other teams then adapting to that, which is why we see Vultra trying a similar sort of tactic. But as we said in the past, if you're just copying Trelleborg's tactics, you're going to lose. You've got to go in there. You've got to disrupt what they're doing. Otherwise, they will just walk all over you.
We see some people in the chat missing Silver News, our usual companion. The last couple of months, it was all three of us. He's out doing some real life farming this summer. We said it at the beginning, but again, shout out to Joe, aka Silver News. We miss your insight, and the three amigos, the three musketeers, whatever you want to call us, aren't the same without you. But it seems like he's enjoying the real life farming going on this summer. So we're not long away now from the second matchup. Here we go. As a matter of fact, right on cue, Vultra against Trelleborg. Vultra have to win this round, or they're out, and Trelleborg move on.
This is Vultra's must win now. I will say, I've said it many times to anybody who wanted to know my real name. Come and watch the FSL, and I see my name going up the chat at the moment. So.
Yeah, no anonymity here.
No,
I'm of course getting. People are surprised when they find out still that my real name actually, yes, it is Kermit. You can call me that if you want. Sometimes I'll go into people's streams and they're like, "Hi, Kermit. Oh, sorry, your name's actually Kerminator. I don't know why I called you Kermit." Yeah, it's okay. You can call me that too. All right, the ban phase is ongoing. Vultra making their second pick for Fast Track. See you later. Massey Ferguson 7726, the Fent 1050 out as well. Trelleborg's the last pick now.
So we're Vultra definitely mixing things up a little bit here. And actually, in response, so are Trelleborg. They've knocked out the Vultra.
Yeah, Trelleborg banning the Vultra against Vultra. Is that sending a message?
You kind of thought they would have banned the one with the front loader on it.
Right.
It would have probably been a more useful ban. Here we go. Oh no, I
Oh,
spoke
they're
too soon.
matching each other like for like.
Still
Wow.
matching each other like for like. I don't think this is the greatest idea on Vulture's part.
Whew.
Unless
Yeah.
they've got something they can pull out of their hat to
So
disrupt Trelleborg, they're gonna get hit again.
so far it's the same. We saw Under Pressure and Archimedes picked by both teams. We got Under Pressure picked by Martin here. See what else we get in the player pick phase. So Under Pressure by JK. So again, matching them like for like. The only difference at this point is the equipment that the players are picking. The only
I
variation.
think that John Deere tractor, yep, like for like picks.
There you go, Archimedes now as well. You know, I almost wonder if like I wouldn't ban that John Deere 6120M when Wooler's around, but then I've also seen it banned before, and then he's like, no matter, just picks up a different front loader instead.
There's the little Lintner, and the trouble with that little Lintner is it's even more maneuverable than that John Deere.
Right, yeah. So you can't just always ban like you
No.
know, that's why Trelleborg are good. They're ready to adapt when you ban something that they're usually using. They're ready for backup. They already have something in mind. Here we go. All right, Vulture has to win this round or they are out at the quarterfinal stage. The winner will move on to the semifinal, and if Trelleborg wins this round, we don't go to the third of the best of three.
And there, Martin on Vulture has managed to grab the fence from under Trelleborg's nose.
That's a good
And they've
sign.
got the John. That's if they've grabbed something that Trelleborg are going for, that's always a good sign. It's also delays Trelleborg.
Two ideals
You know,
again though for Trelleborg, so yet again they've managed to pull that out. One ideal in the John Deere harvester for Vulture.
That fence baler going to Vulture has actually delayed Trelleborg enough that Vulture should get higher first bale points than Trelleborg, because Trelleborg are only just starting their baling now.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alex. And Vulture needs every little bit of advantage they can get this time around. We saw them just missed out on the drop for silo close last time, and Trelleborg were able to get it. Of course, here comes the record holder with 139 points. It's not going to be that this time. 128 again, so same as last time. But this time, Trelleborg didn't match him like for like.
And we're seeing much better gameplay off the bat here from Vulture. An immediate piece of disruption that has resulted in a good 13-point lead at the moment, which is we like to see this. This more of this, please, Vulture, and you'll do well here.
Yep, we're a minute 15 away from the 12th minute drops as well. Vulture need to make sure that if they want to drop, they don't leave it too late this time. They cannot make mistakes again against Trelleborg. As we see Beatmaster in the ideal, just harvesting away at the wheat.
I think the 12-minute drop is going to be crucial as well this time. It was matched like for like last time. If somehow Vulture can get themselves an advantage with it this time, that would make a big difference to them.
JK grabbing the auger wagon now. Quite like that horse. It's a nice little bit of equipment. Nice bit of kit, as I think you would say, Alex.
Oh, absolutely. I stood by one of those at FarmCon 18. They are ridiculously huge.
Right. The game probably doesn't do justice of how tall it actually is, but
the wheel on that thing is as big as I am. It is absolutely ridiculous, that bit of kit.
All right, gray multiplier and bridges raised.
I think we're going to see both teams go for grain multiplier again. It would not surprise me at all.
That's definitely, I think, the preferred one out of those two, wouldn't it be? So that'll give you increased output when you sell your grain for 90 seconds. It's the same thing we saw happen at this point last time around.
And again,
a lot of the times,
Vulture,
though, like teams just aren't ready at this point to deliver grain. So even with it, is it worth it? You have to weigh that at this point.
But it looks to me like Vultra are heading towards the sell point, whereas Trelleborg are not. Are Trelleborg holding on to this for slightly longer to make sure they get more in? And Vultra have grabbed the grain multiplier. Here comes Trelleborg running for it.
They got it
And
as
they got
well.
it. They have got it. Trelleborg have got more grain. They must have more grain because they were out in that field so much longer getting grain off that combine.
So yeah, I saw a question in chat, and we've already had the awesome chat answering it. But Ashley asked, do FSL teams have an M-game leader like some other esports? So if you look at the top, there's a little C next to the first name on each team that you see. That indicates that they're the captain of the team, so they control like the ban phase and the team pick phase. They get to pick first in the player pick phase as well. But it does also state, I believe, in the FSL rules that you can have a coach as well, but I'm not really sure if many teams take advantage of that. But the captains are probably all you really need, because I've played the Friday FSL scrims with some of these players, and they are all really knowledgeable and really helpful. So I encourage you, if you've ever considered giving the FSL a try and you think maybe it looks intimidating to you, come out to those scrimmage streams. There's one on Wednesdays when there's not an FSL tournament on the German channel. That one's hosted by Noah, one of the awesome technical guys currently working on the broadcast behind the scenes right now. And then Fridays, I recently took over from Chalky right here on this channel in English language. So come on out, participate in the scrimmages, sign up on the website, and these pros will be there and be willing to give you advice and kind of teach you the way.
I've taken part in a few of those, and they are so much fun. It's it's a really, really great way to get into the FSL. As are these streams as well.
Right. Don't forget about these streams as well.
Don't forget about these streams. These streams are awesome.
I've really enjoyed these. Of course, you know, I did 2 of them. This is now my first one after I've been hired full time by Giants as community coordinator. Lars, the community manager, is over on the German broadcast. You'll see him on screen, and we've got the other community coordinator, the awesome Chalky, in chat and moderating and helping out behind the scenes for us today.
Yep. And I've, of course, been doing these since it was the Farming Simulator Championship, and we were stacking bales on the trailer in the middle of the field. And it's been amazing watching the FSL develop over the past 3 years. Just absolutely incredible.
20 seconds away from the 8th minute drops. I've really enjoyed doing these with you, Virtual Farmer. You're really knowledgeable, and I love how excited you get for these tournaments. I mean, you get excited just on a normal stream playing Farming Simulator, so the excitement goes even next level when it's the FSL. But yeah, always enjoy your content, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Fail multiplier and bridges lowered now on the screen.
I will be I think both teams, it's worth going for that fail multiplier. Is it far enough out for them not to go and check it?
Right. That's going to be the question, but this is the point last time that Vultra missed out, didn't get to the drop in time, and Trelleborg, it wasn't the biggest advantage, but that was the first sign that Trelleborg is just on it a little bit quicker than Vultra. They can't afford to make those mistakes again. So the Bale multiplier is also applied on top of your current regular multiplier, and will also give you the points into the bottom. So right now, if you were to get that, both teams are at 2, they would have 3.6, and they could put bales into the bottom. And in fact, Wooler and Vultra, whoever that is, brought bales over and grabbed it. So there you go. They're going to match each other like for like this time, it looks like. Although it looks like Vultra lost a bale off the court.
I didn't even see Wooler come out of that tractor then to pick that up. He pressed the button to get out and get back in so quickly, it didn't even register other than to pick that up.
Right.
That is amazing. I think that Trelleborg got 3 bales on, whereas Vulture only got 2.
Right. So we're seeing some comments about, harvesting grain being left behind, things like that. it's all about speed. You got to be efficient, but you got to be quick in the FSL as well. So yeah, if you're someone that plays Farming Simulator normally and you get bothered when there's a little bit of grain left behind, don't be expecting that in the FSL because it's not worth the time to go back and get that. So when they can just keep going, there's plenty of grain to be harvested.
This is not a game, or this is not a version of Farming Simulator for those who have OCD for having your fields cut in nice, neat rows.
Right, and of course, like if you don't have the narrow tires or care wheels, as my cohort virtual farmer would say, you will be slowed down driving through the grain as well. So crop destruction is on. So you'll see that happen. Like teams will make sure they try to drive through the same path if they don't have the narrow tires, because they will be slowed down.
The amount it slows you down as well is ridiculous. I mean,
it really is.
You know, it's about half the speed of normal travel if you don't have those care wheels on.
Yeah, when I played the scrimmages recently, I completely forgot about that one round and started driving through it. And it was like, oh, yeah, I shouldn't do that. And then another round, I had the narrow tires on and could have just driven through it. And I was out driving on the path, like, so it wouldn't slow me down. And Sir from LSA was like, what are you doing? Just drive through. You're good. 50 seconds away from the super drop now. This is a 41-point lead for Trelleborg, but look at the bale difference bottom left right now. 9 more outstanding bales for Valtra as we see Monty loading up the Anderson loader.
It's all about getting those in. But as we just discovered last time, it wasn't the amount of bales got in for Valtra last time. It was the fact that they didn't challenge Trelleborg when they were getting bales in. And so Trelleborg were just picking up the bonuses.
Right. Bonus points do come into play. Valtra need to be ready and more aware of that. 10 seconds away from those super drops. And we've got we've got 2 members of Trelleborg right near the barn at the moment. All kinds of bales now for Wooler to get stacked up. One of the best, if not the best stacker.
Dropping a bale near the base, though. And, I'm not sure picking up, leaving yourself a single bale at the end. 20 bale points. That is worth picking up.
Does that say 52 on the other one across the map? I feel like I saw 52 bale points.
It could do. They are uneven.
Yep, so, there you go. Yes. So, wow,
So Valtra really need those.
I don't think anyone is nearby right now. I'm just impressed. Like, all these teams, the way they can stack these bales, I would never even dream of doing it this well.
I spent 2 hours stacking pig food last night, and I was not doing it that fast.
I was waiting for you to be like, and it was only 4 pallets or something.
Oh, no, it was about... I think it was about 20 pallets.
Wow. But, I don't think... Did anyone get the bale points? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think either of them picked it up.
And same thing happened last time. But again, if it's not nearby, is it worth the amount of time it takes you?
It's one of those things where for Valtra, I think it would have been worth it. For Trelleborg, it wasn't really.
Right. Yeah.
Other than stopping Valtra getting the bale points.
What's going on here? Is Wooler stuck?
Is he stuck? Oh, no, he's waiting. He's waiting to counter Valtra getting bonus points.
That's really interesting because normally when you see teams wanting to counter, they're doing it quickly and putting it in the bottom of the barn. That was more about just trying to see if you could time it right, put it on the belt at the right time so that you still get the multiplied points. 21-point lead for Trelleborg. Oh, now Valtra in the lead by 19.
This is a much, much closer game. Both teams bringing in bales. A minute 54 left on the clock. Much, much better showing from Valtra here. 1 point in it.
I would like to say really quickly, I see someone saying something about a Korean language stream. I would like to say that on Saturdays for the qualifiers on Giant Software Clean Feed, twitch.tv/Giant Software Clean Feed, anyone can take that and rebroadcast it. So if you want to do a broadcast of those in your own language, I definitely would encourage you to do that, because then more people could tune in and watch you and be exposed to the FSL. So that's actually what I did first thing before I actually started doing the official tournaments. I did 1 month where I did the qualifiers on my own channel and rebroadcast the clean feed. And now here I am with Virtual Farmer. With 1 minute to go, Vultura in the lead by 19 points. Well, now Trelleborg in the lead.
Trelleborg in the lead.
This is going to be
such a close match. And Vultura back in the lead. And Trelleborg back in the lead.
And Vultura back in the lead.
And Vultura going over 800 points at this point.
Oh,
Scotty
man.
needs to get these in. This is by no means secure. There we go. Now Trelleborg back in the lead.
But
And
Trelleborg
Vultura
only
bringing more bales
has...
in.
They have 2 extra bales this time, Vultura, and I think they might actually be able to get them all delivered. So this is going to be really close.
Look at that.
Vultura have to get
bales
that
going
last
up.
one on now.
Vultura 39 points in the lead. And now it's 1 point for Trelleborg. And now Vultura are back in the lead.
I think Vultura had
this
this.
is yo-yoing.
Trelleborg just doesn't have the bales this time.
They don't. That's it. And
Yep.
900 points
Wow.
for Vultura.
Well, you know,
Who take the victory.
Alex,
Oh my God.
we questioned Vulture trying to match Trelleborg like for like again after the way that first round went, but that was like a million times better execution. Look at the delivered bales, 3 extra this time. Last time they were 1 less than Trelleborg. Same amount of delivered grain, same amount of delivered grain with multipliers.
It was still a disruption. You know, Vulture got the baler that Trelleborg wanted at the start, delaying Trelleborg getting their first bale. They didn't let Trelleborg get any of the bonuses for bale delivery this time. You know, they didn't let there was no silo closed for Vulture, so there was no disruption on that way. All the disruption in that game was actually on Vulture's side. Small as it wasn't a massive amount, but it was enough.
They did what they needed to do, and I have to say, like, I think that maybe if you're a fan of Trelleborg, you won't agree, but I, as a caster, as a neutral, I'm happy to see this one go to a best of 3 because, I mean, they're 2 of the top 3 teams in the FSL. Trelleborg currently first in the overall standings, Vulture third. So I'm glad we get to see them go toe-to-toe in a best of 3, and it'll be the winner of the next round moving on to the semifinal and getting that extra bit of crucial extra points over their opponent. But man, it's gonna be hard to call. Really, it depends on really how the drops fall and who can disrupt better.
I can't believe we've opened today with 2 900-point games.
Right,
that is an insane amount. I think we went the entirety of last final without a 900-point game, and we've opened the first set today with 2 of them. That is just insane. And it'll be interesting to see how Trelleborg come back. What will Trelleborg come back to, and how will they try and make sure that A, they don't get disrupted like that by Vulture again, and B, that they can disrupt Vulture back.
Right.
These have definitely not been like for like games so far.
I won't be surprised. I'm sure both teams are going to go with a very similar strategy again. Worked out nicely for both of them so far.
It has, and yeah, and I am surprised that there's been ignoring of the super drop at the end. The first game it made a bit of sense. I am surprised Vulture ignored it in the second game. Turned out fine for them and made sense, but yeah, 52 bail points is an awful lot to leave.
It is a good one, but maybe, you know, if you're closer to the 20-point one, is it even worth it when you can just get another bail loaded onto the Anderson loader instead and have the same effect, right? But
I think if Vulture had gone for that super drop, you would have seen Trelleborg go for it, because it's not so much the getting 20 points themselves as stopping Vulture getting 52.
Yeah, that's a good point. Here we go. All right. Winner takes all and moves on to the semifinal here in the third round of the best of 3. And one of these teams will be going out at the quarterfinal stage. One of our top 3 teams in the overall season standings will be gone. One will move on to the semifinal. Vulture against Trelleborg. Here we go. All right, so first is the ban phase. Vulture picks first, the Fent 1050 out. Trelleborg gets 2 picks now in a row in the ban phase.
And they are banning the Vulture. Are they going to ban another Vulture?
Vulture banned against Vulture. You can't ban Trelleborg tires against Trelleborg.
No.
Though, so
And there we go.
there it is.
Trelleborg making a statement at this point.
They're like, listen, you beat us in Forest of Best of 3. We're banning both the Vultures.
We're gonna
get
ban,
out of here.
We're gonna ban 2/3 of the Vultures.
And the fast track
brilliant.
is banned by Martin, team captain of Vulture as well. All right. Captain pick phase now. So here's where they pick a team perk. They can reserve a harvester and a baler if they choose so. But again, look at the top of the screen. Each team only has 20 points to spend on these picks. And almost everything except for Unstoppable costs points to pick. So, all right. It's pretty much as you were so far. Here we go again. Yep. I'm having deja vu, Alex.
Yeah, this is completely the same the whole way through. Well, except for the banning bit at the start, but otherwise, yeah. None of the tractors they banned have any of them actually tried to use throughout this.
No question.
The 2 Vultures that got.
Yep, there it is. Archimedes by both again.
There we go. But yeah, the Vultures that were banned by Trelleborg and weren't banned, neither of them were banned, I think, in the first round. They haven't tried to be used by Vulture. So it's
right.
not like anything's actually changed in that banning phase.
Right. Yep, pretty much as you were, and it's going to come down. This one, I'm hoping as a caster and a neutral that we get one of those just absolute last-second bails going in to make the difference, because it's already been a good matchup. We saw Trelleborg really just dominate the first one. We weren't sure Vulture would bounce back in the second round, but they really did a great job with the same strategy, and now let's see who can do the same strategy best in the third round.
Looks to me like Vulture had a slightly bad start with the... oh, this is close! And Vulture grabbed it!
That was where they kind
of disruption straight off the gate from Vulture, grabbing that John Deere baler.
They did the same thing at the beginning of the last round, and you don't think about things like that at the beginning of a round making a difference because it's so early on in the 15 minutes, but it very well could make the difference in the long run. Vulture did it in the second round, disrupted them a bit, and they were able to get, 11-point advantage or something like that for the first bail points. So every little bit can add up.
Just makes, and there we go. Vulture Martin already out there heading in for the first bail, coming up to the 14-minute mark on the clock.
I'm going for 128 or so again.
Yeah, it's well within that 128 window. He is like clockwork on this.
He's had 128 so far, rounds 1 and 2. What's it gonna be this time? Oh,
at
127.
Oh, he dropped an entire point.
Shame. The record holder, Martin, the record is 139, and the maximum you can get is 140. So, not sure we'll ever see that beaten. If we do, it'll be a glorious moment.
I'm not sure. I do not know how he got.
Ooh,
JK.
No! Yeah, this is going to be probably even more of a gap. Vulture got 1 less point, but I think Trelleborg is going to get even less for their first bail this time around.
The pressure is really... Oh, no! Oh, 99. Oh, that is
so
bad.
28 points. Remember that at the end of this round. 28 points.
That is not good at all.
Having a look at Scotty now in the case harvester. Going to work for Vulture.
Interesting that he's leaving so much of the crop out.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there. I was thinking that for a second he was going to go line up with like a horse or something nearby, but it wasn't there.
Oh, and Martin not quite hooking up properly to the the horse, that's going to cost them a few moments.
UEG Spartan in chat says, do you think Vulture wants revenge for not winning the Stark Challenge? I think just about every team in the FSL wants some sort of revenge on Trelleborg at the moment.
Yeah.
Whether it be the real-life bale stacking challenge we saw on Friday during FarmCon, sponsored by Stark, or if it's the Farming Simulator League like we're seeing now.
There's a long history of Trelleborg stomping all over everybody. Everybody wants to beat Trelleborg.
Right. Yeah, I think that you don't really need a whole lot of extra incentive, do you? Bale drop and direct delivery are our 12-minute drops here, and Monty for Vulture right nearby. So probably one of those moments you'll see them go for it. Although Monty might want to just keep harvesting as well.
Yeah. And grabbing that extra bale, he probably wouldn't have lost much time grabbing that one bale drop. In fact, there we go. Worth 20 points, worth running out there quickly with to grab it. He's not going to create a bale's worth of straw in that time, so makes sense.
Right. So that was bale drop for 1, right? I glanced at chat for a second. So that will actually drop a bale directly near your barn.
I think
it's pretty
that
handy.
Trelleborg get 3 bales from the look of this.
And they have 3 ready, too, so if they can get there in time, though, 2...
No, it is just a single bale.
1... Did he get it? Nope.
He did.
Not enough time.
Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He ran out of time.
Yeah. Oh!
So, Trelleborg are going to pieces.
Yeah, it's not usual you see them cracking under pressure, but I think it's starting to get to them a little bit.
I don't think I've ever seen Trelleborg make this many unforced errors.
I think you're right. I mean, in my time doing these tournaments, they're usually one of the cleanest teams out there. And we've seen them making some mistakes. And Vultra, what do you think? Are they going to come out with the multiplier advantage here or no? No, it looks like it's going to end up
I think it's going to even up.
We're going to see a replay of JK now.
Look,
so missed the drop.
Disappeared just prior.
And then
like, it comes round.
I wonder, so I feel like JK there is a combination trying to go for the drop and also get over to the silo, and then when he didn't get the drop, he had to improvise, and it caused him to oversteer a bit.
But he just clipped that overloader ever so slightly, and it was enough to send the whole thing flying.
What's Martin doing here? Going for another harvester?
I don't know. That was... Maybe he's going to go and pick up one of the tractors.
Yeah.
Is
just going out on a little trot there for some reason, but the view switched away. Oh, there it is.
He's after the big Vultra for some reason. Maybe he wants to use that to no, because it makes no sense to use that for the bale stacker either. So
yeah, interesting, very interesting.
Oh, Trelleborg doing the same thing. JK went up the top, grabbed the big Vultra, has put it on the baler. It's a like-for-like move between the two.
Interesting.
I think it's because those big tractors move those balers so much quicker. I mean, look at him. He is just flying with that tractor on that baler.
Yeah, he is. Tired Hands in chat says, where can I see the real-life bale stacking? Well, after this, you can watch the VOD on our Twitch channel or find day 3 of FarmCon on the Farming Simulator YouTube channel as well. And it was towards the end of the stream on day 3. It was pretty much the last event of FarmCon 21. So you can see him in both of those places. All right, 25 seconds away from the 8th minute drops. Still only the 28-point difference from the first bale points. But that's going to change soon. It's so peaceful sometimes, you know, at these moments at least. And then just absolute chaos ensues.
It gets really hectic in the last 30 seconds. Here we go. What's going to drop at this point? Bridges raised and bale multiplier.
We've been seeing these both a lot.
This is actually down near the barns as well. And yeah, look at that. Scotty, jump out. Grab
multiplier,
jump in, and
bring the 3 bales.
3 bales on the stack.
Yeah, that's a good bit of work there by Vultra. Already had 3 and drove right over to the barn to pick it up. So
And they've got that extra bale that they grabbed earlier as well that Trelleborg didn't. Trelleborg doing some disruption, though, by delivering grain when Vultra haven't.
right. So
Downside to this is Vultra are going to have more grain to deliver.
and
when they
Vultra
do.
are still gonna get 2.8, right, for these bales put in on top of that 1.3.
No, they only got 1.9 multiplier.
Interesting.
Ultra, because it's 1.5 times, I think. Yeah, 1.5 times. So they've only got a 1.3 at the moment, and it multiplies that 1.3 by 1.5.
Oh, that makes more sense. See, when the math comes into play, don't count on me to get it right.
I only know it's 1.9 because I happen to see the 19 points going at the top.
Oh, Vultra, though, so far, I mean, have done a good job again. Trelleborg is going to close that gap here, though. They're
And
going to actually
Vultra
take
have
the
delivered
lead.
their grain now as well, and evened up the multiplier.
195 to 165, so 30 points is the difference. That's really still too close to call. The super drops are 2 minutes away.
6 more bales out than Trelleborg do.
And that's what made the difference last time around. They just were
was.
able to create more bales and, more importantly than that, get all of them delivered.
Yeah.
Did I just hear a Jake break in the background there? Alex? At your house? Or am I hearing things?
Yeah, I've got the window open because otherwise I'm going to overheat in here. And
Oh, yeah, I've
unfortunately,
heard it's
there's
a
a
hot
main
one.
road. There's a main road that motorcycles sometimes like to go a little bit too fast.
That's what it was. See, I'm
So
thinking Farm
apologies
Sim. I heard a
if
Jake
any of
break.
that comes through, but it's either that or I pass out. And I don't think we want the second.
No, we don't want that. If you're going to pass out, I do hope it's from the excitement of the FSL and not the heat. 245 to 195. 5 minutes to go, roughly. Having a look at Beatmaster now, collecting the bales on the Anderson loader. Too close to call again. I mean,
It is.
and neither team has really taken the time the last 2 rounds to go for the super drop, but maybe we'll see him do it this third one. Who knows?
21 bales to 17 out on the field, and 10 points in it. The advantage definitely seems to be to Vultra. If Vultra can stop Trelleborg from getting any bale combos,
Right.
and you can see at the moment that Trelleborg are 3 bales towards a bale-tastic. If they can stop them doing it, that would be brilliant.
There's a bunch of
Vultra would
bales
take
now
this.
at the barn for Trelleborg, but Wooler does not seem to be over there and ready to stack yet, so must be bringing a few more bales over. As we see Scotty now loading some on at 5 seconds away from the super drop.
And there goes the combo. Switching towards Vultra's direction. Super drop.
Ooh.
2 bale withering. That would be for Trelleborg. That would make
Yeah.
a huge difference, actually.
Here comes Trelleborg now, actually. Here comes Beatmaster towards the 2 bale one. That could really swing things. And there it is. So
There we go.
Beatmaster grabs it. So that evens things up a little bit. Only 2 extra bales now for Vultra.
But 50-point advantage for Vultra.
Right, they do have the advantage at the moment. So again, I think this is just going to come down to which team can get all of their bales delivered.
Is any... Oh, yeah. Wooler is there, so there's going to be no combo out of either of this. Both teams just loading bales on. The
Right.
combo is just going one way to the other.
This, I don't even know what to think here. Like, anyone making a slight mistake and having the bales drop off at this point could be crucial.
That's the thing. This is now down to skill of bale stacking. And
Right.
with Vultra very much having the advantage as it stands.
Yep, Trelleborg won the real-life bale stacking challenge, and will Vultra get their revenge here, as Spartan was saying earlier. You think they want revenge. 70-point lead for Vultra. Now down to 30.
This is impressive from Vultra. It really is. This is showing why Vultra have got themselves to third place on the table.
Right. They've really just been climbing as the last few tournaments have been going on. They are making the stamp on the FSL. They're coming in and they're going toe-to-toe with teams like Trelleborg, John Deere, Cortiva, and showing that they're one of the best in the league.
Now it's all about getting bales back to their barns. Both teams just need to keep getting bales back.
Right. Alex, I'm seeing comments in chat again. I love this. Every time we have an FSL tournament, people come in, they say, I didn't know this was a thing, but I'm loving it. I can't stop watching. And we're happy you guys are here. If you've been watching the FSL for several seasons now, or if you're brand new to it today, we hope you're all having fun so far. This is just the first of the quarterfinal matchups.
Let us know in the chat if you came in here thinking you were gonna make fun of this, and you're still here an hour and 15 minutes later, because that always happens. I've seen it many times where someone's come in and gone, Farming Simulator League, what's an esport, really? And then 3 hours later, they're still watching.
Right. 625 to 575, a minute and 10 to go.
This is just intense.
Trelleborg has the bale advantage now, but they're the team trailing.
Yeah, I would expect it's nearly 100 points in it at this point.
I think
just
Cortiva have to be like the biggest Vultra fans right now, as well. Really hoping that Vultra pull this off so that Trelleborg doesn't continue to extend their lead over Cortiva.
But
at the same time,
the trouble Cortiva have is that Vultra winning today is really gonna put them under threat in second. Oh, there goes.
Oh man.
Oh, 825 to 775. 20 seconds to go. Vultra. Do they have any bales?
They have one extra bale, but the problem is that first bale point mistake might end up being kind of the difference here.
Monty putting the ideal in the thing. They've got it.
Oh my god, 10 points. 10 points. 10 points.
Man.
So the first bale point difference of, what was it, 28 or something this time?
Yeah, it was 29-point difference.
I mean, there you go. I can't believe it. Wow.
28 wow.
I mean,
first bale, that was one, as you said, that was one on the first bale.
This really could have easily been an entertaining final, and instead we've just seen it the first quarterfinal of the day.
Vultra have just got their revenge on Trelleborg for the last final, for round 6's final.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of blown away. Yeah, I'm blown away because after the first round, Trelleborg really, it was sort of close, but Trelleborg seemed comfortable. They dominated it in that first round. And then we come into the second round and we're expecting Vultra to switch their tactic. They don't. All they did was clean up the mistakes. And all of a sudden, Trelleborg's making the mistakes. And it was even worse when it came to mistakes in that third round. So,
that third round, I have never seen Trelleborg make as many mistakes as they did in that last round. Completely unforced errors as they made in that last game.
Well, and it came down to the beginning of the round in rounds 2 and 3, with which Vultra had to win 2, obviously, to force the third. But they were able to disrupt by getting that baler first. And they really took advantage of it in the third round. But it comes down to that sometimes, especially when you're talking about two of the best teams in the FSL. It comes down to those little moments of disruption. Oftentimes, the smallest margins make the difference.
Yeah. We've seen, just missing something by 3 seconds. And that's what the teams are playing for. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you then.
Oh, man.
Welcome back, everybody.
So Feldon asked the question, and I actually just went and looked. It says, I think that's possibly the first time this season that Trelleborg have gone out as early as the quarterfinals, isn't it? So I just went and had a look, and they have been in every final but one so far. And that time they went out in the semifinal. So yes, this is the first time that they haven't made it as far as the semifinal, and every other time besides that one time, they were into the final. So yeah, definitely a massive moment there.
I would guess that semi-final they went out to Cortiva as well.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think I was just trying to look at that. I think that was the fifth tournament.
This is the first time we've come down to the semis.
Yeah, they lost to Cortiva in the semi-final.
Yeah, so this is the first time we've come to the semi-finals and not had one of the top two teams.
Yeah, but
in these.
As a neutral, we're seeing the FSL get even more and more competitive, and Vulture have been part of that story. They've been climbing up the table.
I know this. That is Vulture in the first game, missing that silo closed, and that very much cost them that first game. It wasn't so much the points that Trelleborg scored was only like 3 points, but it was that disruption that Trelleborg did throughout that first game that just completely wrecked Vulture. And you know,
I'm still catching my breath from that, man. What a quarterfinal!
I mean, you can see here that the points that were just racking up for Trelleborg, and Vulture just could not keep up that first game.
Yeah, that first round as well. They got the Bale-tastic points and the counter points to make the difference. But then in the second round, we see here this is the first time that Martin did this to Trelleborg. Nice bit of driving there by Martin to steal the Fant Baylor.
And then again, heading in and delivering bales. And this point, Trelleborg was slightly in the lead, but Vulture just had more bales this second game the whole time. And it was a dominance that they just pushed through to the end for sort of that 9:30. JK dropping that bale off to get picked up.
I missed that live. I missed that when it happened live.
Brilliant.
This is the third round.
And then this is the third round. And again, Martin coming in and by a moment
rejected.
And then it just disrupted Trelleborg massively.
And 28 points difference on the first bale, and this round ended up being a 10-point victory for Vulture. So there you have it. I mean,
you can win it in the first few seconds. And JK missing that again, though, that extra bale.
Here's a little bit of crash, and Trelleborg
I just
top
had
of
a
the
thought.
standings.
So JK missed that extra bale. That's 20 points that they missed.
You're right.
And also it meant that when they did the bale withering, because Vulture got it, they only actually withered one bale's worth of points.
Right.
So it was, yeah. That is
Everything
just
makes a
nuts.
difference. You don't really think about
It
it
really
as it's
does.
going on as much until the end, but like you said, any point of any 15-minute rounds, you can win it really at any moment when it comes down to, two teams evenly matched in the smallest of margins. I'm just stunned. I don't need a third cup of coffee after that first quarterfinal. I can tell you that much. I am energized and good to go now.
I am blown away by Vulture's comeback there. That first game, they didn't look like they were in shape today, and the second game and the third game, they just something clicked.
Yeah, 100%.
And they were dominating both those games. And
Very
the
impressive.
scoreline at the end doesn't look like it, and that's how good Trelleborg are. In all
Right.
fairness,
Right.
but Vulture were very much dominating those two games.
They
Trelleborg were
were.
playing
I mean,
catch up the whole time.
They did a really great job, especially because, we were questioning them sticking with the same strategy after the way the first round went. But the difference was they were just a lot cleaner in their execution. They didn't make mistakes, and they disrupted Trelleborg really well. Here we go. Now our second quarterfinal. We have Corona, who are currently 4th in the overall standings, 30 points behind Valtra. And then a new team on the scene here on the finals. LSA, who includes Surin on their team, who's been kind of my Farming Simulator League scrimmage mentor a lot the last couple of scrimmage streams. Surin's probably happy to be playing with his teammates and not me today. I can tell you that much.
But yeah, this could very well be an upset. At this point in the table, if LSA win here against Crone, they are actually gonna go quite a way up the table. I think they do anyway.
Right. Well, they're already going to be at least 11th place, right? They get 30 points for just making it here. So that puts them on the board. You only really need to be top 16 come into the season.
Yeah.
For the final tournament.
If they, in fact, no, I don't think they can get higher than 11th by winning today, because Bednar's on 90, so they would have to
right.
score. Even
if they won the whole thing, they'd be joint 10th. Right.
Yeah.
So that's the best they could do, win the whole thing, go joint 10th with Bednar. But at the very least, they are going to be joint 11th.
Yeah. And they could be sort of overall 11th and knock Manitou, Podinger, and Koana Gaming down a little bit, because none of those teams are actually here.
Deja Vu, Transport Company, Ideal, Harvesters.
I have a feeling that a new tactic has emerged over the last 2 months that everybody's gone, ooh, that's a game-winning tactic.
Jockey in chat says, "I'm so proud that Kerminator knows how to pronounce Surin." Well, I wouldn't know how to pronounce it if it wasn't for you the first time.
I was going to say, as he's been teaching you bits about the FSL, I would hope he told you how to pronounce his name.
I'm just gonna start sounding like Chalky here before too much longer. I think at this point, Under Pressure and Archimedes picked by both teams. So again, Deja Vu. Hey, at least we see the Steyr. We're seeing some different equipment. And look, the New Holland VF, the New Holland.
Oh, my favorite tractor in the FSL.
There it is. Couple of John Deere 6120s.
I'm eagerly looking at the waiting for the equipment reveals for FS22, because I still want a T7 short wheelbase in the game. I'm sitting here on the official channel saying I would like a T7 short wheelbase in the game, please.
Probably not the worst idea to announce it live on the broadcast. It's a good tactic there, Alex.
Yeah, I don't have
put some extra pressure
kind
on
of effect.
All right, here we go. Corona versus LSA Esports. I think we can only hope for as good of a matchup as we just saw between Trelleborg and Vulture. Here we go.
So here we go. So Anton heading up for Harvester. Ooh. Duran is slightly behind. I don't think he's going to get that John Deere. No, he's not. Disruption coming in early there. From Crone. Yeah, and it's going to delay LSA ever so slightly.
These LSA teammates, they have been in the scrimmage streams a lot, so it's showing, to me at least, that practice does help, of course. So come out to the scrim streams, get involved. If you think that you could give the FSL a go, you're interested in trying it. Wednesdays, when there's not a tournament on the weekend, on the German channel, Noah hosts those in German. Fridays, myself is the host for the English language scrimmages right here on this channel. So anyone can sign up and play, give it a go, and who knows, maybe you can make it to a tournament like this.
If you get yourself, I mean, we got 2 wildcard teams in the finals today. Both of them currently are in the standings to make it through to the overall finals at the end of the season.
So it just goes to show that really it's probably too late to get near the top of the standings. You're not gonna get you're not gonna catch Trelleborg, Cortiva, Vulture, teams like that. But there's plenty of room towards the bottom of that 16. There's still room for teams to get in. There's not even 16 teams on the board at this point.
We've got
13,
well,
right?
At this
now
point,
15.
I think we're 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I think we hit 16 today with the 2 teams that are coming in. So there is, but the low-end teams, I mean, the team at the bottom of the board has 0 points. Right. So there is, I mean, if you get just getting through to the finals, will get you on the board at the moment, and will get you through to the overall finals at the end of the season.
Yeah. Amazing. There's still plenty of time to go, too. We're talking about, you know, the finals aren't until November, so, you know, we're in July now. There's a tournament next month, the month after, so there's a lot of opportunities.
And it's 100,000 euros.
Yeah, it's a decent chunk of change. 123 to 106, by the way, was the first bail points. Krona got the advantage over LSA in that. Seconds away from the 12th minute drops. Again, I would recommend if you're new to the FSL, or maybe you've watched it for a while and you just want to understand it more, you can go to the Farming Simulator League website. The stat sheet, the rule book is there. You can also get information on how to do the training mode, so that if you want to download the client yourself and get in and just mess around and try to figure out how the arena works, you can get that information on the website as well. You can see the schedule, the standings, everything you need is right there.
I have put the link to the website in the chat. Although by the time everybody hears this, it might have gone up the chat a little bit.
That's all right. Nice bit of production work there. Thank you so much, Virtual Farmer. You're awesome, as you would say.
Thank you very much. As are you.
Thank you very much. All right, Surin and Linux now. We're seeing the Ideal being emptied into the Auger Wagon, the Horse Titan.
Where is... he's going to go and grab... So, Grain Multiplier versus Herbicide. Either team going for... both teams going for the Grain Multiplier, I would fully expect. There we go. LSA heading now to drop or to unload this grain.
In chat, Arctic Benji says, could someone please explain this to me? I'm so confused. So Chalky has put the tutorial video link in there. That's pretty helpful. But just a brief rundown we can give you. Basically, the point is, as we see Blackjack delivering grain, that increases your multiplier. You can see the multiplier number with yellow behind it towards the top of the screen underneath the time. So that's the multiplier. You get points for delivering bales to the barn. So basically, in a nutshell, you harvest the wheat, you bale the straw, you deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, and you deliver bales into the barn to get points. That's it in a nutshell. There's drops and super drops, 12th minute, 8th minute, 4th minute. So a lot can change. There's a lot more really to it than just simply harvesting and baling. But that's kind of it, a brief summary.
Collect bales, score points. Your multiplication depends on how much grain you've delivered, along with a couple of other multipliers and bits.
Yeah, shout out to Witchy Bex in chat now as well. So shout out to Witchy Bex and Chalky. doing the moderation for us in chat, helping everyone out.
Morning, Witchy and Chris.
Okay, what's up with
Doing
this
a
name here for
fantastic job as
Corona?
always.
Got some characters in there. Was that a profanity filter? Or is he just trying to, you know, add a little style into the name? So Chalky says he'd be surprised if we see Herbicide today because it's currently not as powerful as Transport Company. And so far, I mean, no one's picked anything but Transport Company.
No, it's definitely made after spending a long time in the doghouse. Transport Company has now suddenly become the go-to thing.
So they go back and forth when dropping off. Sorry, Alex, but there was a question in chat. Why do they go back and forth when dropping off grain? It actually speeds up how fast the grain unloads.
I think that it's one of those things that I would guess will be looked at after this against Dave. Everybody starts using exactly the same power up. Then normally that means it's maybe slightly overpowered.
Right.
And as a result, it'll likely get looked at after today, I would have thought.
I do find it kind of interesting as well, is that, you know, this is my third tournament overall doing the casting, at least officially. I guess it's my fourth tournament overall, but third doing the official broadcast. But I noticed early on that really only Trelleborg would use Transport Company without the easy stack player perk so that they could unload the loader directly onto the belt, right? But then Trelleborg started to make a name for themselves by using Transport Company and just unloading it near the conveyor and stacking them on 2 at a time. Oftentimes they're picking up 4 and doing 2 and 2. But now teams are really starting to take that tactic that Trelleborg made popular, and Vulture did it and were able to knock Trelleborg out with it. So it's definitely becoming a very well-used tactic.
It's one of those interesting things. I'm very pleased that the whole unloading the transport trailer onto the conveyor belt didn't just get straight out banned. Instead, it's become more attractive to not do it. Right.
Well, you have to weigh if it's worth it, the amount of time it takes to back it up and everything else, you know. I'm sure that we'll still see some teams try to use it, but it really has shown that it might just be best to just unload it near the belt and then just go back out and start getting more.
Yeah. And Crone now delivering more grain, trying to even up that multiplier. It's a very different game this to the last set. We're seeing a lot less like for like between these two teams.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, so far, LSA are holding their own, but that's just the first bail points. You know, you're talking about a team that has made it to the finals, the quarterfinals for the first time, versus a team that currently is sitting 4th in the overall standings. So I've been interested when I saw this matchup announced. I wanted to see how well LSA were going to hold up against Corona. As we see Anton now for LSA going with 4 bales over. Ready to get them delivered.
Interestingly, I don't think we covered, I don't think we noticed. First bale points were 106 and 123, so Crone having that first bale advantage at the moment. LSA getting the first set of bales in actually off the field after first bale.
Look at that.
So getting themselves up there. Crone have created a lot more bales though at this point.
You know, right, 21 to 15
in it, and there's over 5 bales difference.
We're about a minute away from the super drop, and this is where you really want to start trying to get bales to the barn with under 5 to go, so that you leave yourself enough time to get them all into the barn. Arctic Benji in chat said the casters on this are really good. By the way, you guys seem like you're having fun with it as well. I have a blast doing this. I'm sure that Virtual Farmer would say the same.
Yes, I always have a blast doing this. I love doing this, and it's one of the reasons why I cannot wait to start doing this in person again, because it is just so much fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure about how that'll work out for me since I'm a lot further away.
I was gonna say you've got a lot further to travel.
But the good news now is that Giants could very well use it as an opportunity to get me out there for some training or some other work for the community job while I'm out there. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out when the in-person events start coming, but whether I'm having to still do them remote or not, I want them to happen because it's just, I feel like the online tournaments have been great and really successful, but there's just something extra special about seeing the players in person, seeing the reactions, and seeing all of the hosts in the studio as well. It makes it a little bit extra.
It's an atmosphere and everything as well, and it's just,
This is FS19 that the Farming Simulator League client is currently running on. So anyone can sign up on the FSL website. When you sign up, you get 3 keys, 1 for you, 2 for your teammates. And you just download the client through the Giants eShop. It's free, and then it installs on top of your FS19 save. Pretty easy. Then you can jump in on a dedicated server and play. It is dedicated server only, just because of what's required of it. So unfortunately, FSL cannot be played on console at this time.
And Crone dropping off a lot of bales. They are nicely in the lead, and that's a lot of bales they've dropped off.
Right.
LSA at this point look to be in trouble.
Corona also looked like they were gearing up to put a bale into the bottom of the barn to counter this bale-tastic here. Let's see if they can get it right. And those fell off.
Oh no, that's
those just
not
fell off for Crone. So they're gonna have. They failed to get him in the bottom.
They failed. No.
And they got the bale-tastic. LSA got the bale-tastic.
Wow.
Bex, it is currently 3:42 a.m. for me.
That is an epic fail on Crone's part.
I thought for sure. I was like, I saw Crona waiting for the bottom, and they dropped them in the way. And then I think they were like, oh, let's just put them on the top, and we'll get the counter that way. But then those 2 fall off. And then they try to get them to the bottom.
Everything.
It really has. It just goes to show that the little mistakes like that can often change the tide. Wow.
Wow, that has taken Crone from a fairly easy win to being horribly behind. And that is the worst of unforced errors. That is
right. Especially when you consider that Corona do have the bale advantage, but the thing is here comes Surin now for LSA with bales. They're delivering them with about a minute and a half to go. They need to get every single one of those bales delivered.
No,
there's a counter now. There's a counter for LSA, so 30 more bonus points.
Wow.
So 80 points they've picked up in just the last 2 minutes of this round by getting those bonuses, a bale-tastic and a bale-tastic counter.
That's
really swung things
for Crone.
We're going to see a replay now of that moment. That's the counter there for Anton, just zooming in there.
Zooming in.
Wow.
Picking his moment perfectly.
Under a minute to go.
You saw Crone try and counter their counter. You know, they're trying to get a bale in there just to top it off. And, it just cost them.
Ashley says, I would love to see the Giant staff have a go, too, as my feed is frozen. I don't know about you, Alex.
Mine is as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Is this I'm hoping that this is just our feed that's frozen. I'm keeping an eye on the live feed, seeing if that's keeping going.
Well, so we can't see the action live at the moment, guys, but we can't see chat. I saw Ashley say, we'd love to see the Giant staff have a go-to. We do play in them on the Friday and Wednesday scrims, but I honestly would love to see just an invitational, like Ambassadors versus Giants staff or something like that. Chalky, myself, and Lars playing against 3 Ambassadors or something. That'd be cool. So... Not sure what's happened.
Life. There we go.
LSA
Victory
wins.
Goes to LSA Sports. I have no idea by how much. 816.
Wow. So I mean, the bonus points. The bonus points. I mean, 80 points between the bale-tastic and the counter in the final few minutes, and it completely flipped it. I mean,
It completely flipped it.
wow.
And it caused the win. It absolutely caused the win.
Corona had every chance there to counter that Bale-tastic. And the bales fell off the belt, first of all. Then they had to scramble to try to get them in the bottom. There was already bales in the way, and he had the front loader lifted too high and just ran straight into the ball.
I'm just watching the end of the match on the on the Twitch channel, and yeah, it was just a case of the bales kept coming in for LSA, and they took it because of the bonus.
I'm glad that everyone,
that is insane.
All the viewers were able to see the action.
Yeah.
So for those of you that don't know, Alex and I we're watching the feed through Skype because there is a delay to keep stream sniping, those sort of things happening because it is an official competition. So yeah, we're watching it through Skype.
I'm looking forward to doing this in person again, because even the online tournaments, I would be in the Giant Studio, the wonderful Giant Studio that the German casters are sitting in at the moment. I cannot wait to go and check that place out, because that is absolutely awesome. Yeah, even the online tournaments, I would be over there for that, right. And I can't wait.
That studio does look nice. I can't wait to be there one day.
I've heard lots of descriptions of it, and what I've seen as well is just gorgeous.
So what do you think, VF? We come into this, right? We see LSA Esports, a team that we've not seen make the Sunday portion of a tournament yet, and they're going up against a team that currently is 4th in the overall standings. So you come in and you expect Corona versus LSA. LSA are going to make some mistakes here, and it's probably going to cost them. It was the opposite, though. Corona made the mistakes that made the difference there at the end. It looked like Corona was in control, too, for like the longest time.
But they weren't. The thing is that Corona didn't make small mistakes. They made really big ones.
Right, and at the worst time,
really.
Back.
At the completely at the worst time. And you can't afford to do that.
Tired Hands Kermit Bale apparently is my new nickname. All right, here we go. So Corona versus LSA. LSA winning the first round. So this is a must win now for Corona, or they are out. I mean, how amazing would it be if LSA move on? Not only do they make it to the quarterfinal, they're 1 round now away from making it to the semifinal for the first time.
That's just and that will, as we were saying earlier, that will put them in 11th place. If they get past Chrome now, that will put them in 11th place, straight out.
Wow,
which is just huge.
Spartan in chat says it would be really cool to see a celebrity FSL matchup: Team VF versus Team Kerm. I'm down. Let's do it, Alex.
I was gonna say I'm up for that.
Oh, all right. So we're in the ban
Friday
phase.
night stream going.
There was a question about the ban phase and how it works. So basically, each team gets 2 picks. So the blue team pick first, and then the red team gets 2 picks in a row. Blue team picks again. Once a piece of equipment has been banned here, it is no longer going to spawn in the game. The teams can't reserve it for themselves, and it won't be in this round. So that's what the ban phase is all about. And then we go into the captain pick phase, where they pick a team perk. They can also reserve a harvester or a baler, whichever they choose. Usually teams seem to go with the ideal. It's kind of what we're seeing here. No baler reserved. And then we go into the player pick phase. It starts with the captains. This is where they pick their individual perk if they want it, and what tractor they want to drive for the round. Now, you only have 20 points as a team to spend across all of these choices, and each thing has a differing amount of points that it costs. You can see all of that stuff in the stat sheet, how much each of them costs. So, for example, Transport Company as a team perk costs 5 points. It, along with Big Haul, are the most expensive team perks that you can get. But you don't really see Big Haul used much anymore. Not these days, at least. Under Pressure and Archimedes picked by both teams. So, I'm really sensing a trend here, Alex.
Yeah, this is... I really get the feeling that the last set of changes have overpowered the Transport Company.
Right.
Every single team.
We might see a patch after this. Who knows?
I get the distinct feeling because we haven't had this throughout the whole season. We've
Right.
not had one particular pick be
Usually
picked by
you've
every single team.
right. Usually you've seen at least like transport company and herbicide, but
Yeah.
we are seeing really only transport company today. Whoa. That's a really loud tractor sound
Oh,
there at the beginning of this
sorry.
round.
I'm going to mute my mic because Skype is mapped up.
All right. I'm not sure what Alex said there. He muted himself, so I'm flying solo for a moment as we are having a look at Blackjack following
My
his teammate.
apologies. For some
All good.
reason, the audio from Skype started coming out of my monitor. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it did.
Interesting. No worries.
I mean, my monitor is
that where that
set up
super
to
loud
produce
tractor sound came
audio,
from?
so.
So Anton has gotten the Crone Baylor stuck here or something. I'm not sure what's going on. As Surin comes and grabs it, but that might be a crucial mistake here early on, because already Crone are getting the first bail points.
First bail going in for Crone there.
127 and LSA are going to be well below that, but they were last time around too. It came down to the combo points making the difference. So who knows? Having a look at Linux now for LSA. LSA need to. He's just going to leave the Baylor there as well. Oh, he's going to switch to the JCB.
Grab the more powerful JCB. That makes sense. More powerful and more maneuverable.
That could be helpful. I love the JCB. It does get banned a lot, but nice little piece of equipment. I used to have a problem, actually, when I played Farming Simulator. I only ever drove the fast track. I had to break myself of that habit.
I've yet to do a JCB farm. I should do one at some point, I think. Lennox going through with Crone. I think this is the first time we've seen the Crone Big Baylor used today, and it's being used by a team against Crone.
What do you know? I really am worried, though, that LSA, I don't know what was going on with the Crone Baylor at the pod where it spawned, but they wasted a lot of crucial seconds there that at this point, their first bail points are going to be significantly lower. I was going
to say, yeah. They've got no first bail points at the moment.
And 3 minutes have gone by. I mean, we're seconds away from the first drop.
And then I think the biggest problem they've got is they cannot rely on Crone making the same errors they made last time.
Right. I think they were maybe a little bit fortunate that happened, because Krona really did have the advantage until that happened. Bridges raised and speed up are our first drops. I could see teams maybe going for speed up here, but I'm not sure that if they're not nearby, if this is really worth it.
Oh, can he make that jump? Yes.
Ooh, nice. A little jump over the moat.
Speed up.
What do you know? Look at that. Just hopping around.
Skype wanted to join in on the fun. Yeah. I have no idea how. My audio is not set up that way.
I'm sure that you guys didn't miss it, but there were maybe a few major announcements concerning a certain game called Farming Simulator 22 that came out during a certain event named FarmCon this past week. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the 3 days of the regular FarmCon. Lots of information released about Farming Simulator 22 coming out November 22nd. Go out there. Pre-orders are available now. Go check it out.
Insanely excited about that game.
There's a lot of cool stuff that came out, wasn't there?
Oh,
a lot of cool stuff.
I have all sorts of ideas rolling around in my head now.
As if there weren't enough to begin with. As Krona have now shut down LSA's conveyor belt. and have a 3-to-1 advantage as well on the multiplier. So if you get it to 3-to-1, 3 is the maximum that you can get highest, 1 is the lowest you can get. But if you get your opponent's multiplier to 1, it also breaks their conveyor belt. So not only do LSA only get 10 points per bale now, but they're completely locked out of getting anything on the conveyor belt. So they need to get that multiplier switched back as soon as possible, especially because they're currently 127 points behind.
They still haven't produced that first bale. I think at this point they've basically gone, right, we've missed all the points for that first bale. Let's just get bales back and score as much as we can.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's not really worth it at this point to waste the time to go over there. You know, the mistake was already made, so adapt and try to make it up after the fact instead of trying to just go over there and get something on the board. You might as well get as many bales pressed as you can now. Having a look at SDR now from Krona, running the case harvester. So this is a must-win for Krona. LSA took the first round of the best of 3.
I've also noticed LSA, their belt has stopped. Krone have delivered enough grain to stop belt.
Right, and that's what I was saying a moment ago. But
yeah,
the thing is like Krona haven't taken advantage of it either at this point, right? So LSA do need to get over there at some point soon, though, because I'm sure Krona will have some bales delivered at some point. But often you see this early on.
Is that grain on the field? Have LSA dropped a load of their grain on the field as well?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Down the side of one of the... yeah, look at that.
What?
Did they miss their grain trailer the whole way round and not realize?
That's not good. Good eye there, VF. I completely missed that. But yeah, that's what we're looking at now. Good work by the production team getting us this look in this camera.
The shot of it. But that is really bad. I think LSA have made a couple of...
Right. Well, they benefited from Krona's errors last time in the first round, but now Krona are doing the opposite to them, and still no points on the board. And the 8-minute drops are out now.
That's not just a small miss. That is most of a grain tank sitting on that field.
Yeah, that's not good. So
that would also
herbicide and bridges lowered. That would also
explain why there's a 3 times multiplier for Krona at the moment. Oh, this is not going well for LSA.
Actually, I think you're right. I don't remember who that was, but someone last time around didn't bother with the first bale points. And, I mean, yeah, you can get some good bonus points, but I'm sure teams have a reason for not bothering with it. I think this time, though, it was really the LSA just made the mistake, and they thought, well, might as well just not even bother. We'll just get as many bales pressed as we can instead. But, yeah, lots of mistakes so far from LSA.
I'm looking at the amount of grain teams have as well, and Krone just are not having to worry about delivering grain at the moment. They've got an extra 6,000 liters of grain,
and they're about to get 30 points for each of these bales too. So they're about to get 90 more points here as things stand.
This is a complete train wreck for LSA.
Anything could still happen in 6.5 minutes. But at this point, it's looking like we're going to see. At this point, though, it's looking likely that we're going to see another third round here in the best of 3. As there's 30, 60, and 90 following right behind soon. LSA needs to get that grain delivered. The problem is, like you said, Krona still have plenty of extra grain left to get the multiplier back in their favor again. I'm not sure LSA can ever get it back.
But Krone's biggest problem is that they don't want to deliver any more grain because there's no point in doing that.
Right.
But at the same time, they're going to have to, or they're going to run out of space in their harvesters.
So here
and therefore can't create any straw to create
right.
bales.
Anton bringing a couple of bales over, but no need to really try to counter a combo or anything at this point. So just going to leave those couple there. STR for Krona coming with 3 more now.
Right. I'm just
so that'll be another 90 points at this point.
Wow, that is just a horrible position that LSA are in at the moment.
This is about to be 90 more points to extend the lead further. LSA really needs some bonuses, bail bonuses and counters to go their way again if they have any chance in this second round.
I've never seen this much of a disparity before, I think. And I kind of expect something really, really big from the super drop for LSA. Something like a 5 bale withering or something ridiculous like that.
That could be handy for sure. They could use something like that at this point, because here comes Krona now with the full Anderson loader. They're at the 6 out of 10 on the combo, so LSA needs to be ready to counter it.
And they're just going to dump him in the bottom.
Very interesting. Anton's
waiting to
counter it. Let's see which team times this better here.
The LSA really need the counter bonus is the trouble. But that's why they've not put a bail in and countered this already.
Right. They're waiting for it. And the thing is Krona's kind of taking their... Ooh, okay. Well, that could really be useful. 100 bail points.
Wow.
And LSA might get... Well, no, I think...
LSA are going for it.
But yeah,
that's
first?
what you get
Sure.
when
Okay,
you
all
have
right.
that much of a...
LSA are on the board, but meanwhile, the bail-tastic for Krona, so they did not counter it in time. So they really only got 50 points out of that moment there. They got 100 bail points for the super drop, but then they let Krona pick up 50.
This is a pounding. Oh, you can see what LSA are planning now. They're waiting for Krona to finish doing all of theirs, and then they're going to try and get a bail-tastic in the bottom of the shed. They've got to time this just right, though, because there's all those bales on the top. Oh, this is a massacre, this one.
I mean, you don't often see teams get the grain multiplier in their favor early and keep it throughout, but Krona have done just that. There was really... LSA shot themselves in the foot from the get-go.
Yeah. Putting all of that all that grain on the ground has just absolutely messed them up.
Yeah, they messed up at the beginning with the baler, so they didn't get the first bail points on the board until just a moment ago. And then that mess up as well that you just said, dumping the grain on the ground by accident. All right, so 2 minutes to go and 637 to 150. At this point, I think for LSA, it's about trying to just finish as strong as possible. They know that they at least will have a third round because they won the first one. So they still have a chance if they can clean up those mistakes in the third to go through to the semifinal here. But Krona definitely has cleaned up their errors and been a lot more smooth with their execution this time around.
We can see now. Is this going to be... This should be a 900-point score for Krone, really.
They're definitely approaching that territory. They've got the bales left to get there. At this point,
with a 3 times multiplier, that certainly should be within their reach.
Oh, definitely.
On a game like this. And I think this is one of the lowest scoring finals from the other team.
Right.
That we've seen in a very long while, if ever, to be honest.
Yeah, LSA just error after error early on, and there was really no bouncing back from that. They just have to realize that mistakes happen, and they just need to move on from that going into the third round of the best of 3.
The bales on the conveyor for Krone will take them over 900 points.
Wow. So there you have it. This is the most bales I feel like I've ever seen scored in a single game with the 3 times multiplier as well. Like, Krona did just an absolute... Not only did Krona control it, but LSA did shoot themselves in the foot, sure, but Give credit to Krone as well that they bounced back without mistakes.
There we go. 9:17 with 26 minutes left. 20 seconds left. 26 minutes, 26 seconds left. 9:77. Do Krone have more bails?
Anton
Can
just
they
keeps
get
running.
997? Are they going to get a 1,000 point game? Is this going to be a 1,000 point game?
Oh,
There's not
just
another bail.
shy of it. Oh, bummer.
Oh,
they were close.
Man.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Well, we have our second best of 3 of the day so far.
This is why I love the FSL. That was insane. 997 points from Krone and just absolutely stomping all over LSA. Which, considering the first game, I did not expect that.
Right.
I did not expect that to happen.
Wow.
At all.
Well, I mean, we've gone from, this is my 3rd official broadcast now, and I may be wrong, but definitely the first one I did with you and Silver News, we didn't have a single match go to the best of 3, and I feel like maybe last time around it was the same, right?
Yeah, I know. I think.
And now
everything went.
We've got 2 best of 3 so far out of the first 2 matchups of these quarterfinals,
and it's just.
We've seen just like polar opposite rounds too from teams today, especially that last one, these last 2 we've seen. But we saw the same with Trelleborg and Vulture. Trelleborg kind of dominated the first one, and we're thinking, well, here we go. Trelleborg are just going to, kind of ease through this again. Vulture bounced back, won 2 rounds in a row and advanced. Now let's see if LSA can bounce back and play more like they did that first round.
I'm just having a look at the previous 6 tournaments, and I'm just seeing how many times we've gone best of 3. And per tournament, I think the most we've had is 3rd online tournament when we had 3 best of 3s.
Wow! So we've already had 2 today.
We've already had 2 today. We had 3 in tournament 4 as well. Which I think would have been your first one. Tournament 5 had none. And tournament 6 had none. So we've gone, the most we've ever had is 3, and we're 2 rounds into this final, and we've got best 3.
So in chat we have the final L saying, "Wait, 0 grain delivered? How? I missed it." They Virtual Farmer caught it live. I guess what happened at some point, and maybe we'll see it in the recap afterwards. They dumped their grain on the ground. They must have been like not matched up with the trailer properly. I'm not sure how exactly it happened, but it happened. It went down, and it wasn't the first mistake LSA made in that second round. So let's see how this third one's going to go as we get underway now with the band phase.
LSA back on the back foot, need to pull something out the bag here to beat Krone and go through. It would be, at this point, I kind of feel it would be a major upset for LSA to beat Krone.
Right. Well, we were really surprised that first round, but it really was only the bonus points that made the difference for LSA.
And Krone's mistakes in the first game.
Right. But LSA just needs to make sure that they at least stay close to Krone this time. And then maybe they'll get the bonus points or a drop or super drop to go their way. They can't afford to have the same amount of mistakes out of the gate like they did in that second round. They need to play more like they did in the first one.
I really hope there's a replay of what happened with that grain. I can only think that they started unloading into the trailer and then the tractor pulled slightly ahead or slightly behind, and it doesn't automatically shut off in the FSL.
Right, you have to do it manually. That's something I learned the hard way when I started playing it on the scrimmage streams recently. Very humbling, by the way, my experiences playing in the FSL arena. It's only fair though that I've provided some entertainment for people to laugh at, because we have a good time laughing when crashes and things like that happen when we're doing the commentary. So it's only fair. All right, well, Could you imagine, Alex, that we just saw both teams pick Transport Company and the Ideal Harvester? I was completely shocked by that. Didn't expect it at all.
Yeah, no, that's not happened at all today so far. He says with full sarcasm in his voice.
I'd be willing to bet we see Under Pressure in Archimedes, and hey, what do you know? Right on cue. There we go.
Pretty much. I expect the thing is about Transport Companies. Transport Company is a 5-point pick.
Right.
It's taking a lot of the team's pick to select that. So it's got to be really strong in order for them to be investing that many points in it.
Right. You could choose Unstoppable instead, and it's 0 points, but it's also not a very often seen strategy. But
we did have a slight change. Anton does have something picked. What? Let me go and have a look at the stat sheet. That's head start.
Yeah. Tractors and harvesters can drive off immediately after boarding them, so interesting.
That does make him slightly faster at switching vehicles.
Very interesting. So what was the difference? I guess they picked a different piece of equipment, so they had that extra point or something.
And Soren just beaten to that John Deere baler. Lennox is on top of the Kuhn one straight away.
Right. Seems like, though, like LSA last time, they had trouble with the Krone big baler, like out of the gate. That was their first mistake.
Yeah.
And then the grain on the ground was really the second major mistake. But so far, LSA, other than just getting beaten slightly to that baler, doing a lot better job at the start. Herbicide costs 3 points currently, Spartan, to choose.
Yeah, herbicide's 3 points. Unstoppable is actually 1 point.
No, it's 0 now. That's been changed.
That's the error.
And the latest patch notes. So the latest patch notes aren't reflected.
That you sent me last night. Yes.
Big Haul's 5 now. Unstoppable is 0, and then 6 cents, which is a player perk, is down to 1. So yeah, if you're looking at the stat sheet, it doesn't have some of the latest patch note adjustments. I have a feeling that there's probably going to be another patch after this.
You did tell me that, and I didn't update my own copy of the stat sheet.
Oh, first bail, 119 to 111 there. So Chrono, slight advantage.
8-point difference.
But a whole heck of a lot better than the gap from first bail points last time. So LSA doing a lot better job, at least sticking with Krona early on. There was a lot of time to go, so anything could happen in that second round. But Krona looked like they were well on their way to a victory after like the 9th minute or so.
I get the feeling that actually Unstoppable, a team could find a very, very useful way to do that. I mean, that's a massively disruptive piece of
it. Yeah, well, just for example, the last round, if LSA had that, their belt wouldn't have been shut down that whole time, right? So it would have been 30% faster, and it will never stop. And then the belt for Chrono would have been slower. So, I mean, that's something that in hindsight is easy to say for us. But that you have to actually pick that team perk at the beginning for it to be effective.
To be effective. And by the time you would know about it, it's already it's already too late.
Yeah, 6 cents. I mean, so you get to see it though. 6 cents you get 20 seconds before the normal drop is shown on the mini map, and then the super drop you get 2 possible locations shown. So it could be a viable tactic, but they still have to be close to where it drops to make it worth it. But at least then they know kind of where it's going to be, and they can kind of be like, okay, teammate number 2 is the closest to where it might be, so be ready if it drops near you. But yeah, you don't see that one used a lot either.
No, I don't think it's a massive advantage, simply because you get a minute to pick it up. So you're either going to be there or you're not. Because if you're setting yourself up to do things based on where they come, it's not always the best tactic to go with.
I've
And you
not
see
yet
the
seen
teams,
the
the teams
Fiat
always pick
1300.
them up in the last few seconds.
Right. Yeah, we've not yet seen the Fiat 1300 today, which actually goes
No.
faster in reverse than it does driving forward, and it costs no points to pick as your tractor.
Which, considering they're all using such a such a powerful or a high points thing in transport company, you'd have thought that one of the tractors they picked would have been that little Fiat. And there we go. Krone have stopped LSA's belt again.
Well, hopefully, yeah. This time
This time
LSA
they have the
are
grain.
gonna. They didn't dump the grain on the ground, which is a good way to bounce back from that last round.
That's a risky tactic, getting that grain auger out that early, though. Let's yet another thing to catch on a building as you're heading in.
He did well, though, to be fair, but I wouldn't have attempted it. I can tell you that much. Did he intentionally?
Okay, that's interesting.
They're gonna play the waiting game
They're gonna
here.
do the stacked harvester thing.
Yeah, you are right. But I mean, so here's the thing. Last time they didn't get any grain delivered, right? Which was the big problem. But it did take Krona a while with the advantage to even get some bales over. So yeah, they've got a 3-to-1 multiplier advantage right now, Krona. But the look at the difference in grain at the bottom left on the mini map. So LSA are in a lot better position this time.
I thought for a moment Krone had somebody at their barn. In fact, they do have somebody heading towards their barn at the moment. Although I think that's in a combine, so no. Krone not taking advantage of this 3 times multiplier at all.
Von Hogan says, setting an alarm for 4 a.m. always feels like a silly thing to do, but once the games get going, I wake right up. I'm with you on that, Von Hogan. I woke up at midnight. Yes, I said I woke up at midnight.
Oh, man.
Because I am mountain time, so I'm I'm 8 hours difference between the broadcast start time, Central European time, and my time zone. So woke up at midnight, sound check at 12:45, stream starts at 2 a.m., and then I don't need any more caffeine once the action gets going, especially today, Trelleborg against Vulture. Are you kidding me? That was better than any amount of caffeine.
LSA, stacking up their combines down to a single harvester now, which is normal for about the 8th minute, but what it is going to mean is later on in the game, they are not going to be creating any more straw for extra bales. In fact, that's it.
Right.
They now have all their harvesters and their overloader sitting here.
Right. Now they need to take the time while they're waiting to get some of their bales over to the barn. But very interesting. I think they're playing the waiting game here, so the 8th minute drops are about to pop up, but Krona are playing it cool at the moment as well.
Oh, man. That has fallen right in LSA's lap. A 1.5 times grain multiplier while they have all of that grain there.
Look at that, just shooting
Krone
up. Oof. Right as it looked like Krone were delivering some bales to the barn as well, so missed opportunity to get those extra bonus points with the multiplier.
And in fact, they are going to be worse off. that is such a turnaround.
Yeah,
wow.
LSA doing a lot better job this time. In fact, I would argue that they're doing better at this point of this 3rd round than they did in the 1st round, which they won.
Yeah,
late on
absolutely.
with those bonus points.
This is planned tactics and not relying on Krone making mistakes.
Right. They're doing a lot better job. It's going to come down to who executes better, I think, the final 7 minutes, as we see Krona now getting some grain over to the silo. But they're at a disadvantage.
Is it going to be enough? I don't think they've got enough to counter this.
I don't think so either, because, I mean, meanwhile, off-screen LSA have put some in, and that's it. So 2.4 to 1.6. Nice bit of work there by LSA.
Krone now in trouble.
Right.
An extra 8 points
well, and
for every
LSA actually
bale
had a 1.6. They got a 1.6 grain multiplier drop, and then Krona got a 1.5. So that was a slight advantage in LSA's favor as well. 6 minutes to go. This one could come down to bale combo points or the super drop at the 4th minute. It's going to be a really close one, I have a feeling. A lot closer than last time, that's for sure.
Well, I think looking at this, so it would be 3.2, so 32 points for every 2 bales that Chrome deliver.
Right.
So yeah, for every 3 bales Chrome deliver, they get the same amount of points for every 2 bales that LSA deliver. That is not good.
We've been live for 2 hours and 20 minutes so far. I saw the question in chat. Ooh, that was a little bit of fancy work by Anton reversing over the bridge. What guts. I wouldn't dare attempt that.
LSA now need to get bales back and score points.
Right.
Because they have a massive advantage.
Right, and Krona only have 1 extra bale outstanding right now, so that's really not enough to make up the multiplier difference. It's going to come down really to who can get all their bales delivered here, I think.
Well, as soon as those first 2 bales get delivered, that is effectively Krone's advantage with the bales gone.
Right. It's a 40-point difference right now.
Yes.
Krone in the lead, 40 seconds away from the super drop at the 4th minute. Unless there's some sort of combo or major mistake here, we could be looking at LSA maybe, just maybe, bouncing back going into the semifinal. But anything can happen in these final 4 minutes. Like right now, Surin could crash into the moat.
Yeah.
And that would be absolutely disastrous.
They've got the advantage. They actually need to get the bales back, though. And we've
Right.
seen that happen many times.
Right, and they could be, if I was in their shoes right now, I can tell you I'd be getting a little bit nervous. Like, this is a huge opportunity for a team that has never made it to the finals on Sunday to knock out the team 4th overall in the standings in the quarterfinal. As we've got Lord Baylor is the super drop in the 4th minute.
LSA going into this with a little bit of advantage because they have the points difference against them at the moment. That means they actually get more from the super drop.
I'm not sure either team even really needs to worry about Lord Baylor, though, considering they're using transport companies. So Lord Baylor would just move X amount of bales directly next to the barn at this point. That would be probably better if a team was using herbicide or something similar where they don't have the Anderson loader to bring them to the barn in groups. Anton, nice little bit of adjustment there. A little bit shaky.
Needs to get these bales on. As saying, every 2 bales that he gets on there at the moment, Chrome needs to get 3. So there is a massive advantage that they have.
Got to make sure that they're not falling off at this point too. Like, you have plenty of time.
Yeah.
So take the extra moment of care and make sure that you're not gonna have them fall off, because I mean it actually looks kind of sketchy. Those first set now, they might be clipping. One's gonna fall off.
One's gone.
One made it through. One fell off. That if it comes down to 1 bale, remember that moment. 375 to 327. Krona in the lead. It's climbed slightly higher now, 407 to 327.
Crones are going up there quicker. But of course they're scoring less points when they do it. So it's giving a little bit of a false view of an advantage for Krone at the moment, because they're going to run out of bales, and when they run out of bales, those points are going to even up, and you can see it doing it now.
Right.
Every time bales go on for LSA, that gap closes.
Someone said, I keep showing so many
bales
Farm Sim
coming in.
fans this league. They are also so surprised that it exists. A lot of people have that reaction. A lot of people discover it for the first time and fall in love with it. That's certainly what happened with me. I already was a Farming Simulator fan, but once I started watching the league, I absolutely fell in love with it. I loved the Farming Simulator League and the action it provides.
I saw a question on Twitter this week, which was basically going, which game should have an Olympic esport? Wrong answers only. I saw 3 or 4 which said Farming Simulator, and I nearly responded to all of them and went, it already has an esports.
There it is.
Not a
LSA
wrong
have gone
answer.
into the lead now, and there may not be any way back for Krona as long as LSA just keeps getting these bales on.
Yeah.
From the look of it, I think they have more bales directly at the Bard as well with a minute to go. 553 to 535. That's another 48 points there, 48 more behind it. I mean, wow. To make those mistakes they made in the second round, they have done a lot better job. This is probably their strongest round overall, LSA. They've not had to rely on the combo points. They have really bounced back from those mistakes and come back strong in the third round here. And I think they're going to pull this off, Alex.
Yeah,
683, 609.
I think we're going for an upset. LSA have outplayed Krone in this first game, shown why they're in these finals, scoring a really good amount of points.
Wow.
Impressive, this.
Look at that bit of work by
an 800
Linux
point game, that is not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, 104
Last
point
bail in.
lead and one more bail maybe. There you go.
Yeah,
114.
819.
Wow.
That is up there with the kind of points that Vultra and Trelleborg were scoring.
That means now that at the worst, LSA have secured 50 circuit points, which is going to move them. Not only did they make the board for the first time by making it into the quarterfinals today, but now they are going into sole possession of 11th place because they are guaranteed 50 circuit points. Great job by LSA.
That is an impressive showing from them for their first time in these finals.
Especially because you have to consider they're going against the team in fourth, right? Their first time in the quarterfinals, and they're playing the fourth overall team.
I think that second game is best forgotten for them.
They won't worry about that now.
I think we'll ignore that.
I think they've moved on already, haven't they, from that second round? I think they knew early on in that second round, they were like, listen, we shot ourselves in the foot, but they probably, I would have liked to have heard the chat going on because I'm picturing, them saying, don't worry about it, guys. We'll come back stronger in the third round. We still have a chance. You
kind of
they
saw
did a
it
great job.
When they didn't try and deliver any more grain. They just kept playing and getting bales in, and it was fairly obvious losing all that grain, they weren't gonna win that.
So now let's look at where we're standing now. So Cortiva are knocked out yesterday. They're second overall in the standings. They didn't even make it here today. Trelleborg knocked out as well, and Krona now. 3 of the top 4 are out. We'll be right back.
Okay, I think we're back.
Yeah, I think our countdown screen is frozen on us.
Yeah, we've got no feed at the moment, but yeah.
We can still talk about what just happened. Let's catch our breath. Wow. I saw it said in chat, Feldon, the round scores for LSA are kind of comical. 816, then 240, and then 819.
It's just, there we go. Stream is back. Well, our stream is back. You guys, I think, probably saw it. Yeah, you guys still have the countdown and everything, so that's all good. Right. So yeah, that was one of the most insane rounds I think I've ever seen of FSL. I don't think I've ever seen a team come back like that. To knock, one of the top 4 teams out is a bit crazy, to be honest.
100%. I mean, and they showed what to do and what not to do. And those 3 rounds, LSA, for sure. Man, but I'm happy for them. I'm happy to see a team, not only make it a new team into the quarterfinals, but now they're in the semifinals.
Yeah. And it was such an odd round. I mean, they won that first game mainly because Crone messed up so badly.
Right. Bonus
they
points.
Lost the second. With the bonus points. And then they lost the second game in probably the most spectacular fashion I've ever seen a team lose.
Right.
And then by pure tactics, by purely outplaying Crone, they won the third one.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, they won both rounds in a different fashion, as you say. And then the second round, I'm sure they'll write off. It definitely doesn't matter to them now because they're moving on to the semifinals and they'll be taking on Vultra. So we're going to get to see some replays. I'm really curious. I'm hoping we get to see what happened with the Grain getting dumped on the ground by LSA in that second one. Here we go. Now here's the recap. So we're not desynced, guys. You're seeing the German language broadcasters on screen. You're hearing myself and Virtual Farmer doing the English language. So that was the mess up there.
So yeah, that's
the combo.
Which just they had 2 bales fall off the top, Crone, and then they failed to get the combo down, prevent the combo down the bottom. And then later on, this is amazing. Coming in and just wiping out Crone's
flying
fantastic combat.
That was
flying
awesome.
in.
Yeah, that was really well done by Anton.
And then the second game just going completely.
Yeah. So what happened here? This is the first mistake.
I think he got stuck under the Crone Baler.
Yeah. So that was the first error.
I think it was very lucky that Crone didn't come along and pick that Baler up because he wouldn't have been able to do anything with that Baler had that happened. And then
we don't know exactly what went down here. Maybe the next scrimmage stream, Surin will be around, and I can ask him what went down there. But yeah, lots of mistakes by LSA in the second round gave Crone a chance to force the third.
I think they tried to set up a Bale-tastic combo or something at the bottom there, and then just couldn't push the Bales in.
Absolutely jam-packed, hard to get in there, yeah.
Yeah, and it just didn't go their way at any point in that second game. 240 points. 100 points of that 240 points was picking up the super drop as well.
Right.
So
without that super drop, they would have had under 200 points.
Or 140 points.
Yeah.
Which you can get, as we know, you can get just by delivering the first Bale.
Turing just got beat to that Baylor at the beginning of the third round too, but they bounced back a lot better. And then this bit, Anton drops them, and he just you know what? I'm going in reverse.
I'm going back.
Cheeky.
I think the reason why losing that Baylor wasn't such a problem is because they already had someone lined up with the Kuhn Baylor.
Right. Yeah.
And there we go. Anton just piling it on, and then it's just this 8-point advantage they have through most of this final game. Just allows them to keep scoring points, and there's no way that Crone can respond to it.
There is a giveaway going on today, guys. Click the Gleam link to enter, and for the first time on the Farming Simulator League, we're giving away a copy of Some game called Farming Simulator 22 you may have heard about.
I haven't heard much about it. I don't think anything was announced about it much this week.
Some people are acting that way, to be fair, but they clearly weren't tuning in to the blog or the live streams. A lot, of course, was announced for Farming Simulator 22, and you have a chance to win it here today during the broadcast. I'm really impressed. So LSA though, they have to play.
Yes.
They have to face Vultra in our first semifinal. We've got 2 more quarterfinals coming up, and then we'll be seeing those 2 square off. LSA better not go in and have a second round like that, or any round like that against Vultra.
Round like that. Yeah. If they play like their third game, I think they've got a chance. But I don't think Vultra will let them have a game like that third game.
Right.
I think they are. I think they're likely to counter that 3 harvester combo, and I think there was a little bit of luck in that last one as well.
All right, here we go.
Because
DJK
of the brain multiplier
versus My Insanity. So DJK, just like LSA, making it here today, and they've already given themselves 30 points on the overall standings. But can they repeat what we just saw from LSA and knock off a team like My Insanity, who are currently 5th overall in the standings? So we had a newcomer team last time around against the 4th place team. Now we have a first-time team making the quarterfinals against the 5th place team here with DJK versus My Insanity. Let's go. The 3rd of our 4 quarterfinals here today. And we're right away into the ban phase. Is this actually the first time a telehandler's been banned? Like, you see those banned a lot, but I don't think it's happened yet today.
Today it's the first time. It's because normally you can push bales right up the right up the conveyor with it. So yeah, this is the first time. Wow!
And there goes the Massey.
DJK banning both.
Yeah, interesting.
Telehandlers. Evidently not wanting My Insanity to use those at all. And we got with the New Holland's been banned along with Case IH.
My Insanity just wanted to disappoint you, I think, and ban the New Holland. All right, now the captain's pick.
Now
Transport
this
Company?
will be telling.
Maybe?
Look
at that.
Transport Company, ideal.
Imagine
The
that.
Transport Company is way too powerful at the moment.
Expect a patch, I would imagine.
Yeah.
For this, because
if
there is only one meta at this rate.
Yeah. If every team is picking the same perk, then
Under Pressure and Archimedes player perks. Willing to bet. Let's see.
I don't know. I wonder if Transport Company is powerful because of Archimedes or Under Pressure.
You definitely see those 2 used in combination, right? Under Pressure allows you to create more bales, basically. Archimedes helps you with unloading grain, so that can help with the multipliers. And then Under Pressure basically just increases the straw intake amount, so you can press more bales in a quicker span of time. The John Deere 6120M, probably the most picked front loader today as well for the stacking of bales. And here we go. All right, our 3rd of our 4 quarterfinals, first of the best of 3. Who do you guys think is coming out on top? Is it going to be DJK Aenfeld? Is it going to be My Insanity? What do you think? Time will tell. Here we go.
And it looks like Jan is heading off to get the baler without any competition. Everybody's pretty much got what they went for. So no disruption at this point.
All right. We have a look at PB there in the John Deere. Luca in the Ideal. His teammate Foley in the Case. Jeppy with the New Holland baler. Jan and Steyer over as close as possible as they can get to the barn. Jan is going to go for a
Nice.
decent first bale bonus here. Let's see what they get.
And with that baler, you can press the bale that much quicker. So can he get over there and get a really high first bale point? Here he goes. 14 minutes on the clock.
It's not going to be a record.
A 128? A
132. That's the highest we've seen today, I think.
That absolutely is the highest.
The record is
by
139.
By about 4 points.
By Vultures Martin, the overall record 139, but today 132, highest we've seen. All right, Jeppy now getting one delivered, so yeah, not terrible. 109. We've seen worse today, that's for sure. But already a decent bit of an advantage. 23 points is the difference to start with. My Insanity in the lead.
That's the number we need to remember when we see what the difference is at the end of this. If there's just 23 points in it, we know it's been won on the first bale. Mindset's now emptying the combine.
Right, Jan bringing the horse over. That was a nice bit of driving there to get around his teammate running the New Holland harvester.
Teams definitely learned that to unload while moving is a bigger advantage now. Every single team now we've seen doing this method.
Right.
Whereas they all used to just park it on the road and unload their harvesters stationary.
Yeah, and there's also the tactic that we saw LSA pull out last time where teams like to do, if they know they can flip the multiplier in their favor, just to take 2 full harvesters over, like closer to the last bit of a round and really flip it in their favor. But, you know, anything you can do to not waste time and keep moving is really important when it comes to the FSL. As we see our first drops, direct delivery and herbicide. So direct delivery allows you to harvest directly onto your multiplier for 90 seconds. So yeah, that would be a nice one.
It's especially useful if you've got a full trailer. And where's he heading off? Is he heading off to dump early grain, or no? He's heading off to empty the combine.
Yeah. So Lucas actually had to stop from the look of it because the ideal is full. And meanwhile, My Insanity has picked up the herbicide drop. So that'll allow them to ignore all weeds on their fields for the next 45 seconds that it still remains. So they'll be able to just harvest a little bit faster and add more grain in at a faster rate too. There is a team perk herbicide that allows you to have that advantage throughout the entire round. It used to be a well-used strategy, but we've not yet seen it today. And I'm not sure if we'll see anything but Transport Company at this point.
There we go.
Jan delivering the grain. They're pretty much going to cancel each other out here, I think. Let's see what happens. The multiplier you can see with the yellow background behind it. But that multiplier affects how many points you can score for bales input via the conveyor belt into the top part of the barn. 2.1, 1.9. There it's even at 2 apiece now. And yep, that's where it's going to stay for the moment.
So again, very much a like for like kind of gameplay coming here.
Hey, see Tony Miff in chat. What's going on, Tony? Hope you're having a good day. Everyone else as well, welcome in to the Farming Simulator League FarmCon 21 tournament. We are in our third of 4 qualifiers here today. DJK Aenfeld versus My Insanity. Already in the semifinals today are Vultra and LSA Esports. Krona and Trelleborg have been knocked out. One of these 2 teams will move on to the semifinals as well. And then we've got one more quarterfinal still to come today.
Now, yeah, hello to the nearly 1.1 thousand people watching.
Oh, nice. Hello,
which
everyone.
is awesome. I think we're 6 viewers short of this at the moment.
There's Jeppy now we're having a look at doing the bailing for DJK. Looked like another stopped harvester there for DJK.
Yeah, it is. Oh, they've got 3 harvesters on the go, and they are doing the stationary unloading.
Interesting. We're 35 seconds away from the 8th minute drops. This is when they start to become a little bit more important. This is Farming Simulator 19. This is the FSL Arena, which you can get for free DLC if you own Farming Simulator 19. Anyone can sign up. Go to the website. You get 3 keys. You redeem it. You download it. It installs on top of your FS19 save. The DLC for the Farm Sim League client is completely free. And you can sign up and give yourself a go. See how you can play. And maybe you'll become the next DJK, Aenfeld, or LSA and make it into the quarterfinals.
Head over to the link I just put in chat. And,
hey, Tony.
And yeah, you can get everything on the FSL from that website there.
Vuk Starry in chat says the camera work is nice. Yeah, shout out to the production team in Germany. They do a great job with the observer mode, switching things around and trying to catch as much of the action as possible.
And also, when we mention something, they are absolutely brilliant at giving us a good view of it as well, which is
100%.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they do a great job with the sound work, the video work, and they make it easy for us. We just have to show up and start talking, and we're pretty good at that, I think. Alex and I.
I hope so.
We're pretty good at talking.
You keep asking me back, which I'm kind of taking as a good sign.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good sign. 132 to 109. Okay, so both teams got the speed up drop, it looks like. So both teams basically just increased their own team's max and work speed for 120 seconds. So was it, 20% for both teams. So for DJK, it's going to last slightly longer because they picked it up later. Mind Sanity flipping the multiplier in their favor, 2.7 to 1.3, but they need to deliver bales and get 27 points per bale to really take advantage of having the multiplier in their favor.
And DJK are about to flip it back the other way. This is a really even match. After the last round, or after the last set of games, I'm kind of, this is a really even match.
Yeah, 10 points in it at the moment. DJK currently off screen, hitting the multiplier at least back to even. Yep. So we're back even on the multiplier. So 20 points for bales into the upper barn, 10 points for the bottom of the barn for both teams as it stands. As now, like 6 minutes to go, and Luca is just now going to get the Anderson loader, but plenty of time. It's interesting that there's not a whole lot of bales between both teams.
It is an interesting thing about this this strategy is it is always a late pickup with that Anderson bale stacker, and I think that's part of the attraction of it. Is you can go out there, you can create as many bales as you want, you can harvest as long as you want, and then in the last 5 minutes you just go and grab that bale stacker and you get bales back as quickly as you can. And getting, they're getting sort of 28 bales back in this last 5 minute period.
Right.
Through doing this method.
By the way, thank you to Carl Lossel in chat. Said VF and Kermit, you guys are doing great. We appreciate it. And we're glad everyone's having fun. 5 minutes to go now. 30-point lead for DJK as it stands. That tutorial video that Chucky put into the chat is a really good way to get a brief rundown of how the FSL works. But in a nutshell, you harvest wheat, you bale the straw, you deliver grain to the silo to increase your multiplier, you deliver bales to the barn to score points. There's also drops 12th, 8th minute, and super drop in the 4th minute. And you can get bonus points if you get 10 bales in a row in any combination. So if you get 10, if you get 15, if you get 20, you get bonus points that way. And you can counter and get bonus points.
And that has just ended the combo that DJK were building.
Ooh, airtime.
A bit
Oh, it didn't drop a single bale. Well done,
that's some good control, that was.
Our super drops are out there now.
Both teams can bail, can wither a single bale. That is actually, with the points this close, that could be quite powerful. 10 points between these teams at the moment. And DJK bringing in a large number of bales, ready to score a whole host of points. Which at this point, I think it is basically going to be just bale for bale. Teams getting really, really good at positioning those bales so there's just that nice little gap between them, making a massive difference. When do we get FS22? November 22nd. And yes, like you, I cannot wait. In the meantime, we've got lots of FSL to come between then and, now and then. I think we have 3 more tournaments between now and then. $442 to $412. DJK are outplaying right now, are completely outplaying my Insanity. This is some really interesting play from the wildcard team. They're continuing to bring in bales all the time. They're doing like for like stuff, and my Insanity do have bales coming in, but there's a really decent amount of bales that DJK are bringing in and keeping themselves ahead. Having said that, curse of the caster, because my Insanity have now just gone ahead. Do DJK have bales coming in on their stacker? Because they could really do that. Could really do with that, because here's a whole load of bales coming in for my Insanity. That's another 12 bales. And here we go. Another 8 bales coming in for DJK.
All right.
Is that enough?
Sorry about that. My headset is dying. Bad timing. I thought I charged it up, but all right.
We got quite a close end.
Minutes
here.
ago. Alex, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me, Kermit? Oh! That's not good! Flipping the bales out. DJK did not need to do that. They tried to take the bales off the bale trailer before they'd fully unloaded, and it just made them flip out and was causing them has caused them problems. My Insanity have gone ahead. And I think my Insanity have now taken the lead and probably going to hold it for the last 30 seconds. It's going to be, DJK have further to get with their bales. Do they have anything more to answer in this last 20 seconds? I'm not sure they do. My Insanity still bringing in bales. Now 100 points between them. My Insanity are doing really, really well. Last 5 seconds, and there's no way that DJK can bring this back. Game goes to my Insanity. Wow. Impressive end there. Just completely turned around. A minute out from that, DJK looked like they were going to win it. And no, just one extra bale delivered by my Insanity, but higher number of points. Absolutely amazing. So there we go. And we have, is this going to go to 3 rounds again, is the question. Playing that well, DJK could very easily take this to a 3rd round. they have, take it to a third round. They are absolutely great at playing Bale for Bale. So I'm excited to see what they bring to this second game. It's I don't know really where to go with it. It was a very, very well matched game that sort of went both ways, sort of yo-yoed between the two. My Insanity were better at getting those last-minute Bales back at the end of it, and that's what kept them in it, and eventually allowed them to overtake DJK to win the round. I was impressed though by DJK's showing. They've got a good strategy. They worked it well, and I think I think they could give My Insanity a run for their money. We could end up with the third set of games going to the best of 3 today as well. I'm not prepared to write off DJK after that showing. In fact, I think they could very easily win this. Both teams had no undelivered Bales. It just came down to a slight difference. And
I think I'm back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear
you. Me?
Yay! Oh, I need a drink.
Well, I guess my headset did not charge when I had it plugged in.
Oh no!
But good thing is I have a backup that just had to plug in directly, but it was scrambling to find it. So My Insanity coming out on top there. You need to catch me up now as well, Alex. How did that last one end?
It was just so My Insanity just kept delivering Bales the whole way through to the end, and it was just that relentless delivery of Bales that won it for them. And neither team had any Bales left on the field. So they both delivered as much as they could, and it just came down to those small times when they had a little bit more of a bonus than the other.
Gotcha.
And they took it on that. They took it based on that. DJK, I absolutely believe could win the next match though. It's not like they were making any major mistakes or anything like that. It just didn't quite go their way.
Right. Yeah, until my headset died there, it looked like it was a really close round, and then I come back and was like, oh, well, I missed it all.
Going back and forth a lot. Good morning, Morpheus Simulations. Welcome along to you, my friend.
Warhead in chat says it sounds funny when the caster calls My Insanity over and over like he is insane.
My insanity. Yeah, it is. The FSL is My Insanity. Oh man, just absolutely crazy. We are currently at the third set of quarterfinals.
Yep. Nailed it.
And it's taking a little bit longer today because everything's going to a third round so far. If DJK take this one, then we will go to another third game.
Keyboard and mouse only currently in the Farming Simulator League, by the way, Carl.
Yes. You used to be able to play with controller, but I've not seen anybody play with a controller for a very long time. I think it kind of dropped off during the Farming Simulator Championship and nobody ended up using it in order to get the best times. Massey Ferguson, 9407S telehandler has been banned first by DJK.
Yeah, we saw both telehandlers banned last time around.
We did. They don't like people using them. New Holland has been banned. No.
Oh, poor virtual farmer.
Poor that's not good.
All right. What's this one going to be? The case is out.
Case Maxim is gone as well. So no change actually in anything that's been banned so far. Is it going to be true for the final ban, or are they going to ban something else?
Here comes the Manitou. Manitou. Yep. There it is. Bye-bye.
So yeah, no change in the equipment that's been banned.
All right. So at the top of the screen, you see 20p. That's the points that each team has to spend. So each team perk that they're picking now, each harvester reserved cost points. And then here in a moment, they'll also be picking player perks and their own individual equipment, which costs points.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen any captain pick that setup that we've just had. Transport company and the ideal combine and no bailer. That has not come up at all today. So
we don't even really have to talk about the team perk and the equipment being picked because it's just the same thing every time. We'll just let it speak for itself at this point.
It really isn't often that we go to an FSL and have every single team pick the same setup on the perks. And in fact, I'm looking at this. Oh, really? Somebody is now having a laugh. That is the Voltra Trelleborg setup that we saw earlier.
Yep, it is indeed. So, Archimedes, by the way, if you're wondering what these perks are, Archimedes allows you to unload basically anything that holds grain 50% faster while that player's operating it. So, Luca for DJK. And Steyer for My Insanity. And then the Under Pressure allows you to, it increases the bale or straw intake amount. So you can just press more bales in a shorter span of time, basically.
Right, here we go. Is anybody going for the same equipment? Oh, yeah, I think we've got a race. Nope, we haven't got a race on for the Kun Baler. That is different. We have got for the ideal, and Luca is just a smidge too slow for that. And I think that's going to be bad because the other harvester near it has gone as well. So he's going to go a very long way to get a harvester now.
Yeah, it's a bad start. And already 2 ideals for My Insanity. Meanwhile, Luca is just out there searching for something. All right, now they have
there we go. He's got
3 harvesters now, actually. But it looks like they might be getting rid of the John Deere. They're going to stick with the Massey. Yeah, so they've got a Massey and they've got the Ideal. We got free Joe Barnes in chat again. Everyone's missing Silver News. He's doing some real life farming this summer. Oh, we're missing our third musketeer today.
He's been enjoying driving his JCB and doing some tedding.
Yeah. I've seen the pictures and stuff. It's been really fun to watch. 127. By the way, when I played recently in the arena, it was up to me to go for first pale points at one point. I was like, oh, I'm going to try to do the nice little drive-by bailing. And then, like, as I'm making the turn, I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not even attempting it. I just pulled around and then backed up and took what I got. But I just wanted to, I took the time to make sure I actually got it in instead of making a fool of myself.
That we just saw that ideal combine do. I've seen almost every single team make that kink while they've been doing this today, while they've been playing this today. Why? Why are they purposefully missing a whole load of stuff? Is it?
Are they going faster or like? Yeah, it's a good question.
They just drive out, miss about half the header's worth of grain, and drive back in.
They've got to have a reason for it. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's a good point.
If it just been one mistake in one game, I could understand it.
Right.
But I've repeatedly seen it done by teams today. So that's really weird. Razzie, this is the Farming Simulator League. It is awesome. You will likely still be here in 3 hours' time.
We definitely will be.
We will.
As we have a look at DJK now. So it ended up being 127 to 95. That was our first bail point difference. So a nice little early lead for My Insanity, who all the pressure is now on DJK here. My Insanity can go on to the semifinals if they win this round. As we see now, Bridges lowered in grain multiplier. That's our first drops. So grain multiplier gives you an increased output when selling grain. So that's at 1.5 times as we're seeing there. And then Bridges lowered. It lowers all bridges for your team for a specific duration, which they all should be down at this point anyway. So not really useful.
Nope. I think it's Geppy. I think that is. Is he going to be going and delivering this, or is he just? I know he's going to go and empty that combine.
There you go.
That ideal will be stopping, or no, that ideal has stopped. In fact. Don't worry about backing up. Just go and
is it Geppy? Is it Jeppy? That's like the is it GIF? Is it GIF debate?
No, it's well, that one I can answer. It's GIF. And I will hear nothing else.
I'm with you on that. I just didn't want to start
is it
the
Geppy
flame
or
there.
Jeffy? It's a good question.
I said Jeppy earlier. You said Geppy. You know, either way works.
Yeah. Well, it depends if he hears me or not.
As we're having a look at Jan from My Insanity now, delivering some grain to the silo. I believe this is being broadcast on YouTube as well. Probably without a chat, though. So we are only looking at Twitch chat.
We are.
And so both teams are actually delivering grain right now. So is there going to be an advantage? No, pretty much even. There we go. Hey, there you go. Chalky's put it in chat now. We also stream to YouTube. There is the link.
Yes. We have a few fewer people watching us over on YouTube. Hello to everybody watching on YouTube. I will say that.
Yeah, hello. All right, so grain multiplier for both teams is come and gone. And pretty much as you were. Still even. Canceling each other out so far. Shout out to Chalky helping us in chat. Chalky's been helping me. I just finished my 4th week already as a full-time employee at Giant Software. I can't believe it's been a month. It's kind of insane.
I was gonna say your first month culminated in FarmCon. What a mad.
What a way to end, yeah. When I first started, they were like, "That's the weirdest start date I've ever seen," but I didn't want to waste any time because I knew FarmCon's right around the corner, and I knew that it would be difficult if I joined, even later on into the process for preparing for FarmCon. So, shout out to Chalky and to Lars, who you see on screen. He's doing the German language broadcast. Lars is the community manager and Chalky community coordinator as well. They've been showing me the ropes and helping me out along the way to get settled in. First of many awesome months ahead, and I've had a blast so far. It's a dream come true for me. It really is. Felden, that's no debate. This is GIF with the G, not GIF with the J. It's an image, not peanut butter brand. No, I mean, I agree with you, but the debate still happens.
What I love, without getting too sidetracked, what I love is the fact that the creator of it says it's GIF, and 90% of the planet ignores him.
That's like me calling football soccer and having to listen to that abuse too. But I guess we won't get into that. We're watching the FSL here. Under 8 minutes to go. It looks like what's that drop there? That is bridges raised that DJK's picked up. So the bridges for My Insanity will now all be raised for the next 120 seconds.
That will disrupt My Insanity a little bit. Makes them have to go all the way around and go over that rather bumpy land bridge.
Right. But the question has to be asked, though, do they even want to go across the bridge right now anyways? Probably
It's
not.
very well. They were loading up bales on the front of the tractors, so it looks like they were
Gotcha.
getting ready to go over there. And and they
Yeah,
are
indeed, there you go.
heading
Yeah.
over there, and they're about to deliver their grain. So it causes them a little bit of trouble getting in position to take advantage of any multiplier they have.
Right. Now both teams again delivering grain. So you can see we're currently focusing on the blue team, DJK Anfeld, and so we see the silhouette basically of My Insanity, who's right there nearby. So both teams basically have like a mirrored map. So they have the same amount of fields to harvest. They have the same locations for the silo and the barn. But yeah, our production team in the studio are the ones in observer mode controlling the cameras and all the action. As we see some points scored there for DJK.
And My Insanity now starting to pick up their bales.
30 seconds remaining on the bridges raised. This one, I mean, too close to call again. This is about the point last round where my headset started to die. And I missed the culmination of the action. Both teams were pretty close about at this point last round. And My Insanity pulled out at the end. Helper B is currently on camera duty, says Felton. You wouldn't be wrong that Helper B actually is working on in the background of the FSL right now. Noah, who played the part.
It's very possible that is true.
Yeah, Noah is always behind the scenes in the FSL working with us.
Yeah.
Nils as well, directly on TeamSpeak.
Yeah.
Shout out to the whole FSL team for the effort they're putting in today.
Points going into DJK heading into the lead, but they do have a bale deficit at the moment.
Well, here comes the bridge down just in time for PB. So we're 40 seconds away from the super drop. DJK into the lead slightly, roughly 30 points. Ooh, PB losing one there. As we're having a look now at Luca gathering some bales on the Anderson loader.
Definite advantage here at the moment to My Insanity. They're about to even. In fact, there they go. Gone into the lead on points. They have more bales on the field as well. This is not looking great going into these last 4 minutes for DJK.
Yep, and here's the super drops now. Let's see if anyone can get them. Lord Baylor. That one's for 2 bales. Looks like maybe both or 2.
That is further than the bales would be to pick up.
Right. Lord Baylor would move a certain amount of bales. That time it was 2 directly next to the barn. But again, not really the most useful super drop when you're using Transport Company and you can just deliver all of them over there easily anyways.
It is so far away from everything that it's just not worth picking up.
That's good feedback, Carl. Maybe the Twitch chat isn't the best place to drop it just because it'll get lost, but definitely see if you can get in the Discord maybe, or drop us a DM, maybe even go to the support page and suggest it that way. But that's a good little bit of feedback to maybe increase the text size of the multiplier grain, bales, and combo. It is kind of small. Might be tough to see, depending on what display you're looking at it on and whatnot. 2:45 to go now, 3:55 to 3:07.
It's a close one again, but bales are still in My Insanity's favor. Although, having said that, DJK putting in a nice number of bales.
Right. And it's going to come down to My Insanity needs to get all 21 of those delivered, or at least close to that amount, to make up the gap, which now it's down to just a minimal margin, 475 to 467. This thing is just going to go back and forth now, the final 2 minutes. Yeah, this is the third of 4 quarterfinal matchups.
Oh,
That one's going to go.
that's not
That
staying.
one's-
That is going.
Or yeah, that's going to hit the
Nah,
top left of the
That's
bar.
going to head off at the top. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
there it goes.
Well, that could be crucial. DJK, there's 1 bale difference right now, and they need it
Mind Sanity back in the lead.
by 12 points. Well, I thought for a second that Steyer was going to put them in the bottom. I was like, wait, why? But it's just
Yeah, don't do that.
a little bit quick on the reversing.
And DJK bringing in more bales now, trying to drop them as quickly as they can. They need to not do what they did last time. They need to wait until they're fully unloaded and then start stacking them in. And Mind Sanity still have more bales.
This might be the closest, like, down to the wire one of the day yet. It's really too tough to call it with a minute to go. It really could go either way.
Bringing in more bales.
Oh,
Both
there's
teams
been an
with
oops.
10 bales.
There's been an oops by my
no.
insanity somewhere. Oh, Steyer into the drink. But will it actually cost them? Didn't see any bales or anything like that.
I'm not sure there's enough time for him to actually get out there and get more bales. Certainly, DJK have gone, no, we've got no more time to use the Anderson.
Yeah.
We'll just grab as many bales we've got and get them in.
This is going to be, like, it'd be interesting to see. Okay, so yeah, my insanity are also stacking bales, so I think they might pull this out because they're able to match them right now at the moment. Bale for bale. It's now almost 100 points. Closed it a bit, but
DJK
Lucas
cannot get bales in.
turned over.
I think it's gone Mind Sanity's way. There's no way there's enough bales left out there. And that is it.
Well, GG to my insanity,
Sanity's
so
take it.
they win in 2 rounds. There won't be a third best of 3 in our 3 quarterfinals so far. So my insanity will move on to the semifinals. And this is the first time today that we've actually not seen an upset from a team lower in the standings beating a team higher up.
1 bale's difference in delivery for 50 odd points. So somewhere. First bale.
Yep, the first
bale
bale was a
won
massive
it.
gap, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was 1 bale not delivered for DJK and first bale, and that's where the points were. That's the points that they left on the field, which is unfortunate. That is a minor unforced error really in both cases.
Right.
Right. It's where they
good job by my insanity.
and
I mean, they've got a massive opportunity today as well. Now that Corona have been knocked out, they could go into 4th place. In fact, they have.
Yeah, they have
with that. No matter what they do going forward, they've secured 50 points. And we'll be right back, everyone, with the 4th quarterfinal of this tournament during FarmCon 21.
All right, hello, welcome back. We're gonna have the recap of that last matchup. My Insanity coming out on top through the first 2 rounds over DJK Anfeld, and then following that, we'll be looking at the fourth and final quarterfinal of the day: Herman versus Lindner. Hope everyone's having a good time out there. I've seen more people discovering the FSL for the first time today, so welcome all of you newcomers and all of you veterans of viewing the FSL as well. Glad everyone's having a good time. Terminator live here alongside Virtual Farmer and Alex. It's been a heck of a tournament so far.
It has. We've seen some really close games. We've seen one game that was the biggest drubbing I think I've ever seen in the FSL. And yeah, actually, I will say that game was the team that lost that then went and beat.
Yeah, it was definitely the biggest
just...
drubbing by a team to advance we've ever seen.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. And like in a best of 3, you can afford to have one round like that as long as you're strong in the other 2. As now we're seeing a recap from that last matchup, My Insanity against DJK Anfeld, who, by the way, nothing to slouch at for DJK, because just by making the quarterfinals, they're now in 11th place joint in the standings. So not moving on is not a huge deal because they've put themselves on the board by even making it this far this weekend.
Yeah.
And look at that, style points there for Foley.
Now this I think is when they tried to take the bales too early and it just flipped.
That's what happens when I step away, huh? Wow.
It was just, absolutely ridiculous.
It's like a cyclone of bales there for a moment.
But the thing is, it was enough to cause them enough delay to lose it, because they couldn't get more they couldn't get more bales into the barn.
Right. And yes, guys, the audio is not desynced when you're seeing the casters on screen. That is Lars and Steven, Redcat. They are doing the German language broadcast, which you can see on twitch.tv/giantsoftwarede, while myself and Virtual Farmer are not on camera, but we are doing the English language broadcast audio. So don't worry, it's not desynced.
I got beaten to it. The chat.
There is a giveaway going on as well. You
is.
have a chance to win a copy for Farming Simulator 22, releasing November 22nd of this year.
Which is looking to be utterly fantastic. Very, very excited to see that coming. Next up, we have Horriman versus Lindner, which is going to be quite a match. Both teams are equal 7th. So this will sort out the middle of the table. One of these teams is going 7th, the other is going 8th.
Right.
And yeah, it all depends on who wins this.
Well, I guess technically, both of these teams have actually jumped John Deere by making it.
I was going to say,
right?
yeah.
So one team is going to go 6th and the other will be 7th. And John Deere is going to be 8th.
Going to 8th.
Wow. John Deere was 3rd like 3 tournaments ago.
It is crazy to have not seen John Deere in the last 2-3 tournaments.
Right.
It's absolutely crazy. John Deere 8,400 are being banned first by Horriman.
John Deere was actually knocked out by this Lindner team in the 4th round yesterday. So Lindner was able to advance over John Deere, and that was a huge moment for them because now they'll jump them in the overall standings.
Horriman, of course, now being a big brand in FS22.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that? You caught that bit of news, huh? Did you?
I did get that.
Some branded buildings for the first time, which is
very
cool.
Impressed with how many placeable buildings we have at the beginning of FS22. I really am. I'm going to be building farms.
Well, I look forward to your build mode how-to video, because if it wasn't for your landscape tool how-to video, I would have been absolutely lost, because it helped me
figure out I was just doing one thing wrong. So shout out to Virtual Farmers Landscape how-to from like the beginning of FS19 when it released. Okay, so look at this. For the first time, we have a team not going with the ideal with Transport Company. Instead, they've decided to reserve the case and a Fent baler. So for the first time today, we've seen something different happen in the team pick phase.
It'll be interesting to see what effect this has, because yeah, that seems like a minor change,
Right.
but of course it's cost them extra points to do it.
Right. Lindner have 2 extra points at this point. So do they even have enough, Herman, to get Archimedes as well? Yeah, that's only 1 point. So they do.
I am a little bit confused. I won't lie by Horman's picks. And in fact, yeah, this is the first time we've seen 2 big tractors picked by both teams.
No Archimedes this time, but they did reserve a baler instead. So
yeah,
the first time we've seen a variation really in tactics today.
This is this is going to be interesting to see what effect this has, and if this is if this works really well against Lindner, and that could be a killer.
Right. I'm interested to see how it plays out for sure. Here we go. All right, this is our final quarterfinal matchup of the day, best of 3. So a team's going to have to win 2 matches to advance to the semifinal here. As it looks
the
like
missing out on the New Holland Harvester.
Lindner just beating them to it. LSA won that one, German dude. Hello. Yeah, that was a huge surprise. They won the first round and then the third round. And then LSA probably doesn't want to talk about what happened in the second round. But they advanced. That's all that matters. Belden says that whole build mode literally blew my mind, VF. That's going to bring so much more to the mod, large forestry and pioneer type maps. Yeah.
Yeah, I also I want to build at least 1 map in FS22.
Yeah, you said that you want to try your hand at the editor a little bit and try to create your own.
The way that FS19 is set up and now FS22 is very much to for a map creator to create a farm, go, this is how I think you should play it, and then the player to come along and go, actually, I want to customize my yard like this. And as me from a map making perspective, I would very much want to see what other people do with any yard that I build and see how they customize it.
That's cool.
And so I want to do a map where the yard is completely customizable. So I hand it over to you and you go, I want my farm to work like this.
There you go. First bail points 121 to 107, by the way. Herman getting the slight advantage. Neo Prince, I thought he was going to do the drive-by bailing, but he took his time and lined it up. It didn't matter because he got there well ahead of Lindner. So a 14-point difference early on. Looks like Neo Prince is going to go for the horse now. 55 seconds away from our first drops in the 12th minute.
Neo Prince going to empty the harvester now. Looks to me like both teams here are concentrating a little more on, well, I was about to say on bale creation than emptying the harvesters, but yeah, that's just not true.
Bad timing there.
It looks like that a minute ago.
Look at all 3 teammates here moving in unison. DeFlo, N805, and Neo Prince. I mean, that's a good bit of teamwork there. Even if they don't win this round, hey, I'm giving them
interesting side effect of that is that they're also not destroying any crop. Which, while there's plenty of crop out here, that does give them extra crop to harvest and turn into bales.
Speed up and bridges raised.
Yeah. Speed up is probably the most useful out of those 2 at this stage.
Especially at this stage, you are correct. But if both teams get it, then it pretty much is just canceling each other out.
I love that we're in the 3rd season of this, and I'm still seeing people come into the chat and go, Farm Sim Esports? What?
I love it. It really is great.
It's awesome. It is.
And I've taken over the Friday scrim streams from Chalky, and we haven't settled on a time that we're going to do it at. But we're going to start doing it at a later time than it used to be done at, just because we're trying to help it grow in the Western Hemisphere as well. And long-term plan would be to hopefully get some tournaments going on in North America. And I wouldn't mind that, because then I could sleep in and still do FSL and not have to wake up at midnight to do it.
I might have a chat with you about that then. I've got an idea.
He's got ideas. Watch out. I would love to see, like, the FSL is still so young when you think of it in, like, the grand scheme of things, right? This is the 3rd season. It's really only been taking place between teams within Europe. So it would be nice to see it as it continues to grow and evolve. Maybe one day, my dream would to see, like, a FSL World Cup type thing where you have continental champions facing off. Like, that would be so cool.
That would be so cool. Continental champions facing off at FarmCon or something like that.
Right, yeah, at some sort of convention, whatever it may be. But that would be so cool to see. And I do think that there's opportunity for it to continue to grow, because it's, as we're just saying, there's still people 3 seasons in discovering it for the first time. And the more that happens, the more people see it and fall in love with it. And the more people that get interested in trying to play it themselves, the more competitions we'll see in the future.
And it's really interesting. In the time that I've been doing this, we've seen interest from Australia, from South Africa, from Asia, from South America, from North America. You know, all over the place. People are going, how do I enter this when I'm not in Europe? And there just is that worldwide interest in this.
Carl, the German language scrimmages are Wednesdays, hosted by Noah on twitch.tv/giantsoftwarede. That's the German language channel. And then the Friday scrims are right here on this channel, hosted by me now, who was Chalky previously, but he's handed the reins over to me. There's the link. Thank you, Virtual Farmer. There's the link for the German channel in chat now. Yeah, take over for scrims at a later time so that Chalky can sleep. Sounds like a win all around. Well, I'm not sure Chalky will, he would stay later on Fridays, but I think he stays up a bit later than like 8, 9 p.m. most nights, if I'm right. But yeah, we're trying to figure out what the right time is going to be. We obviously realize that the player base currently exists in Europe, so we haven't settled on a time yet. We probably should do that, considering it's this Friday coming up. So just be watching out for an announcement on that on our social channels.
Interesting. It is interesting over here on Twitch. A lot of the viewer base over here, though, is American.
Right.
Is what I found.
There's just so many people in this country, for one thing, and a lot of people lurk while they're working and the like. So you do get a lot of viewership, and some full-time streamers as well that stream during the day that are from North America. Like fellow, well, I can't say fellow ambassador anymore. Your fellow ambassador,
My fellow
Red Dirt Ranch.
Yep.
Here we go. Bridges lowered and grain multiplier now. 8th minute drops. The belt has been stopped for Herman, and a 3-1 multiplier advantage currently for Lindner, but you got to deliver bales to take advantage of that. And grain multiplier now for Herman.
They were kind of, and this is the tactic we saw used earlier to great effect.
Yeah. It was LSA, right, that did it.
LSA
in that third round.
Completely mucked up Crone doing this tactic.
Yeah.
And just taking full advantage of that grain multiplier now and sending that multiplier the other way. And it will be very, very difficult for Lindner to counter this. And you can see Lindner are trying to counter this, but watch it go the other way. Because there is just more grain here for them than anything else.
That's a nice little advantage for Lindner, and they can extend it even further if they want to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they'll do that now or wait until they actually have some bales over there. Let's see.
Harriman bringing it back because they have the grain.
Von Hogan, that's a pretty good bit of feedback. It would be kind of hard to do because anyone can take the stream and restream it. I used to do it, and in fact, before I was hired full-time as community coordinator for Giants, like the last tournament, I did the qualifiers and rebroadcast them later in the day so that it was at a different time slot so more people could see it. I didn't watch it. I didn't like see who won or anything, so I treated it as if it were live. But I can't really do that now because I can only work so many hours a week now that I'm a full-time employee. So this day is basically replacing another day for the next week coming up. So unfortunately, I can't do the Saturday scrimmages anymore. But I would encourage everyone to just get involved and do it. And it wouldn't be the worst idea if maybe we could find a list in the future that we could send out at least of a few people, and if we could get multiple languages. And keep in mind, too, that you can get in and try out the FSL client when there's not a scrimmage stream going on as well. There's a couple of Discords out there, so if you join the Farming Simulator League Scrimmage Discord or the Farming Simulator League Discord, these teams that you're seeing now are always looking for chances to practice as well. So there's always people playing games even when it's not being streamed. Drop well. Will drop well. Drop these bells well. We're about to find out. Nice little reversing with the Deutsch Fahr there. I'm going to look now at Neo Prince for Herman doing some bailing.
You can always, of course, with the clean feed and these, you can catch the VODs later here on Twitch.
Yep, you can do that as well.
Okay, it's not a live chat, but if you want to catch up on all of what's been happening, then they are certainly here.
Belden says on the back of that, I'd like to see a semi-official rebroadcast of the clean feed by someone from Giants or the Ambassadors. If not on this Giants own stream here, then at least somewhere. Yeah, I think there's definitely a bit of quality with the qualifiers that maybe we should consider it in the future, but it just comes down to manpower and hours in a work week. When it all gets down to it. All right, super drops are already here, and it is Crazy Tool, and it looks like Herman's going to get it. They do indeed. So Crazy Tool allows you to press bales for a very low amount of straw for 45 seconds, and it was 2 times was the multiplier. So Herman already has a 7 bale advantage, and if they're out there, they can increase this even further now. Yes. Not even sure it's worth it, though, with that amount of bales. Like, are you going to be able to get them all back and delivered with 3.5 to go?
And Prince coming in to create some more bales at this late stage.
That's a great point that Chalky makes. It would be hard for us to vet the streams because you don't know what type of language this person's going to be using as well. And while we don't necessarily, like, you know, if you want to curse on your stream, that's fine. We are a family-friendly game, though, so we have to keep those types of things in mind when it comes to who we promote and who we, you know, host and things like that. So good point made by Chalky.
It's a good question, Carl.
I think we're going to see something happen after this tournament.
Well, yeah, I think it's either going to get nerfed a little bit.
I mean, because there are 5 team perks, but you couldn't tell that by watching the tournament today.
And although we do have a little bit of a change here from Herman. It is.
Yeah, they didn't go with Archimedes. They reserved a baler instead. They've gone with some different equipment. A little bit different. This one's still too close to call at this point. Although I think Herman has it, just because they have a similar amount of bales, but a nice little advantage in points. As we see Zerzurus
losing a bale.
1 fell off.
Yeah. The teams tend to be really good at controlling their bales while going over rough ground these days. So 1 bale falling off is a fairly big thing.
Right. Yeah, again, anyone can take that clean feed and rebroadcast it. So if you want to do it in a different language, if your native language is not English or German, and you want people that speak your language to be exposed to it, I highly encourage you to give it a go next month when the tournament is on again. Because anyone can take that clean feed, just do like a window capture in your streaming software, and put your commentary over it. You can choose to use a camera if you want, or just do audio only. Ooh, a little traffic jam.
Ooh, he's got himself in a position where he's got it half unloaded and can't get it fully folded down.
That's
Don't know
a
if
good
he was
question,
trying to
Northman.
save
Are there
himself
any
from
Norwegian teams? I don't think so. Actually, there is a Norwegian team that's played in the
I was
qualifiers.
about to say something very wrong.
There is a Norwegian team that's played in the qualifiers, but I don't think they've ever made it to the finals.
I was about to say, Belcher's a Norwegian team. No, they're not.
There was actually
Belcher
a team
is
called.
Finnish.
There was actually like a team in the qualifiers when I did one of the broadcasts of the clean feed. It was like Norway Esports or something like that. They had Norway in their name. So we've seen them in the qualifiers before. Thank you, Scottish. We're glad everyone's enjoying themselves. This is the Farming Simulator League Arena. So you download the FSL client. It's PC only. Got to play on a dedicated server. And it looks like Herman's going to take this first of the best of 3. 764 to 715. 774. 882. Ooh, climbing
18.
up at the end.
Herman,
there.
take it.
All right.
Nice victory there for Harman. They played that well. That was a fairly even match. Interesting, Harman doing it without the under pressure.
Look at that. 2 less bales as well, and still coming out on top.
Yeah.
They got the super drop as well, which helped them create a couple of extra bales.
I think it's interesting that they went with a strategy that nobody else has done today, and they won by a decent amount of points.
Yeah, good showing there in the first. So this is best of 3 on Sundays, everyone. And yeah, there is no clean feed on Sundays because Giants does this official broadcast, whereas on Saturday it's just the clean feed. There's no commentary, so that's kind of the solution.
Yeah.
Give plenty of people a chance. Like I did the clean feed, and now look at me. Here I am doing the official tournaments, and now I've been hired full time by Giants. I have even more work to do now.
We are going to go to a second round on this then. Is this going to be our third set of games that go to best of 3? These two teams are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, they showed that last time around. I mean, they're literally even in the standings. So the team that advances here is going to, have a little bit of separation from the other. But yeah, the winner of this one will play My Insanity in the semifinal. We've already got Vulture versus LSA, and then My Insanity awaiting the winner of this one in the semifinals. And yeah, it's been, how long are we in now? We're approaching almost 4 hours.
4 hours
of the stream so far, and it feels to me like it's been an hour and a half. I'm having a blast, even at 15 till 6 a.m. in the morning for me.
Oh man!
At this point, I've been up 6 hours.
Bed after today's stream.
I'm going to the farmer's market after this and getting some Palisade peaches because they're in season now, and that's a popular crop in Colorado. So the first batch of them are coming around, so the farmer's market should have them. So yeah, I'm going to go have a nice fresh peach and refresh myself, I think. I try after these streams to not just go pass out. That's the reason I go to sleep early and wake up, because if I were to just stay up late, I would be absolutely wrecked and I would sleep all day and everything would be completely ruined. So I try my best to stay up as late as possible and not go to sleep or take a nap, because then it just really messes me up even more, I feel like.
Yeah.
But can you jump the moat and steal from the other team? No. So like you can't see... They can see the other team and where they are. They have like a mirrored map basically, but they can't like collide into each other or anything like that. They're just silhouettes when they see each other, in that sense. So no, you can't steal bales from the other team.
You can't even the bottom left like mini map where we see the amount of grain and bales and things like that. That's something that they can't see how many bales or grain their opponents have or what their combos at. So yeah, Herman's got some great team picture.
I was just looking at that and
That's
thinking
pretty
that is just the most awesome set of team picks. Properly leaning into the whole thing. It is excellent.
Yeah, it's already there. What's up, So Spencer, Odwalla Gaming, I saw you when I woke up hanging out in Ghost in the Sims stream, playing Farm Sim, and now hanging out in here. So, yeah, Spencer, you've probably not been to bed yet, though, have you?
Oh.
That's the difference. Hello, Flying Pizza. Hello. What's up, Taz? How you doing?
Hey, Taz. How's it going? So we are in the baddie phase. We've got 2 big tractors being banned by Horman and the CVX and the Fent.
Vulture versus LSA will be the first semifinal. That'll take place after the conclusion of this quarterfinal.
Yeah.
LSA Esports knocked out Krona earlier today, who Krona are 4th in the overall standings. So the first place, second place, and 4th place teams are all out at this point.
Which is, yeah. Again, it's just slightly ridiculous.
Slightly ridiculous, yeah.
Herman have again gone with the same strategy. We're expecting them to not have Under Pressure. Was it last time they didn't go with?
It was Archimedes they didn't go with last time. Yeah. So reserve the Baylor again, like you said. Yeah, so it's probably going to be more of the same here. Yeah, you've not been to bed yet, Spencer. Well, you definitely probably will crash once this ends then. All right, here we have it. And more of the same.
More of the same. So not unloading their harvesters and everything. 50% faster. It's made no difference to them. Amazingly. Yeah.
So you know, I was having a look. Let me do this math real quick, right? No, okay, so never mind. I was wondering if Vulture, if they went and won the whole thing, if they could go second, but they can't. But they can get really close.
Oh yeah,
a lot closer to Cortiva in second.
Completely close that gap. Ooh, Dropwell hitting the barrier before it got fully released. Slowing him down slightly. Looks like none of Horman went to the left at all.
Ooh. Oh, okay. They're good. You see this happen a lot where like teams will just like drive their tractor straight into the equipment that they want. And it usually works out all right in their favor. We did see someone get stuck on a baler earlier, but I thought there was going to be disaster there, but no. They recovered well.
And right up behind, Lintner are grabbing straw as quickly as possible. What is going to be their first bale bonus?
That's Neo Prince has had a long way to drive to get there, but ready to go. I'm going to guess 122.
I was going to say, it's looking like a high 120 for both of them, in fact. Ooh, I don't know, actually.
Let's see if they can get it in.
He's not loading it fast enough.
Ooh, 127.
Still got a 127.
125.
125.
Okay, wow. Nice. Very nice. Lindner, everyone's going for the Trelleborg strategy today. In fact, Vultra did the Trelleborg strategy and knocked Trelleborg out earlier.
That's very true.
It's not really the Trelleborg strategy anymore. It's just the strategy, isn't it?
Trelleborg happened to be the first people we saw use it today. I don't think we could rightly call it the Trelleborg strategy when everybody's doing it.
It's just the meta now. It's the strategy.
You can tell I'm an older gamer because until about a month ago, I didn't know what the meta meant.
That's okay.
Because up until I did these tournaments with you, I had no idea what you meant when you said care wheels. So, oh. Which I've found out that that's actually like the proper translation from the German word is what Chucky was telling me. But you know, we like to take the English language and Americanize it, just about like everything else.
It's like I now. Some British farmers look a little bit weird towards me when I say canola instead of the proper name over here for OSR, which I'm not going to mention on a Twitch stream.
Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna have to ask this question in DMs now.
Well, I'll put it this way: it's not a word I would say. It's not a word I would say on a YouTube. On a YouTube video or a Twitch stream for fear of getting demonetized.
Interesting. So that's very interesting. Speed limit has been picked up by Lindner, so that is going to slow Herman down for 20% of their speed for the next 80 seconds. I would imagine Herman are probably going to want to try to answer that and pick it up as well.
It's a bit like I think Mr. CLP got demonetized on YouTube, or one of his YouTube videos demonetized once for coon, for mentioning the brand coon.
Oh, well, that's a bummer because it's just an unfortunate, it's just an unfortunate thing, probably lost in translation. But that's the name of the brand, so what can you do? Neo Prince taking the Horshogger wagon over now and going to deliver some grain. 10:50 to go. Herman won the first of this best of three, so Lindner have to win this one.
And he's turning around and coming back, wasting a few valuable seconds for that one.
Oh, Spencer's got my back. He's going to DM me this word now. Oh,
let's just call it
that's what you
seed.
guys call it.
Yeah.
Okay, I know then what it is called. I just didn't know that that was the same crop. Like, yeah, I've heard this term before because I've watched I watched the BBC Historical Farm series, which I highly recommend, by the way, if you've never seen it, and more recently Clarkson's Farm as well. So, yeah, I got you. I follow. It was that obvious and just didn't click in my brain.
Yeah, Carl, but it often gets shortened to just the first half of that.
Right. As we're having a look now at Dropwell and the John Deere harvester. Look at that camera shot. It's really nice.
This
to have John
FSL
Deere
match
officially
is
in the game.
absolutely gorgeous.
Did you say the
really
map was?
amazing.
Is that what you said, Alex?
The map, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I love the mountains in the background. It's definitely nice that like there's these little valleys and these dips like we're seeing now as well. It's not just a nice flat landscape. Where the pods are especially, there's a lot of changes in elevation.
It's
Bouchy going
not
for...
quite so easy to see where everything is placed.
Right.
When you first start up, when you first come in, you have to sort of, you've got a little bit of guesswork to where to grab your harvesters and your balers.
There is a German language broadcast going on right now. You can see Red Cat and Lizard10 over there doing the German language broadcast. Or Lizard 10 as he was... His new nickname, Lizard 10, that Chalky started a trend in chat during FarmCon the other day.
Well, actually, a Lizard Tan was...
Yeah, Lizard 10.
Lizard Tan.
He's been Leaker 10 before, but now Lizard 10 is... Yeah, because he's... I guess the joke is that he's leaked something at some point. And without Kenny's help, he would have the other day. Kenny hit the sensor on him and bleeped it out.
Oh, really? I'm intrigued because I thought stuff slipped out. I know nothing would have slipped because it's all pre-recorded. Nothing would have slipped out that wasn't deemed this can slip out. But yeah.
Right.
Oh wow. I am so intrigued.
CHXWC. I've played Farm Sim for years. Didn't know what to think when I saw this, but I'm hooked. We hear that a lot, and I'm glad to hear it. Bale multiplier and bridges lowered. Now the 8th minute drops.
Oh, I'm a realism player, and I love this.
Right.
This is about as far from realistic as you can get. But
The way I see it is like, it is a very good opportunity for someone that maybe doesn't have 3-4 hours a night to spend playing regular farming simulator. Instead, play the FSL if you want, and you can get, 15, 30 minutes, like each round is 15 minutes. So you can play it for less than an hour and get several rounds in if you want.
And we've got. I read that I'm gonna get. The Bale multiplier is not massively worth it at the moment. I don't think. I just realised. I'm wondering why are we focusing on the Bale multiplier and the power ups? And it's because my feed is frozen.
Yes, we're good now. We're back. As
We're
we have a
back.
look at Neo Prince. 127 to 125, so it's just the first Bale point still at this point. Herman currently off screen is delivering grain at the silo, so they're upping their multiplier. If you look at the top of the screen near the time, that number with the yellow behind it, that's the current team's multipliers. You can get it as high as 3 and your opponent's as low as 1. And you do that by delivering grain to the silo. And then that affects,
Herman
so right now Herman
taking full advantage of this.
Right. So they've got a 2.5 multiplier, which now it's switching. But if they had got a Bale in with it at 2.5, that's 25 points. So 5 extra points than you would get with a normal 2-time multiplier.
This is not going well for Lindner. What? Why? This is some serious time wasting.
This looks like something I did
This
during
looks,
the scrims.
yeah, this has gone
honest.
wrong.
Yeah.
This has gone really wrong for Lindner right now.
And they can't afford to make these mistakes because they have to win this to force the third.
Oh, that's barely on the front of that tractor, that is.
By the way, guys, if you're maybe looking for help on playing Farming Simulator or the Farming Simulator League or whatever it may be, maybe you need some advice from your fellow players, or if you're a modder and you want some advice from your fellow modders, I highly encourage you all to join the official Farming Simulator Discord, because we have channels in there, players helping players, modders helping modders. There's also a section where you can look for players to play multiplayer with as well. So if you're not in the official Farming Simulator Discord, I highly recommend that you join it. And I'll put the link in chat now.
Flo is heading back out to grab some more bales. Xerxes is bringing a load in.
One day Lord Baylor will pass his judgment on you all, says the public universal friend. We might see that super drop again, which we're 20-ish seconds away from our super drop of this one. 248 to 127.
It's a useful super drop. Oh, that didn't work.
Was Xerxes trying to launch that into the top by doing that?
Yeah, he was trying to do the
Trelleborg toss, as we call it. But
that wasn't good either. That's not good. Knocking that bale with the tractor completely out of reach. And the super drop has spawned.
Especially because Chalky is a Lindner fan. It's pretty funny that you say that. Lindner, what are you doing? Did you see that clip of me making a fool of myself, Alex? From the scrimmage stream? Yes. Herminator, what are you doing? It looks like Herman... Wait, he jumped out too fast there. Did you see that?
I tried. I believe I tried to start a hashtag after that.
Oh, you did, huh? So yeah, Bale Withering was just picked up. Was that Herman that picked it up? I think so. So that destroyed, I think it was 1 bale.
Yeah, and you can see the hole here, in fact.
What's the goal here? The goal, basically, like a stripped down, easy way to explain it is you harvest wheat
you bale the straw, you deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, and then the multiplier affects how many points you get for bales put into the upper part. So really the main aim is to deliver bales to score points, but there's a lot more to it than that as well. I would recommend watching the tutorial or just staying tuned. Here, you can also go to the website and check out the stat sheet and the rule book and the like if you want to, if you're more of like a reader for getting your information. But the tutorial video is a great way to get a little quick overview of how it works too.
At the very basic level, the idea is to cut wheat, make straw, create bales, deliver bales, score points. How many points you score is based on what your multiplier is. So at the top of the screen, you can see that each team has a 1.9 and a 2.1 multiplier. So the bales are worth 10 points multiplied by that multiplier in the top.
533 to 421 at the moment. You have 15 minutes per round. Simon, just saw your question in chat.
Horriman have the upper hand, although they've delivered more bales basically,
Right.
which is why they seem to be worse off with the number of bales, but they've delivered more bales, so they're being more efficient at that. Oh, that was close. He very nearly had a problem there. This is down to can Lintner get these bales in? It's 150 point difference. Ish. And Horriman have bales. The Flow is doing a fantastic job at stacking here.
Really nicely done. And with this John Deere is, I think, really just the favored stacker when it comes to the FSL. If it's not banned, you can bet on it being partnered with the transport company. Team Perk.
It's really interesting. Earlier in the season, both of these little tractors were completely ignored, and now we see almost every single team using one or the other of them.
All right, 30 seconds to go. It was almost 200 points there briefly. Herman in the lead.
And Lintner desperately bringing in as many bales as they can find on the field.
I mean, they had the bales. The problem was they've left it too late to bring them in. So
yeah,
it's not going to make the difference.
The Flow sticking a bale in the bottom.
So Herman are going to advance. They'll play Mind Sanity in the semifinal from the look of it.
I was going to say
3,
it's close
2,
to
1. Yeah, they closed the gap a bit at the end. But just too many outstanding bales out there. So Herman will move on. So 31 to 35, 4 undelivered. So yeah, they could have had the same amount. That would have been enough as well, wouldn't it? So
yeah,
needed to get all those bales delivered. They ran out of time though.
Not getting the bales back fast enough is what cost them the match. But yeah, really good match. Both teams, again, still fairly even. Just some mistakes from Lintner that if they could clean up, I think that they'd be able to win on. But Herman go through to the next round.
Yeah, here's the look at the bracket.
That is the semifinals.
Vulture versus LSA Esports, who made it to the not only made it to the quarterfinals for the first time, they've gone on to the semifinals, and now an absolute monumental task for them, going up against the third place team, Vulture. And then we've got My Insanity against Herman as well. So if Herman can beat My Insanity and advance, then they're going to be level on points at the very least from the look of it, if I'm doing my math right. So a lot of movement is happening within the overall season standings today, Alex.
Absolutely, and it's really interesting seeing things how they're moving. John Deere are really going to have to make it through to these finals next time. Otherwise, they're just going to disappear towards the bottom of the table. And the teams around them are just doing better and better all the time.
Thanks for answering that question in chat, Felden. By the way, we'll be right back after this break, guys, with more. See you in a moment.
See you in a bit.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't want to do.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at semi-final time. We're going to have a little bit of a replay from the last quarterfinal where Horriman beat Linda to make it through into the semi-finals, where they will face My Insanity. It's been a fantastic game so far. We've seen everything from really close stuff to absolute drubbings, and it's been brilliant. I'm looking forward to these two semi-final matches.
I am too.
Yes, sorry, I should have let you come in there.
all good. I had to step away there for a moment. I had to fill up my water and the like, so I was just letting you run with it.
I was just rambling on.
I mean, these tournaments go on a long time, so every chance we get to, I'm sprinting to get more water, to get a snack, to use the bathroom.
Unfortunate. Well, my part of the house, we had it rebuilt recently, and the toilet's right next to me. So it's as in the next door room, not actually in my studio. Before anybody gets any ideas,
here's the replays now.
Ultimate
of that last one. Nice little bit of teamwork we're seeing again by Herman.
Yeah,
teamwork really important in the FSL. Often makes the difference at the end of the day. A little bit of airtime for Zerzers. That's where Zerzers lost a bale off of the front of the Lindner. And by the way, Titch and Co, I am doing well as well. Thank you very much for asking in chat.
That's why he started raising that with the idea that he was going to go across the bridge.
Oh, and then crashed into the bridge and Prince, Neo Prince, right back into that.
And the bridge was still up, and that was the trouble.
It's not out of sync, by the way, guys, as chat will be helping you with the little info as well. You are seeing the German casters on screen. You're hearing myself and Virtual Farmer do the English language broadcast, so don't worry. You beat me to it, Alex. I was just about to type it in. Dropwell, getting stuck all over the place.
A lot of problems there. There we are. And then, yeah, 771 to 693. And it's just a few last points coming in there in that last match, but it wasn't quite enough to get Lintner through.
Did you just get a Portaloo installed in your
No,
office?
I didn't. It literally is the next door room. Although I will say, during the last break, I was really, really worried I hadn't muted my mic.
Guys, go click on that giveaway link, by the way. We'll be drawing a winner in 3 hours for a copy of Farming Simulator 22. So click the gleam.io link. Go enter. You can enter it several different ways and get extra entries if you would like. And yeah, you could win a copy of Farming Simulator 22 coming out later this year, November 22nd. We see the bracket on screen now. So Vultra versus LSA will be our first semifinal, followed by My Insanity versus Herman. So that's what's at stake. The points, the number next to each team is how many points they currently have in the overall season standing. So you can see Vulture, they're in third place, 240. LSA are going to score their first points today. They've already got at least, 50 they've secured now? Yeah, by finishing at least third or fourth, they've secured 50 points. If they finish second, they'll get 70, and if they go on and win the whole thing, they'd get 90 points.
If Harman beat My Insanity in this semi-final, I'm pretty sure they're going to go above Crone. Maybe. There's only 40 points between Harman and Crone.
Right.
And Crone have gone out in the semi.
So Crone got
in the
30, so they're technically on 240.
Yeah.
Because they did get at least 30 by making it here to the quarterfinals today. Also, hello, Mr. Backwoods PA, saying hello to both of us. Hello, we're doing well. I'm speaking for Alex, but I know he's doing well too.
Hello,
we can't
Mr.
help but have a good time when we're doing the Farming Simulator League.
I love this. This is awesome.
And Nanonator, yet again, another person discovering the joy of the FSL for the first time. Welcome to all of you newcomers as well.
Welcome, I'm the Beardly one as well. Those are some damn fine emotes you're using there.
Yeah, I think the emotes that channel comes from. Pretty awesome guy, if I'm not mistaken, awesome. Over there. Okay, so Vultra and LSA. So Vultra knocked out Trelleborg. Trelleborg are top of the overall season standings. So that was like the first quarterfinal of the day. We started off this tournament for FarmCon with a bang with those two. And it went to a third round. Vultra were able to advance. Poor New Holland is banned again.
Oh, beautiful blue tractor. This is probably a good thing that there's not a New Holland FSL team.
Chalky just beating me to it there with the German link. Okay, look at this. What do you know? Transport Company and Agco Ideal. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, there we go. Now it will be really interesting to see if LSA can beat Vultra at their own game here.
This is a huge test. But, I mean, they knocked out the fourth place team earlier.
They did.
They did knock out Krona. But now they have to knock off a team that I would argue is the hottest team in the FSL right now, Vultra.
Yeah.
They were runners-up during the last tournament. They're in the semifinal here today. And then 2 tournaments ago, they won the tournament as well. So they have consistently, over the past few tournaments, in my eyes, been the strongest team. So this is a huge test for LSA, making it to a Sunday FSL event for the first time. They're in the semifinal now against the third best team in the league. And they can't afford to have a round like they had in that second round against Vultra. I really don't think they can afford that. Look at this. Vultra have not they've not picked Archimedes this time. They've gone instead with the bigger tractor, I guess, is where they spent the points by picking the Fent 1050. The Fent 1050 has been banned a lot today, to be fair. So it wasn't banned this time.
I kind of wonder if they've watched what Harman did in the last
game. There's a lot to be said about that. Oh, Surin, my mentor in the scrimmage streams, smacking into that one.
I don't think he's going to go for that Baylor, realizing that that's not a good call. But Vultra grabbing that ideal combine, that is perfect for them. I was about to say that's ideal for them.
He should have.
But yeah, that's absolutely perfect start. 2 ideal combines, exactly what they wanted. And look at those going. A little bit slow getting the baler in, though.
This comment in chat that FS22 is just 19 with seasons mod. You clearly did not watch FarmCon, my friend. I would encourage you to go back and watch all of the FarmCon VODs here on our channel or on YouTube, because there were a wealth of features, even some that the community have been asking for, that have been added into the game. So I would argue that is a very inaccurate statement.
I did kind of think after FarmCon we were not going to see anybody comment that, because it was just, I mean, even just looking at the footage from FarmCon, very, very obvious it's not just
Ooh, 129, okay.
That is awesome.
That's, I mean, for Vultra, that's still 10 shy of their record that Martin set, but, you know, still a good one for today.
Yeah.
What's going on, X-Man? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're having a good one.
And 112, and still a respectable first bale score from LSA. Wow. I'm impressed. Having if you've watched all the FarmCon and you still think it's FS19 season.
All right, we're having a look at Monty and Martin. Now we're looking at Surin running the ideal harvester for LSA. LSA, I mean, even if they don't advance here, they've given themselves 50 points, which is going to put them into 11th place. Sole possession of 11th place. So they've gone from not being on the leaderboard to being sole possession of 11th place. So no matter what happens against Vulture here, they can be really proud of their achievements. But this is a great test for them to see how you know, improved they really are.
Yeah, how far up this leaderboard can they get themselves today? It's I mean,
if they go on and win the whole thing, they could be joint 10th with Bednar, but that's the best they can hope for.
Yeah. So yeah, they're gonna be sitting at 11th, which is still impressive off just a single appearance in the finals.
Yeah. Northman says, building a time machine to travel to 22nd November. The best comment I saw was in the Discord, like after FarmCon day 1 or 2, and someone was like, I just want time to be here. Like, I want November 22nd to be here already. And then someone said, hold on, switching time scale to 120 at 120 times. If only we could do that in real life and speed up November 22nd. But I promise you that it'll be worth the wait, because we at Giants are still working on improving it even more. And you guys haven't even seen everything yet. So if you're already excited, there's even more reason to still be excited.
I'm insanely excited, and I know there's still more to come.
Right.
That's the thing. It's that it hasn't all been revealed yet. And both teams rushing. Which one's Martin going to go for? Grain multiplier. Yep, both teams grabbing that.
I think Chalky, though, he announced the biggest bit of secret news during an FSL scrim stream when he confirmed that wheat will be in Farming Simulator 22. Do not worry, everybody. Wheat will be in Farming Simulator 22.
I got excited by strawberries.
Oh, right?
Awesome that strawberries are in the game.
Strawberries and tomatoes, and I want to know if he meant lettuce when he said salad. I want to know what that's about.
Yeah, it's, I think it's lettuce.
We'll figure that out as we go along.
That would be my
either that or he gave something away by saying salad basically, and there's actually going to be more than just lettuce that you can then put into a production chain or something. But that's just pure speculation. Look, I work for Giants now, and I'm still speculating. But I was finding out a lot of stuff at the same time that all of you were by watching FarmCon. So I don't know all the secrets yet.
I would say what I've said to anybody who's brought up dynamic terrain in spin tires for why saying farm sim should have it. Dynamic terrain in games like that, A, is only ever applied to a very small part of the map, and B, it resets every time you load the game. Two things that farm sim cannot do if you want it to still be playable.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's. I am not surprised dynamic terrain is not a thing in Farm Sim, because the amount of information that you would have to store every time for it would be immense. And the games that people always bring up as examples that have it don't, always reset their dynamic terrain when they reload.
Right. It's a very good point you've made, and very nicely put. Titch & Co. says, I got excited by cake. I know a lot of people were excited by that as well. That's, of course, where the strawberries were revealed, and then they had to spill more because they teased everyone with that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We're going to be able to have our cake.
And eat it too?
Maybe
we don't know that yet. We don't know that yet.
This is not FS22. This is based on FS19.
You can have your cake. Still to be confirmed whether you can or cannot eat it too.
I am looking forward to the AI information, because many sharp-eyed people saw the off-field AI helper menu help menu item, and there are lots of theories as to what it is, and I'm looking forward to it.
I tuned into one of your streams because you were one of the people restreaming FarmCon live, and I tuned in like towards it was after one of the days ended. I think it was day 2, and you were like zoomed in trying to check out the license plates, and I love seeing the community out there, like the eagle-eyed FS community, trying to find all the hidden secrets in the background and the like. Looks like Anton's gonna go for speed up here for LSA, as we're at the 8-minute drops there.
A massive thanks to you guys at Giants for putting the videos up on YouTube almost immediately after the stream, because trying to find it in the live stream going backwards and forwards a real pain, but having those nice little self-contained videos where I can then bring that up and go, and it's this bit, and screenshot it was perfect.
Yeah. I'm excited. Like, I didn't even hear the sound improvements until everyone saw it live on FarmCon, but Lars did tell me like it was his favorite thing, and I was like, okay, well, I'm looking forward to this now.
Yeah, they are insanely good. We've got lots of grain being delivered at the moment, and it looks like Vultra are trying to even things up, because LSA are once again doing their setup where they deliver a lot of grain at once, which is wonderfully disruptive.
LSA are giving themselves every chance here. Like, we saw it earlier when they knocked out Corona. Like, they had a really decent first round. They weren't maybe as good on the execution, but they hung around and then were able to get the bonus points late on to make the difference in that one. Second round, let's write that one off. And then third round, again, like early on, they were trailing, but they stayed close enough to give themselves a chance at the end. And they just need to keep doing that against Vulture. They can't allow those same mistakes to creep in. They can't allow Vulture to get out to a commanding lead. As long as they're close, anything can happen with the super drop and with the execution of actually getting the bales delivered.
And Vulture are now getting dangerous because they're getting those bales collected off the field. So soon they're going to be, trying to score those points. And it's 20 bales each at the moment, actually. So, in fact, LSA are slightly ahead in their bale collection. Here we go. Vultra getting points on the board. Knowing those early points are a really good idea.
Yeah, Chrono were knocked out by LSA, who you see taking on Vultra in this semifinal at the moment. That was our second, right? That was our second quarterfinal of the day.
Yep.
LSA won basically through a Bale-tastic combo and a Bale-tastic counter that they got. So they got 80 points at the end to win. And then the second round, they made a lot of mistakes early on. Krona just absolutely crushed the second round. But then the third round, they came out, played their strongest of the three, and just were really consistent throughout and executed well. I think me playing scrims with Surin, who is on LSA, I showed him everything not to do. I'd like to take a little bit credit for improving LSA's gameplay. I have nothing to do with it, but I would like to dream at least that me showing him what not to do has made a difference here for LSA today.
And Scotty is doing a great thing of going out, getting bales back, getting them on there, making sure there are as few bales.
Times really bite you in the butt and really flip it in your opponent's favor. You got to make sure that you get them delivered. Most importantly of all, as
There
Monty
we go,
comes
Monty
flying
bringing
over.
in a full trailer.
Super drop,
Lord
and it's
Baylor.
Lord Baylor. So that'll move 2 bales for that one directly next to the barn. There's going to be another one out there on the map as well. It could have a different amount, could be the same. It looks like it's 3, but it's hard to tell from that distance. It might be 2. But neither team looking super interested in going for it. Again, Lord Baylor maybe not the most useful super drop when you're already using Transport Company and have the Anderson loader to bring multiple bales over to the barn at one time.
And there we go. Scotty bringing them in, scoring more points for Vultra. And he's been such an impressive stacker today. Such precision in everything he's done.
That
Look at
Vultra
that.
are a really good team as far as like they know their role and what to do. Martin, really strong, arguably holds the record, so maybe not even arguably, maybe actually the best first bale deliverer in the FSL. Got the record to show it at least.
Vultra have just picked up a bale-tastic.
Oh, nice. So we missed that going on. Good thing you caught
they've
it. So
got
that's a good moment. 50 bonus points for Vultra, already with the lead.
500 to 242.
But yeah, Scotty's
This is,
super strong at stacking the bales as well. Just nice and smooth and methodical over there, scoring the points. Also, you're welcome for the recap, Rob. You're welcome.
What's the goal? To score more points than the opposing team. You score points by delivering bales. You create bales by harvesting wheat and putting it through a baler, putting the straw through a baler. And you score 10 points for every bale multiplied by the multiplier you can see at the top of the screen in the yellow for your team. You can alter the multiplier by doing things like delivering grain to the sell point. And that is a very quick recap of the FSL.
Also, there's a link in there Chalky put in just a bit ago for the tutorial.
That too.
It'll probably come back around. So if you want to watch that little YouTube video, it's a real quick and easy way to get a brief rundown. Maybe do that in the next break we have, or just mute the stream for a moment, go watch it if you want to understand what's going on a little bit better.
And let's say catching up a little bit at this point. But it's still got a lot of ground to make up.
Right, 1:20 to go. They have 5 extra bales, but the problem is that the gap is so big because Vultra have just delivered their bales better so far. We have a look at Martin now. 1 minute to go, and I'm not sure LSA really are going to be able to close this gap because Vultra are there.
Lovely jump, and he's on his roof.
Lovely jump, but then a not so lovely land.
That's that's a full Monty.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that. I was getting ready to say that. Now at least we can say you don't want to go full Monty in the FSL.
Yeah. Yeah.
In more ways than one. Unfortunately for LSA's
turn
sake,
up and turn him over.
For LSA's sake, they probably would have wished that flip happened a little bit earlier in the round, so that it would slow Vultra down. But
has Scotty gone over there and tipped him back the right? No, Monty is still on his roof.
They drive through the crops because speed is everything, Mr. Backwoods. Like, there's plenty of grain to harvest, so destroying some of it or missing some of it is not something to worry about in the FSL. It's about doing things as quick as possible.
There we go.
You only have 15 minutes in a round to score as many points as you can. So efficiency and accuracy is not something that you should get used to seeing in the FSL. As Vultra take the first of the best of 3 there.
9:59. Vultra have been scoring some impressive games. And that is a really good score as well from LSA, but they're going up against Vultra, and Vultra are just on fire.
Yeah, Vultra are a really tough team to come up against right now. In fact, the only team that's beaten Vultra in the last 3 tournaments is Trelleborg. And that was the last tournament and the final. And Trelleborg are top of the overall standings. So it just shows you how tough Vultra are to come up against right now. But
Yeah.
again, we saw LSA have a really bad round against Krona in the second of the 3, and then they bounced back and had their best round right after that. So they need to really do the same here. They can't afford to show up and have those mistakes, and they've got to find a way to bridge that gap a bit more.
It's going to be interesting, yeah, going into that second round. The trouble is, I don't think LSA made any big errors there.
Right.
It's, they kind of need. I don't know what I don't know what I would suggest to them. Disrupt Vulture a little bit more, maybe.
Right. I'm not sure
to be
what the
only
answer is.
You
I really
kind
don't-
of they kind of need to stop Vulture scoring so many points, as opposed to trying to make themselves score more points.
Well, what they did, like their best round when they were up against Krona was that third round when they were able to control the multiplier. They got 2 harvesters full plus an almost full auger wagon and got them all over to the silo and were able to flip the multiplier in their favor. So they were scoring more points the last 5 minutes or so of that third round. Because of the multiplier being in their favor. So like there's a lot to be said about having the multiplier in your favor early on, but it's a lot better to have it late on when your opponent is not going to want to take the time to deliver the grain, or maybe doesn't have any grain to deliver. So it's all about timing.
Or doesn't have the time to deliver it. Basically, any way you can get that multiplier up when your opponent can't correct it, that is exactly what you want to be doing.
Right, exactly. So we're going to go here shortly to the second, the best of 3, but LSA Esports has to win this one. It looks like Lars and Red Cat are just about ready to have it be sent over to the second round.
So yeah, I think we're in for an interesting second game. LSA have to win it to stay in this, but Vultra are just on fire at the moment. I don't think I've seen a team come up the ranks like this before.
It's been really nice to see because it's added in more of like an overall dynamism. Like it has also given, I think, hope to teams like LSA who are currently playing Vultra that all you got to do is practice, improve, and you can start climbing your way up the ranks. And there's still plenty of tournaments to go. Like we've said, if you start playing now, and you become a pretty solid team, you're not going to get all the way to the top of the standings. But really, for that final tournament, you only need to be in the top 16. And there is opportunities for teams like LSA who are today going to go into at least sole possession of 11th place to get onto the leaderboard and get into that top 16. And there's still opportunities for teams to do that as well. Even if you've not started playing the FSL yet, who knows? Maybe the next best team is waiting out there to be created, and maybe it's you and your buddies. So go to the website and sign up.
The barrier to entry is literally 0. If you get your team, if you get into the final, you get into the top 16 as it stands at the moment, which gets you into the.
And all you need to do is have a copy of Farming Simulator 19. The FSL client is free, so as long as you own FS19, then you can go to the website, sign up, and get the client downloaded. It installs on top of FS19, and you can start playing right away. Here we go, round number 2, and we're into the ban phase.
2.
Yeah, the multiplier can go up to 3. Anywhere from 1 to 3 is the range for the multiplier.
I think you can send it higher if you get the Bale.
If you combine it with the Bale
top.
multiplier, you are correct.
So you could get it up as high as 4.5 doing it that way. But I've not seen anybody ever manage to actually get the combination of those two.
Right. Well, most of the time, the fact that it stays at 2 is these teams are just really good at canceling each other out. When you get into these finals on Sunday, the teams that can make it this far are usually pretty evenly matched. Now we're seeing a newcomer, first timers to make it to a Sunday, of an FSL tournament and LSA against the third place team. But even that last round, LSA held their own really well, and they have every chance in the second to force a third here. So we'll see how it plays out. I'd be willing to bet we're going to see Transport Company picked here in just a moment, just a hunch. And then probably the Ideal Harvester as well. Look at that. Will Vulture go with a Baylor?
I don't think they
Nope.
need to. I think they want to keep the points for the larger tractor is where they're going with that.
You are correct. But the Deutschfahrer has been banned this time, so what are they going to go with instead?
So has the Vultra, actually. So they've
Yeah.
both got to pick a different tractor. I think the Vultra is the least expensive of the big tractors, if I remember correctly.
I can't confirm that, Mr. Backwoods, but I would assume that when FS22 comes out, that the FSL will be next season moved over to FS22.
So, yeah, the Vultra and the Deutschfahrer, the two tractors that have been banned by LSA, are the cheapest two of the heavy tractors.
Interesting. So maybe a good little bit of strategy by them, but it does look like pretty similar, other than maybe just different equipment this time around. So this is our first semifinal of the day. We still have My Insanity versus Herman. That'll be coming up next after this one. One of these teams will advance to the final to take place later.
And away we go. Oh, and one of the tractors was a little bit quick on Vultra's side. Managed to hit the barrier as it's coming out. And it looks like LSA have missed out on the New Holland Harvester.
Martin going for the Fendt Baylor and getting it. Comes Surin down the hill with the John Deere Baylor. All right, how many points is Martin getting on this first bale this round?
So this is the only way I can see that he can, that he can go and get a really early set of points. You know, that 139 is before the combine has even cut a piece of crop.
Right.
To just do that and drive straight down.
This
gonna be
is
really close,
going to be a pretty
actually.
good one as long as he does his usual skill and doesn't miss the drive-by. I wouldn't expect him to, but you never know. Anything could happen. Linux is ready for LSA to go try to match as well as possible on the first bale points. And 130.
130.
So that's the highest we've seen
Impressive
today, I
score.
think, right?
No, we had a 132 by Martin in the quarterfinals.
You are correct. You are correct.
But still, there's the second highest we've had today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in to the Farming Simulator League FarmCon 21 tournament. So 130 to 112 is the first bale point difference.
For an 18-point lead at the moment for Vultra. Hey, B24, welcome along.
Linux and Surin for LSA now. We see him on the fields. Linux running the baler, and Surin was in the Ideal Harvester. I'm going to look at Martin now running the Fendt baler.
He's going to go and get the overloader. Interesting that I think the LSA are bailing their way towards the overloader, whereas Vultra have basically just dropped it and gone to grab the overloader.
Yeah, so the first bale point is based on speed. Basically, the sooner you can get over there, the higher your score is going to be. The actual equation that is for it makes my brain explode a little bit, but to simplify it, it basically does come down to how fast they can get over there and deliver it. So that's why you see the first bale into the bottom barn, because you get the points based on speed. It's not based on the multiplier. After that, you do want to try to get your bales into the upper part of the barn via the conveyor belt, because that is going to score points plus the multiplier. If you go into the bottom barn, it's always going to be 10 points now from now on.
Speed up and speed limit. So either limit the speed of your opponents or speed yourself up by 20% and 20%. Oh, yeah. Easy to counter whatever you pick.
This is the third season, Gora, so still pretty young overall, but it has been going on for longer than most people imagine when they first discover it. But it's still evolving and growing as it goes along as well, since it's still pretty much in its infancy as an esport.
And Vultra, Scotty is having a look at it. He is going to go for speed up to try and get his team with more stuff. And he's going to have to jump that ditch.
Meanwhile, we've gotten so the speed up drop has been picked up by Vultra, and LSA hasn't picked up anything yet.
Ooh, LSA have managed to stop one of their harvesters. Oh, is that on the ground?
Don't do that again, LSA,
Don't
please.
do that. Yeah. And Vultra are first in with the multiplier for the bales. So, are they going to take advantage of this while LSA are still emptying their combine?
We're about to find out, but yeah, Vultra doing a nice job. Now the belt has stopped for LSA 3-1. So that's the highest you can get it. So when you increase your multiplier, it's also simultaneously decreasing your opponent's multiplier, which Linux is now coming in for LSA to try to flip it back before Vultra can take advantage. That's often what happens. This isn't exactly the time that you want the multiplier in your favor. Now, okay, this is interesting, Alex, because LSA seemed to be doing something similar to what they did in that third round that they played so well against Chrono, where they brought the auger wagon to the silo, but they've left it there. So they're going to probably try to fill up 2 harvesters now. They do have 2 ideals, and then they'll take those directly to the silo and enter them, empty them rather, into the auger wagon.
And this is the thing, this is a massively disruptive tactic that we've seen them do before, because it just throws the multiplier even a little bit in their favor, just causes so much issue for their opponents, because they have to then deliver 1 to 2 times as many bales. Sorry, 1 to 2 more bales for every bale that the LSA gets in as well. The quicker they can get that going, though, the better, I think.
Right. They can't waste any time. But the good news is like Vultra has a 3-1 multiplier advantage, but they only have 2 bales outstanding, so they're not going to spend the time to deliver bales right now. As we see Martin take a tumble. Ooh, nicely corrected. Nicely corrected.
He was lucky not to do a full Monty then.
Well, Vantage, welcome. I'm glad you've been able to tune in live for the first time. Welcome to everyone. Hope you're having a good time, whether you have watched the FSL before or if you're brand new to it. Hello to you all.
Yeah, hello and welcome along, Vantage.
I can't be saying, like, I didn't want to steal your catchphrase. Hello and welcome along.
Welcome along.
Martin is really good at Baylor. Like, pretty much the dedicated Baylor for Vultra.
And that big fence tractor on the Fent Baylor helps him move along at a really good speed as well.
There's the first ideal parked up at the silo for LSA.
Which is lowered versus 1 bale drop.
And here comes the second ideal, Surin.
Like clockwork, they are set up.
And Surin as well has the Archimedes perk, so he's going to hop in and control the tractor attached to the horse so that it unloads faster. Now he's going to switch to that ideal. And now back.
And get things running again. And there we go. And now you can see that multiplier just going up in LSA's favor and down against Vultra.
Yeah, so 2.2 to 1.8, plus they have more that they can use if they would like. Vultra do have 30,000 grain, so unlike what Krona didn't have a response at the silo, I think Vultra might be able to respond here with that amount of grain and be able to flip it back. Now, what LSA needs to do is actually get some bales delivered while they have this multiplier advantage.
Yeah. Need to take advantage of this before it flips back the other way.
Ooh, nicely done,
And
Scotty. Nicely done.
Ultra now delivering their
Yes,
grain
so-
and fighting back.
LSA were not able to deliver any bales while they had the advantage. And Vultra have the grain to at least get this back to even here, looks like.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
gonna be
it's close. It should be enough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's enough.
Ultra fully prepared for that.
So I wouldn't expect either team now to deliver any more grain. So the rest of the way, we're at 2 times and 2 times, and Vultra has the advantage. So it might come down to the super drop. It might come down to a Bale-tastic combo or a counter. That could make the difference here.
It's almost like it's almost as if it is a proper esport.
Yeah, well, that's why Feldon put in the little emoji
Yeah.
after it, right? Like,
I know.
Feldon is, by the way, if you see Feldon in chat, very awesome person to have in chat when we're doing these tournaments because he's got some good knowledge about the FSL. So it's not just up to, it's a team effort overall. We've got Chalky and Witchy Bex were in chat moderating for us. We've got producers behind the scenes. We've got you awesome community members in chat too who help people out and point them in the right direction when they're brand new or they're asking this or that. So thanks to all of you for taking part. It's a team effort and it makes it all the better.
Would not be what it is without you guys who are here watching today. So thank you everybody who's joined us.
Like no lie, I've done a bunch of soccer commentary. Sorry, football for those of you like Virtual Farmer. Let's get that out in the air there. I don't want to upset anyone. But I've done a lot of sports broadcasting over the past few years before I got into doing Farming Simulator League commentary. And this is by far the most fun I've ever had doing commentary because of the interaction with the chat and the people live as the stream's going on. So it just makes it better when you have like the whole community taking part and helping out. So yeah, definitely thanks to all of you. As we are 30 seconds away from the super drops in this one. 230 to 192. Surin is bringing a full Anderson loader over to the barn now. So I'm not sure how this one's going to go. What's the super drop going to be? That could determine things. LSA have done a good job.
Not a huge point difference between them at the moment.
And again,
so
LSA,
I'm not expecting the super drop to be a massive game changer at all.
Right. Looks like Bale withering for 1 Bale there and 2 or 3 on the other one. So yeah, 2 and 1. So that basically just does exactly what you would think it would.
That could be pretty strong for LSA to pick up.
Especially the 2 one if they could get it. Right. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately our third musketeer.
That's it. Yeah.
Silver News is doing real life farming. Chalky.
Excellent response.
I was actually laughing at a DM that Chalky sent me. But yeah. Welcome everyone. 3 minutes 10 seconds ago, and look at that. The gap is even smaller now. 290 to 272.
There we go.
No Linux support.
No. I think if you play it through Steam, doesn't Steam have a now have a layer for Linux?
Maybe. You can't. There's no Linux support for FS22, but you can support Linux by cheering on LSA at the moment. Because he is the team captain of LSA Esports.
He is.
I'm looking forward to another facepalm from Feldon on that comment. Surin we're having a look at now. Loading up the Anderson loader again. No time to waste. Needs to get those bales over with just over 2 minutes to go.
It's not a insurmountable gap at the moment for LSA. They just need to get the bales back and get them loaded. They are at a bale deficit over Vultra though.
Right. The problem is that Vultra are also really good at delivering all their bales most of the time. Yeah. So
that and this is kind of showing what effect having that Fent on that Fent baler is having. He is just creating bales faster, and over that 15-minute period, he just creates more bales. And so, yeah, they're able to score more points as a result. And look at this. All these bales coming in now for Vulture. Gonna be hard for LSA to make up this gap.
Yeah, it's going to have to come down to like a bunch of bales falling off or something, and that's not something we're used to seeing from Scotty and Vulture. So the problem is there's a minute to go, and both teams are bringing in their Anderson loader in. I think Vulture is slightly ahead at getting it unloaded, so they're going to have more time to get the bales onto the conveyor belt. So unfortunately for LSA, I mean, anything can still happen, but it looks like their run this weekend might end here.
It would take a mistake from Scotty that we're not used to Scotty doing.
Right.
Right now. And more bales to come in for LSA, because there's a good 150-point gap between these two teams at this point. And more bales coming in for Vulture now.
Ooh, well, that they definitely couldn't afford that one. And then looks like these are going to fall off too.
I think this is, yeah. Oh, wow, another 900-point game from Vulture. That is so impressive.
Ooh, and there goes another one off. Okay, so you know what? LSA, though, hats off to LSA. They made it to the quarterfinals for the first time. They made it to the semifinals for the first time. And they will be in sole possession of 11th place no matter what happens the rest of the way. And like I said, they came up against arguably, if not the hottest team in the FSL right now in Vulture. So nothing to be ashamed of here for LSA. They had a great showing today. So Vulture, the first team to advance to the final, and they'll play the winner of Mind Sanity versus Herman.
Yep. And be looking forward to that one, because that's going to be a good set of teams as well to go. And then, yeah, Vulture versus whoever wins that in the final is going to be pretty big. Vulture seem fairly unstoppable, though, in all fairness.
They seem really strong right now. I mean, like I mentioned it earlier, the only team to beat them in the past, 3 tournaments has been Trelleborg. And Trelleborg are top of this overall standings for a reason. They knocked Trelleborg out this week, so they got past that hurdle early in the quarterfinals. So, yeah, will one of these teams, will Mind Sanity or Herman, be able to beat them? Whoever advances, time will tell. But you know, it has to be kind of a bittersweet day so far for Cortiva, because part of them were probably wanting Vulture to beat Trelleborg, but they probably also wanted Vulture to go out here in the semifinal and not make it to the final, because the more points Vulture get, the gap between second and third gets smaller. But they also didn't want Trelleborg to just go win this whole tournament and go further ahead at the top of the standings. So it's a tough situation.
They kind of needed LSA to beat Vulture in the semis.
They did, yeah. That was probably the best scenario they could hope for. Vulture knock out Trelleborg, and then Vulture to be knocked out in the next round. So,
but it's gonna put Vulture very, very close.
70 points minimum. They could get 90 if they win the final. So at the minimum, 70 points. All right, guys, we're gonna take a short little break, and we'll be right back with the final semifinal and finals. See you shortly.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games now. There's no denying what we want. There's no
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FSL finals at FarmCon. We are on to the final semi-final today, which is My Insanity versus Horman. First, though, we're going to go and take a look back at Vultra versus LSA, which was our last match. Vultra taking it 2-0. A really, really good showing from LSA esports, but Vultra are just unstoppable. They are unbelievable good.
It's really like kind of surprising because when you look at the standings, right, and you look at who LSA played today, they knocked out Krona in the quarterfinals, and Krona are fourth.
Yeah.
They're coming into this weekend. They were only 30 points behind Vultra. Before the last tournament, Vultra was behind them in the standings. But just looking at like the gulf between how well LSA were able to play against Krona versus how easily really Vultra just controlled the matches throughout those 2 rounds is pretty interesting, and I think pretty telling of how strong Vultra really are right now. Because you look at the overall standings coming in, it's only a 30-point advantage over Krona. That's going to grow, obviously, but the points don't really tell the full story with Vultra at the moment.
And yeah, Sorin hitting that barrier as he came out. It's one of those things though where I think looking back on the Crone versus LSA points, there's the full Monty.
There was the full Monty.
Looking back on the Crone versus LSA versus the Vultra versus LSA, LSA looked a weaker team when they beat Crone than they did when they lost to Vultra.
Yeah, they played a lot stronger and still got knocked out after 2 rounds. So that's kind of telling, I think, as well. Good point there, Alex, of how strong Vultra really are at the moment. But, you know, anything could happen. We've got another semifinal coming up. Vultra aren't unbeatable, as we have a look at Anton here.
There we go.
Well done.
It's a good thing that doesn't activate based on when the first bale starts going across it. Otherwise, that'd be big trouble. And there we go. Yeah, 840 to 692 that second game. 850, yeah. Basically, Vultra have just been killing it all day. I think that's their first. I know it was still a 900 game. I don't think Vultra have had a game that's been less than 900 points today.
And that's what they've been doing like really well the past several tournaments, is just scoring a high amount of points, which is obviously a really good thing. Decent strategy to try to score as many points as possible.
The thing is, LSA have both those games. They scored over 800 points. It's not like LSA scored really awful points and Vultra walked all over them. LSA scored over 800 points in both games, and that wasn't enough to win, which just blows my mind.
Yeah. Impressive
Pretty much
indeed, as you say.
Every single tournament before now, 800 points would have won you the tournament. Would have won you every single match you played.
Well, at least Herman advancing means we get to see their awesome team picture again here.
We
see My Insanity versus Herman coming up, the second of our semifinals, and we're into the ban phase.
And what is going to get banned by My Insanity first? No! Why did you have to go break
not
my
what
heart?
you were hoping for, I'm sure. Right off the bat.
Right off the
Poor,
bat.
poor virtual farmer. The New Holland is
Uh,
gone.
The Fed 724 Vario is gone next. Case Puma.
And so both cases.
Yeah. Neither teams particularly like the smaller cases.
Okay, well, if only I had some sort of idea here what might be picked. Ooh, the case harvester though, and a fent baler.
But that is Herman. That is the tactic they've used all day.
Right. So the difference in the ideal, the ideal is 4 points to reserve, and the case is 3. So that gives Herman an extra point to work with, and it costs 2 points to pick the fent baler and reserve it like they did.
The German commentators, Listan is the community manager for Giant Software. And his fellow commentator today, Red Fox, I believe is a content creator.
Red Cat, right?
Red Cat, sorry, not Red Fox.
Different
Red Fox
animal.
is someone else.
You were on the right track. But yeah, he is a
Red
content
Cat
creator as well.
is a content creator.
We can say the same about the English, our broadcast now
actually.
that I've been hired by. This is my first tournament as an official Giants employee. So you have a community coordinator on the broadcast alongside a top-notch content creator on YouTube and Twitch, Virtual Farmer for Farming Simulator.
You are too kind.
Yeah, I don't just throw these things out for the sake of it, though. I truly mean it. And I've watched, before I even really knew you, I watched your videos and they helped me. And then I got to know you through the ambassador program. And I watch your live streams even more when I get a chance. So, yeah, I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. Keep it up, too. You do awesome work. All right, here we go, guys. Herman against my insanity. 15 minutes in this first round.
Is he getting... Oh, yeah, no, he is... Oh, that was insane.
That was super close. Super close.
Oh, man.
That happened to me playing the scrims, and it's so disheartening. You're like, I'm getting this, I'm claiming it, and then just by the slightest margin,
I love that when they got the Fent Baler, even though they guaranteed themselves the Fent Baler. Which is... Why? Why would you do that?
Just to spite your opponents.
Deny the opponent.
Neo Prince headed over to the barn for the first bail points already.
Which is absolutely understandable, Philden. You know, he's got that big Deutz tractor on there. He's not going to worry about the HP, and the pickup isn't going to be a massive problem. So, coming in for some early points, and doing some nice early points. Is he going to reverse up? He doesn't have the flick.
Felden, and we're all very unsure about Chalky's newest co-worker too. 122 to 121, nice, really close on the first bail there.
He will find
Hey, I did find it off of that clip eventually. You just didn't see it in the clip. See, I made that clip myself, and I left out the context because I knew that it would be more entertaining for people to just think that I was completely lost.
Thank you, Jedi Horn.
Wow. That's how you know someone is like, a strong member of your community, is when they wind you up with things like that.
But a fellow Rough Rider, I think.
Yeah, he really means the best, but that's about the best compliment you can get, is when someone winds you up that knows you well enough in your content. All right, Neo Prince grabbing the horse. I like that Deutsch. I mean, obviously, for obvious reasons, I'm a sucker for anything green. It's not easy being green and all that. But I really like the look of that Deutsch Far tractor. It's so nice. I can't wait to see engine sounds
in FS22. I know that I'm excited, and a lot of others are excited about that.
That presentation was just amazing. That was just absolutely incredible. Plus, I got to learn that that wonderful class trailer is in the game from that sound presentation, which I'm very excited about as well. I do just hope, and again, putting ideas out on the official channel in the middle of the stream. I would really like it to be customizable, so I don't have to have the silage sides on it.
There, you heard it here first. As we see, Herbicide and Bale multiplier are our 12th minute drops.
VS wish list for FS22.
Either of these could be useful.
Yeah,
maybe more so like Herbicide right now, just because it would allow you to just get more straw and grain. But be interesting to see what these teams decide to do.
They've got that pretty full. I think Neon Prince is going to go and tip that at this point.
And they did pick up the drop, and they went with Herbicide. My Insanity did. So they've got that for 50 seconds more. So they need to just keep doing what they're doing right now. We see PB harvesting this, so it's ignoring the weeds on the field. It's just going to allow more grain to be collected and more straw to be output as well.
Hello, I'm a commentator, JWA 45.
Felt and Chalky.
Sorry,
that back and
was
forth
a very bad joke. I'm Virtual Farmer. Commentating with me is the fantastic Terminator.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
And
welcome
it's
in.
got to the insanity level of the FSL.
Yeah, not only are we watching my insanity, but you're watching our insanity now as well, as it's coming out. So, the longer these go on, the more amped up and animated we get. Like, we got to keep the energy going.
Yeah.
We're having a blast so far. This is the second semifinal, so right now the first of the best of 3. So we have at least one more round in the semifinals after this. The final to follow, obviously. Vultra currently awaiting the winner of this one in the final, and we've got 9 minutes 40 seconds to go in this first of the best of 3.
And it's very, very even so far. 122 points and 121 points, both off the first fail. So it's it's what these teams are going to do from here.
Neo Prince just going about it, just bailing away. Both teams, I mean, we've yet to see anyone do anything but Transport Company. The fact that this is a semifinal and all these teams have been using it as their tactic so far makes me think that we can expect the same exact thing in the final as well. So the Transport Company team perk, which is the meta now, and the tactic, it spawns an Anderson loader that you can actually get through the Anderson DLC pack if you want to try it out in game and you don't have that DLC. But it spawns that loader near your silo for your team. Ooh, that's a little too wide to get through there like that. Well recovered.
I will say the Anderson pack is a fantastic DLC. I think I use that in pretty much every save game at this point.
It's got a lot of good pieces of equipment that you don't really find anywhere else unless you're going like to the mod hub and downloading mods individually. It adds a lot of really good equipment. One of which, ooh, and again, both teams.
Again, whacking up.
Yeah.
Bonjour, Adele. Thing is, you're French, and I have a limited amount of French.
All right, Bridges lowered and grain multiplier are our 8th minute drops. Grain multiplier probably is what both teams would want to get here at this point. That just increases the output when you sell your grain. So it's hard to see at the moment. What is that? 1.5 times, I think.
1.5 and 125 seconds. That's quite a long.
Bridges lowered. Yeah, that is a long one. There goes Jan now for my Insanity, going for the
Grain multiplier as they positioned to drop grain. No, Herman were, and Herman are immediately dropping grain.
Yeah. That's going to work out for them. Now the thing is, they also need to, well, as we see now, My Insanity were there. We can see the silhouette, so they're delivering grain. But I think Herman have enough here. Well, that was also a harvester for My Insanity. They have 2 harvests, so it's, the same exact thing going on from both teams here.
It's actually, it's been interesting today seeing the tactics of the teams evolve. Because this is something that, was it? I think it was LSA may have done early on that nobody else was doing. Or maybe Horriman were doing it early on that nobody else was doing. And now we've seen in every game since, some teams do what they're doing there.
Right.
Getting it all up to the...
I think it was Herman, wasn't it? I think it was them in the quarterfinals as well.
And it's, so we've seen teams tweaking this strategy as we've gone along and learning from each other on kind of the best way to get it working. That's not going in.
So, My Insanity, I think, scored 1 Bale with an extra point there, but then Herman have done the same thing, and now the multiplier has been flipped back to even 2 times apiece.
In comes PB to collect these 3 bales, get them back, doing what Voltro were doing so effectively last time.
Look at the bale difference bottom left right now for Herman. They've got 11 extra bales out there.
Wow. How have they got that many more bales?
Hey, it's a really good question.
With the same level of points.
Yeah, I don't really know, but it could pay off for them if they can get them all delivered. 5 minutes to go. Nice little advantage. I'm not sure that My Insanity is going to be able to create that many more bales in that amount of time. And I'm not sure the lead is big enough either for My Insanity if all of the bales for both teams are delivered at this point. So it's going to come down maybe to the super drop or a mistake to potentially flip things.
Yeah, that's...
Hello, Anti-Venom, and welcome. We're glad you discovered the FSL.
And hello, Iron 5200 as well.
We'll look at Steyer now. Okay, so the super drop's just seconds away. Looks like they're on the outer edges of the map. Kind of like in the middle of the map on the western and eastern side.
Where is Neon Prince heading? Ah, we're about to have...
Neon Prince is going to get lucky here, too. And the drop is right over there. Lord Baylor for 2 bales. So Lord Baylor
and he's in the right place. They've
boom.
So. They actually could do that because they've got so many extra bales that they need to get them back.
So that moved 2 bales directly next to the barn.
That moved 2 bales directly next to the barn, which is just, that helps so much.
And they're into the lead now too. So My Insanity lost the lead, and the bale amount has evened out a bit now. But the problem is that Herman have now gone ahead in the points as well. But 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and My Insanity already has the Anderson loader full and is dropping it off at the barn, whereas Herman are still out in the field with it. So it could come down to if they can get them all.
Do Herman already have a set of bales delivered?
Very good question. I don't know. They only have 19 outstanding, so that makes me think that maybe there's a few.
No, they are. They are loading bales in, so they have already delivered an Anderson's worth of bales.
Wow, impressive.
Yeah,
very impressive.
This is their second lot coming in. Ooh, that's gonna be tight.
Ooh, you squeezed through at the right moment there. Wow.
So yeah, that's 100-point difference.
So it's going to come down then, like, My Insanity has to hope these start falling off for Herman.
Yeah.
In this round. If DeFlo here can just continue to do exactly what they're doing now, then Herman are going to win this first round.
You
but
need
it
to
is
take
so
deep
close.
breaths.
Yeah, take plenty of time. They've given themselves plenty of time here. 2 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but more than enough time for an experienced stacker to get all of those delivered. Meanwhile, Mind Sanity's back out, hoping they can get another set of bales in. They're going to have to decide, though, when is enough. And crucial seconds ticking off there as that one was missed on the pickup by Steyer.
Costing valuable seconds.
It's not earning money, it's scoring points by delivering bales. You get more based off your multiplier, which you see with the yellow behind it. That's their multiplier. So basically, harvest the wheat, bale the straw, deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, and deliver the bales to score points. That's it in a nutshell. I like Sonic's description in chat as well. Plant, harvest, Duncan, barn for points. I like it. This is really close, though. 563 to 582. Ooh.
And he's across.
Oh, he's starting to unload it, too. Like, on the move here.
There are enough bales here for my insanity to take this.
Yeah, and they're getting theirs emptied slightly before Herman. So
this is going to be close.
This might be the closest, like, finish we've had all day, really.
Oh... They don't want to be catching those. They need to... 48 seconds, 6 bales, 623 to 662.
Yeah,
this is going to be insanely close.
It's going to look at that 1 point lead for My Insanity. It's about to go even higher with those two. 703 to 662. 30 seconds remaining.
Oh,
this is going to be 40 points there. 1 point difference. They're going to go ahead by 19 now.
20
they put one in the bottom.
Enough time for these to go up.
Oh my gosh, it's a 1 point lead. It's going to come down if they get all of their bales delivered or not.
Every single bale. And that bale on the ground is...
Oh my goodness, 782 to 763, 792 to 773.
Yes.
It got even closer at the very end, but Herman still come out on top. Wow.
Wow.
That was a great finish. I'm hoping for more of the same in the second of this best of 3 here. But yeah, Herman takes the first one.
Two extra bales from Herman.
And Herman did get the Lord Baylor, which put 2 of them over, and that was the difference. Was 2 delivered. So wow, cool.
And Herman still managed to produce so many more bales, despite the fact they didn't have herbicide.
Yeah.
How at one point were they many bales ahead?
I don't know, but they just had so many bales early on. Like, they had a massive bale advantage there for a while. That was wild.
So, My Insanity, a bit of an uphill struggle now for the second game of this. Need to come back, win this second game if they are to stay in these finals. Quite a round, that one. Really well matched teams, those two.
Yeah, 100%. Very close.
Am I right in thinking if Herman win this? Yeah, Herman win this, they will replace My Insanity at 5th.
Yeah,
because there's only 20 points between the two teams at the moment.
Right, and they would get 20. Well, they would be level with them unless they win the final, right?
It's only 20 points between.
And they would get 20 points more if they beat them.
So yeah, no, they'd be equal 5th.
Yeah. And now if they go on and win the whole thing, they would jump above them. But yeah, it's a lot of like changing going on in the standings today, which is a good thing overall for the FSL. Like, the top 2 spots are not going to change today, but Vulture have a chance to close the gap to Cortiva and Trelleborg in 2nd and 1st respectively. A team like My Insanity, if they can bounce back, they could go up above Krona into 4th place. If Herman win, like you said, they'll be joint 5th. We've seen teams get points and put themselves into the standings just by making it to today. So, wow. It has been an awesome day of FSL, and we still have at least 3 more rounds, if not more, to go between this semifinal and the final.
I honestly, at this point, I can't predict much other than Vulture on fire. It's Harman have a really good set of tactics, but and so do my Insanity. But at the moment, I would say on balance, I'm expecting Harman to go through,
Right.
based on that last round. They still only scored about 800. Only scored about 812 points. Vulture have not scored less than 900.
Yeah, Vulture have been tearing it up. Here we go now. Round 2. And also, Antivenom, happy to hear you've pre-ordered on PS5. Glad you're excited for FS22.
Fantastic.
Well, it wasn't the New Holland first out the gate band this time, but
No.
maybe it was my
But
Insanity
then my
that did that last time.
I've been the ones spamming, yeah.
Oh, okay. Deutsch.
Oh, the Deutz is gone.
Out of here, Deutz.
That did serve Herman really well last time, though.
Yeah, it really did. So a good bit of strategy there by my Insanity. The Vulture S374 is gone as well.
That's the too cheap big tractors gone. So they're trying to force Herman to spend more points.
Oh, look at the New Holland is in play.
Yay!
Virtual Farmer.
It's not going to get picked.
Probably not. Probably not. There is a giveaway going on today, everyone. As a reminder, click on the Gleam link in chat. Go enter it. I think that there's how much time's left? Still, it says 2 hours left. Go enter it. We are giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 22. If you win, you'll be able to redeem it when it releases on November 22nd.
Feldin knows me so well.
Thank you, by the way,
Right.
Ashley in chat as well, being super helpful and answering people's questions. Like Chalky is moderating chat and doing the best that he can out there, but all the help from the community is highly appreciated, and we love having you all in chat interacting with us. Both captains going with the Steyr 41-45. Interesting.
FS22 is out on the 22nd of November this year, Jawar.
There you have it.
Both teams going for the Fent.
So the only
not much
difference here, and Herman has been doing a great job, as you said, like they reserved the Baylor instead of picking up Archimedes, and it's worked for them so far.
I'm not quite sure why Herman didn't go for Archimedes. They
Right.
had points available and they didn't go for Archimedes.
Did they have points, or was it just
Well, they
the
must
fact that it didn't
have,
update
because
fast?
both teams had an identical setup, except for my Insanity picking Archimedes. So it's,
Well, Herman
it's a...
reserved the Baylor. That's the difference.
Oh,
the fact
that's
they've
the
been going
difference.
with.
That's true.
Oof, that John Deere is all over the place. Crashed the John Deere, and it wasn't even worth it in the end. Got beat to reserving the piece of equipment. All right, so this is a must-win round for my Insanity, or Herman goes into the final. Vulture awaiting the winner of this in the final today. This is the Farming Simulator League. Flight Hawk,
I was going to say, it is awesome. Enjoy.
Thanks, Feldin, for putting the giveaway link in chat. Much appreciated.
So,
A guilty pleasure.
Herman,
I like that response. What is this? A guilty pleasure.
Oh no, he's already got. I'm wondering, why is he driving past the combines? He's got no straw in that. Yes, he has. There's a bale in that baler. That's why he's heading to the barn.
Jan coming in for some first. Ooh, 133.
133.
That's our new high today,
highest
isn't it?
first bale today.
Wow. Neo
Cracking
Prince.
play there from my Insanity.
121. Okay, well, that's a good start for my Insanity. Something they needed to do early on. We're going to see this now. This little the flow goes for a ride here.
Although, in all fairness, both tractors went
Both
over.
tractors flipped. Yeah,
we
you can see the
just didn't
silhouette
see the
of
other one
my
because he
Insanity.
jumped out of it.
This is round 2 of the best of 3 of this semifinal. You can actually see that, if you're ever wondering, on your screen underneath the team name. There's a couple of rectangles. You see Herman on the right-hand side, top right, has that one colored in. That means they won they won a round, basically. They won the first round. So you can see Mind Sanity doesn't have either of theirs colored in. So that kind of gives you a good way of reference of where we are in the best of 3. So always can have a look up there if you're wondering as well.
It's because Cortiva didn't make it through to the finals today. Eugene Creel always, Rablix always picks the New Holland.
The man on the TV found me funny. I love it.
And again, in fact.
The thing I love as
Hey.
well about, like the Farming Simulator as a game is a very chill game. And, the FSL is a lot more intense. It's obviously more about speed than precision and the like. But even though this is a competitive esport, I still love the feel of the community that watches it. Like it still doesn't have that same toxicity you can get with like a competitive shooter and the like. You'll find as well that, like, of course these teams want to win and they're competitive against each other, but a lot of them seem to get along really well, and everyone's willing to help out and try to just, do scrimmages and training even when there isn't a stream to help each other get better. So I would highly recommend, if you want to give playing in the FSL a try, to just give it a try. There's no way to do it but then to just start and give it a try. Look for people to practice against. Join our scrimmage streams Wednesdays on the German channel, which will be linked in chat, I'm sure, shortly. In fact, I'm going to type it in as I'm saying that. So Wednesdays, Noah hosts a scrimmage stream on the German channel, and now Fridays on this channel, I host a scrimmage stream that I've taken over from Chalky recently. We'll be adjusting the start time for that coming up this Friday. Not exactly sure on the time yet. We've not nailed that down, but plenty of chances to get involved.
Thomas, they don't use a steering wheel in this. No, it is all mouse and keyboard.
And that may
It
or may
used
not
to
change
be-
at some point. Because
I was going to say, it used to be you could use a controller, but most teams just never used a controller as a result.
Right. Well, and I think the important thing to think about, too, is that there's no barrier of entry other than owning FS19 at this point. Like, you get the FSL client for free, and then not requiring like a steering wheel to be used allows anyone with a PC, a copy of FS19, to get in and start taking part. So level playing field as well, obviously, but also no extra barrier cost of entry because you need a steering wheel or this or that. So more people can take place.
And there we go. 805 coming up to the top end of the field. Both teams with a really large amount of grain at this point. Nearly 50,000 litres each.
Why do they use tractors, not something faster like Lamborghini? Well, this is the
Seen
Farming
Clarkson's
Simulator
farm.
League. Yeah, Lamborghini tractors do exist. To be fair,
They are not faster than other ones necessarily.
Yeah, mouse and keyboard only.
Yeah.
This season, at least. Again, like, it's still in its infancy, so you never know what it'll look like next season and the like it's always going to be evolving. Like, we've seen everyone use Transport Company today, so I'd be willing to bet there's going to be something done about that. Try to make another team perk maybe more viable as an option to choose. But I don't know what the answer is on that. We'll leave that to the tournament team, the organizers, the professionals that know what they need to do to change things around.
Jan crossing the water there to get the big tractor out. And go and grab the baler. So much straw on the floor for my Insanity at the moment. They need to get some of that picked up.
Grain, 3,000 or so advantage for my Insanity. If you ever want to know how much outstanding grain and bales and the combo streak that each team has, check out bottom left above the mini map. You can see that information.
Isn't a Lamborghini basically a Deutsch to the fancy badge?
I just throw seed out of the side of my dad's old Corvette. I'm loving the entertainment. Like we're providing you guys entertainment with our commentary, but chat, you guys are providing us commentary with
I love the chat.
the funny stuff in
brilliant.
chat. Been awesome today. All right, silo closed and bail drop. One bail. Well, I'd be willing to bet that if teams are going to go for a drop here, it's going to be silo closed.
Most of the FSL Dobby is normally done in person at gaming conventions and things like that. So it's you don't have a wheel on stage. Obviously, there's no way for anybody to check whether a team is using a wheel at the moment in the online. But when they're playing in person, they have to use mouse and keyboard. So it wouldn't actually help them that much to use a wheel on the online tournaments because they wouldn't be able to do it in the in-person ones.
So no, the FSL client is PC only, and you have to play it on a dedicated server as well. So
Yeah.
you can't play it. I guess if you have the PC version through Game Pass, then yeah, you could download the. I don't see why not. I haven't confirmed that because I've not tried it myself, but as long as you have the FS19 version on PC and you download the client, it should work. If that's what you mean, but not the Xbox version through Game Pass. Definitely not.
You are probably right, Sonic Youth. I think I should be pronouncing it Jan, not Jan.
That's what I've always assumed as well, but you know, I don't want to insult the guy speaking English from the country that invented it.
But it's not an English name. That's the trouble.
Right.
This is FS. This is based on FS19, not FS22, because we've still got 4 months until FS22 comes out.
That 4 months though is going to fly by, and there's going to be so much more information thrown at everyone that you guys will be like, okay, all right. I'm glad.
I don't know. I've got to survive my twins' summer holidays yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different story then. Didn't know about that part.
We have tournament in every game, having fun and improving. Yes. And because it is fun. This is absolutely awesome.
5 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and 1 point the difference right now. Herman in the lead. The multiplier is in the advantage of My Insanity at the moment.
And
2.2 to
heading
1.8
out to grab more bales. Has he actually loaded any on to score points? Because it's very strange if PB's come in and not scored points.
I think so. I think they just did. Like both teams have been kind of slowly gaining some more points on the board here. But yeah, it's a very good question. We didn't see him deliver it directly, but you'd like to hope that he did.
No, Big Pig has not yet returned. The campaign for the return of Big Pig for season 3 continues. Season 4 continues. Because I don't think we'll see him in season 3 now. But yeah, Big Pig in season 4.
Big Pig. Like there's a big call for Big Pig to return.
The return of Big Pig.
All right, we are 15 seconds away from the super drop. So let's see what we're going to get here.
The flow bringing more back. Herman, despite the fact that they are ever so slightly at disadvantage with the multiplier, have moved ahead in points.
Yeah, that's very interesting. The super drops are out there now. Let's see who, if any, claims it and what it is. And bail points.
Ooh,
so this
bail
one's 35.
points.
Looks like My Insanity making a move for this one. On the far side,
Going to
hard
be
to
very
see.
useful for them. There we go.
And there it is.
On the flow, not quite quick enough.
So that was 35 bail points, right? So that was just an instant amount of points. So 35 points added onto the score for My Insanity.
It's not good. That was not good for Herman.
Imagine if a team would win with a 1 point lead. We've seen it close
yeah.
to that before. Like, I don't remember who it was.
I've
The
seen
tournament
several
last or maybe the one before that was
1-point
super close.
leads. 1-point leads in the last second of the game.
Right, there was literally one like recently. I can't remember if it was the last tournament or the one before, but it was one I did commentary on, where I thought that like one team had won, but we missed it like the absolute last second. The other team actually scored points by putting one into the bottom part of the barn, and they actually won. So I thought, okay, red team won. Oh, wait a minute, no, actually blue team won. So it was wild. It happens.
It catches you out every single time as well.
DJ Merlin, I'm glad to hear that. I know Virtual Farmer here was talking about how excited he was for the build mode. So I know a lot of people are excited. I'm glad you're excited, DJ Merlin, for what you're going to build and do in FS22. Just over 2 minutes to go. My Insanity in the lead, 339 to 292.
Will there be buildable roads just like the fence system?
I don't think we can confirm that
so.
at this point. I didn't see it in the videos.
I would be surprised if there were buildable roads.
Right.
You could mod it from what I've seen.
Probably, yeah. I'm sure, like, if anything is possible, like, people will mod it. And Farm Sim, right? Like, if you can dream it and it's possible, it'll be there. So, a minute 35 to go, and I'm not sure. We might be going to a third round here by the look of it.
It's quite possibly. Mine Sanity have a really...
those two fall off.
Especially if they're doing that. Mine Sanity have pulled out a really quite large lead with this amount of time left.
That was the last tournament back in May, Feldon. I was watching the rerun of that. Well done, Feldon. Thank you for that. I like having your knowledge around because I can't remember, but man, I can't believe that was 2 months ago either. Like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, man, I'm not going to have FSL for a month. So to make up for that, I just went and got hired by Giants full time to buy my time to make up for the month off on the FSL.
I need my FSL fix. I need my Farm Sim fix.
Yeah. I just made them hire me full time so I could take over the FSL scrimmage streams. So now, like, now even if there isn't a tournament 1 month, I get the scrimmages on Fridays. Right.
Oh man, this is. Yeah, I think at this point, with 28 seconds to go, unless. No, that is
Herman.
it.
We saw this in the recap of the qualifiers from yesterday, didn't we? And we were like, I don't think we've ever seen that before. Well, now we've seen it again.
Although we saw it with a baler.
Oh, you're right. It was a baler. Now the Anderson loader. Absolutely.
Well, the trouble with the Anderson loader is once you start the unload process, you can make it come back down. You can't make it fold up.
Right. Oof.
And
all right, well,
to my Insanity.
Yeah, so we're going to the third of the best of three here in the semifinal. So third round, all to play for these two teams. The winner will advance and play Vultra in the final coming up after this third round. Wow.
This is close.
We've had a lot of matches go to that third round of the best of three, but it has been a fantastic tournament so far today. I've had a blast. I'm 20 minutes away from 8 a.m., so almost been up for 8 hours at this point for me. So got the rest of the day to look forward to after this tournament's wrapped up. But I have to say, like, it's been really good. Like, it feels obviously Vulture are being Vulture like we've seen the last few tournaments, but this just feels different other than that overall. Some of the new names we've seen in some of the I mean, obviously we're seeing nothing but Transport Company, but we've seen Herman bring like a new kind of strategy to that in, and they did it well the first round. These two teams are evenly matched. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting weekend so far.
It has, and these two teams especially, I think, have been our two closest matched of the day. They are such great teams, and we've seen Herman do some amazing stuff, and we've seen My Insanity do some amazing stuff. And there's not that much between them. I think that last one, Herman were just a little bit unlucky, especially with that land bridge at the end.
Yeah,
to
that was
get
brutal.
Stuck like that. It's just,
What was the
yeah,
point
soul
difference
destroying.
in the end that My Insanity won by? I missed it.
I think it was about 300 points, so it wouldn't have made much difference, those 4 bales that came in.
Right.
And for some reason, My Insanity were just able to score more points in that last game.
Right.
But I don't think it was it wasn't the multiplier being in My Insanity's favor would not have helped that for Horman. You know,
Yeah.
it's I think either team could take this could take this last match. And I do realize at the end of the first game they played, I said, oh, based on that performance, I'm expecting Harman to go through. Then Curse of the Caster.
Right.
There we go.
Well, I'll give you some advice that was given to me. I can't remember if it was Chalky or Lars the other day in regards to community coordinating and all that I'm doing now as a job. You can only do your best, Virtual Farmer, and you are doing your best. So
I am also well known for my absolutely rubbish predictions on every single FSL.
Yeah, but you know, that's part of the fun. Right?
I am wrong more than I'm right.
If you got it right every time, it wouldn't be that entertaining.
Well, very true.
Well, okay, so will Herman advance and we get to see their picture at least 2 more times, their awesome team picture, or will it be My Insanity advancing to the final here? Oh, it was 818 to 569. Thank you, Feldon. And hello, Paul. Sonic, you've said that, and several other people have as well, that they're watching this instead of the Olympics. I love it. To be fair, I would not, in my wildest dreams, wake up at midnight, 1 a.m. for the Olympics. I will 100% wake up at midnight or 1 a.m. for the Farming Simulator League.
Slim wants to plait Lars's hair. The Deutz found the Vulture being banned again, along with the Fent and the Case. Wow. That is a very limited choice that those teams have given on both the large tractors and the care wheel tractors.
I joined Discord, but Giveaway says I haven't. Is it like somehow linked differently or something like that? That's kind of weird, Jaywa. I'm not sure what would cause that. Well, Herman's sticking with the Case with the Fent Baler reserved, so it's pretty much, you know, business as usual as far as the picks have gone. More of the same now in the player pick phase.
And yeah, 8 points to 7 points.
You know what makes this better than the Olympics in my eyes, though, is like currently the Olympics doesn't have any spectators. We have all of you in chat.
We do. We have over 1,000 people spectating.
Yeah, and you're actually helping us create the atmosphere. So shout out to everyone in chat and been watching today on Twitch and YouTube. Don't want to forget about YouTube. We don't see your chat, obviously, but you are over there watching, and we hope you're having a great time as well.
I can't do it at the moment because I happen to have it up on another screen. Hello, everybody in the YouTube chat. And we're away again.
Here we go. The best of 3. Yeah, Bakle says, nah, there's pick and bans. I have a friend who actually I've played Farming Simulator with before, but he didn't really know about the FSL. And I told him, well, you should tune in. I'm doing commentary this weekend, a couple of months ago back when I first did it. And he tuned in and immediately saw the ban phase and was like, no way, this has a ban phase. I'm all in now. I love this league. I don't even have to see more.
But that's the thing. There's a whole strategy, and it starts before the players even get on the field.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the strategy starts in the beginning, in the lobby, before the 15 minutes even starts counting down.
And it's all about what tractors you ban, what tractors you pick, what power-ups you pick, that can get you as far forward as possible.
I do have to say though,
Absolutely
as
love
like as much fun as this tournament has been this weekend, I do hope for the next one that maybe we'll see something other than Transport Company being a viable team perk again, because variety is the spice of life, as they say. I'm sure something will be done about it. Nonetheless, it has been really interesting to see how people have kind of evolved with how they use Transport Company. It used to be that you would see them pick the Transport Company team perk, and then one of the players would get the easy stack perk, and they would unload the Anderson loader directly onto the conveyor belt. But now everyone is going with unloading them nearby and just stacking them, which seems to be the better strategy.
My Insanity being very slow on their first Baylor, considering how they did the first couple.
Right, they did better last time around. They had a
That
nice
is,
first one. And
oh, he
and even
missed!
messing up the drive-by there, Jan. So not only did they get there later than we were expecting, but now messing up on the
103.
drive-by
Wow,
bailing.
that's an entire bail's worth of points difference on the first bail.
Yeah, it's wild. Guys, if you're wondering how this works, we'll give you a quick rundown. The best thing I would suggest, though, if you want a nice little brief overview, is watch that tutorial video that Chalky linked in chat. But also, briefly, I'll tell you, basically, you harvest the wheat, as we're seeing now. You bale the straw, the swath outputs. You deliver the grain to the silo to increase your multiplier, the number you can see with yellow behind it, right underneath the clock and the team points. And then you deliver bales to the barn. If you deliver them via the conveyor belt into the upper part of the barn, you get the points based on your multiplier. If you deliver it into the bottom part of the barn, you get 10 points no matter what, unless you get a drop or super drop that changes that. And speaking of, there he is. There's the friend who loved the ban phase. You can't ban perks, no.
No.
Just equipment. That would be interesting. Just ban Transport Company every time.
Perks do cost points, so you can. Some perks cost you more of your team points in the beginning to use than others. So.
Do they see the other team's points? That's a good question. Maybe Chalky can answer that. I know that you don't.
I think
bottom left we see grain and bales. They don't see that.
Yeah, no.
On their screen.
You do see that. You do see both teams at the top.
Okay, cool.
Because I remember.
So they do see the other team's points, but they can't see how many bales they have, or how
go.
far along their combo is, or how much grain there is, like we see bottom left.
Yeah, they can
Okay, cool.
see where their opponents are on the map, though. I believe.
They can see where each other are. They can't run into each other or collide or anything like that. They basically have like a mirrored image of the map. As we have a look, both teams going to go for the speed up. So that'll just speed up their speed and their work speed for 120 seconds, and it looked like both of them got 20%. So. Simon says, I accidentally came across this about a year ago. Well, that's how a lot of people discover it, and then they fall in love with it. So we're glad that you guys are able to discover it.
Neo Prince looking like he's going to go and empty that now. See if he can alter the multiplier in the favor of Herman.
High Five 030 says, these guys are insane. How is it even possible to reach this level of play? Lots and lots of practice.
Yeah.
For sure. I recently actually, I've been doing commentary for a few months, but I recently took over the scrimmage streams on Fridays. And so I've had to actually start playing the FSL. And as a person who has pretty much, since I've learned Farming Simulator, as Jan crashes in all kinds of mistakes, unforced errors by Jan
is
right
having
now.
a bad game.
But yeah, so for me, I started playing Farming Simulator a few years back and almost instantly switched to using a controller. And there again, Jan crashes into that building. The nerves must be getting to Jan here. But it is very,
not good at all.
very humbling to actually play the client and see how difficult it is. Now what's happening?
He's positioning it so it's in the middle so they can get both harvesters in.
I was wondering what was going on there because I thought he messed up again.
That has cost them valuable seconds.
It's all about timing. They can see the other team in a distance, Incredible Mouse, so they gotta just kind of guess that it's at the right time to counter it.
And they can.
Oh,
see
you can
combo
see the
rate.
combo rate.
Yeah.
Well, see, Chalky
No,
said
there's,
straight.
there's no way that most of these teams could be as accurate as they are if they couldn't see that combo rate.
There you go.
Because I think it's you have to block it when there are 9 bales in.
Right. It says
So if they're delivering
it's
2
8
at a
or
time,
9 for the Bale-tastic. If you counter
yeah.
it at 8 or 9 in a row, you get 30 points, and then it's different for like each one goes up. It's very rare to see anything above 10 in a row, but you can get Bale Pressive with 15 in a row. That's 100 points. 20 points in a row is a bailing spree. That's 150 points. And then a Pasa Bale, which is 25 in a row without response, is 200 points. But yeah, those are
But
rare.
we've never seen that. And Jan is back to doing the bailing. So yeah, that mucking around, he's at the top, that is probably going to cost him 1 or 2 bales worth of work on the field. So yeah, that could be a problem. Why is this even a thing? This because it's awesome.
I love what
There is no answer to that
OW765 said. When I was trying to explain esports to some others, I said esports aren't usually played on games like Farm Sim. My God, I was wrong.
Brilliant. I love that. Yes, Farm Sim does have an esports, and yes, it is awesome.
Herman off screen, as we're seeing the drops here, direct delivery and Bale multiplier. Both teams are delivering grain at the silo. Looks like My Insanity is going to have the multiplier in their favor, at least briefly, because Herman's there to respond.
And
right on cue.
so this is a sort of a match for match setup between these two teams. I'm not expecting much difference other than the sort of a 2 times multiplier. As long as there's enough there for...
There's plenty for Herman. They've got a whole harvester load. So. Yeah, they might actually get it pretty significantly in their favor. Well, that answers that. It's not going to last long then, huh? Not gonna last long.
And especially if My Insanity get the multiplier. And I don't think either team...
Moto Yodo, I have no idea what I'm watching, but I like it. This is the Farming Simulator League. We're glad.
2 bale sprees in the... Wow, we saw 2 bale sprees in the qualifiers this weekend.
In the
1,000-point games. Wow. At some point, I'm going to free up a Saturday enough. I've got twins. That's not going to happen. I can free up a Saturday enough to do the clean feed on my own channel at some point.
I'm going to have to start requesting a Felden rundown of the qualifiers because got the knowledge on them. Can you start sending us a summary there, Felden? You can just call me Al. And he says that's so painful to pronounce them.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Okay. 124 to 103. That's about to change as we see DeFlo putting some bales onto the belt. Those are going to be 20 points apiece. That's going to be 60 total there with those 3. Steyer, meanwhile, getting the Anderson loader loaded up for My Insanity. Having a look at N805 now doing the same thing, getting those bales stacked up on the Anderson loader.
It's still very, very even on the scores. This is going to come down to who can stacks better again, I think.
Yeah, just over 5 minutes to go. We still have the super drop at minute 4. Again, it's going to be pretty close in the points, so there's not going to be like a huge advantage given by a super drop, but every little bit counts in the end. So basically, like the super drop is kind of weighed on, and drops too, it's kind of weighed on like how badly a team is trailing. It's basically a way to try to help even things out if that team can get it. So if a team is further behind, the weight of how good the drop is going to be a little bit higher. Digital post-it note. Thanks, Felden.
I agree, Sonic Youth. For me, that amount is very, very low.
I'm with you on that.
What, about 20 seconds?
Yeah. To be fair, I did play a good bit of Fortnite when it first released, but that was like before the Battle Royale, when it was like the tower defense game only. I was a mixer partner at the time and got like the Founders Edition or whatever. Quite enjoyed that co-op, but I never have played the Battle Royale. Bale Withering
I
for
tend to,
2
I
and 1
tend to get
bales.
I tend to get my FPS fix from Apex.
Herman, so it looked like My Insanity were close to getting the 2 Bale Withering on the other side, and then Herman just beat him to it. I thought My Insanity was going to get it, so yeah, so one
that
bale.
could make a big change. Oh, look at that. Both teams are loading a full whack of bales, and Herman ever so slightly in the lead with more bales kicking around.
So Can't even said, why leave so much wheat on the field? This is optimized on time, on not how much you can harvest. Yes, exactly. You have 15 minutes. Yeah. There's plenty of wheat out on the fields to harvest. It's more about getting as many bales pressed as possible, getting as much grain delivered to the silo as possible to get your multiplier at least in your favor or even. And then it's all about more speed than it is precision. So yeah, you'll see a lot of wheat left and a lot of corners cut and the like, but a lot different than what you're used to with regular Farming Simulator.
No team could ever harvest all the wheat on these fields. Maybe looking at it, maybe if they got all 3 fields out and harvest them all for the full 15 minutes, they might be able to. But then you're going to lose.
Right, yeah. All right, so 384 to 233. Herman did get the Bale Withering super drop. That deleted 1 bale for My Insanity. I'm not sure that's going to make the entire difference, but right now, bottom left, the outstanding bales are pretty even, but the points are well in Herman's favor right now.
And Herman already having half refilled their bale stacker as well.
I like what Sonic Youth says. Teens, Unreal Tournament. 20s, Counter-Strike. 30s, Farming Sim. That's how it goes. I used to be way bigger into shooters than I am now.
I was going to say, some of us are
I couldn't even tell you the last shooter that I've played, so... Are you really in your 40s?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm about halfway through my 40s.
Wow, you seem youthful.
I'm an old man as far as Twitch is concerned.
That's all right though. It's just a number.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, Steyer, you better get over quick. There you go. Steyer was gonna get stuck for a second. So each team has a bar, basically grass chopper. So
Herman is sitting very pretty right now. They've got a minute left. They've got a decent amount of bales, and they are over 100 points ahead, and they are dropping bales left, right, and center.
Oof. Yeah, not good. Not good. So the prize pool overall for this tournament is 15,000 euros, I believe. First place gets 3,800, second 2,900, third and fourth 1,800, fifth through eighth 1,200. But overall, with the season standings and the overall competition, a whole lot more when you add it all up together. And it's 15-minute rounds, and qualifiers on Saturday, just best of 1. The finals on Sundays, best of 3.
Good question, Sarah. I am not 100% sure.
That is a good question.
He doesn't. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much.
And it looks like it's going to be Herman against Vulture.
Herman are going through. They will be facing Vulture in the final. That is a huge victory for Herman today.
Yeah, so if they don't beat Vulture, at the worst, they've gone joint 5th with My Insanity, who they just came out on top against here in the semifinal. So they're going to be at least level on points with them, right?
Have they gone up to 4th? Have they both surpassed Chrome?
Yeah, you're right. They would have, right? Because they got no, they got 20 extra points. I can't do the math right now.
Do you know what? I think they are either equal with Crone on fourth, or they've passed Crone on fourth.
Right. I think it's even, at least for my insanity's sake.
I think we might have at the moment 3 teams equal fourth.
Well, yeah, you're right, because then Herman gets 20 extra than my insanity did, so that makes them level, and then so I think you're right. All 3 of those teams are now joint fourth.
Wow, and that's if Herman doesn't win the final.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
That is that's huge. That is so a massive shift in the table today.
And you were right, by the way, Ashley, responding to Incredible Mouse. You need the Easy Stacker player perk to be able to unload the Anderson loader directly onto the conveyor belt. It seems to be a switch in tactics. Like, teams aren't really doing that much anymore, because Trelleborg kind of started this trend of doing it without and just unloading it near the conveyor belt. And it seems to be more of the strategy now. Saves you points, too, you can spend elsewhere.
Yeah, it seems to be working better for teams. And in fact, other teams were coming up with ways of stopping that and countering that. So it wasn't very effective anymore. Right, we are heading off. We will be back in a couple of minutes.
right. Hello. Welcome back. Farming Simulator League tournament at FarmCon 21. Terminator Live alongside Virtual Farmer. And Alex, it has been a heck of a tournament so far, and we're into the finals now.
It really has. We've seen some highs, we've seen some lows, we've seen everything in between. It has been, yeah. There are some matches that have just been so close, it's been ridiculous.
We've had some close ones. Really, most of them have been close every round except for like maybe one or two. But obviously, that's kind of to be expected. Most teams are using similar tactics today. So it really comes down to who executes better. We're going to see a recap here shortly of that semifinal matchup between My Insanity and Herman. But we're into the finals, so there's at least two, if not three more rounds to go, Shagrel. We are into the final.
Yeah.
It is Vultra against Herman, and the winner will take first place, 3,800 euros, and Noble Chairs chair and a Nitrado voucher and 90 circuit points. The team that loses this final will get 70 circuit points. Rather, you can tell
This was
I've been up for 8 hours and it's 8 a.m.
That was the insanely close pickup of the first of that Fent Baylor in that first match, where just one slight error would have caused a huge problem for them. DeFlo getting stuck, and then N805 getting stuck on the same place.
Herman just getting stuck all over the place. Luckily, in the long run, it did not cost them. But yeah,
I think that's why teams like the ideal for doing that as well, because it's slightly less wide header.
Right, it's easier to fit through. In fact, recently when I was playing the scrimmages, I was told to take the ideal over there for that exact reason by Surin from LSA. So that was the first one. We saw Herman win that one. My Insanity did a great job bouncing back the second round as we saw the tractors flip here.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, My Insanity did a great job forcing the third round. Really good matchup between these two. And yeah, the sound is not desynced, everyone, as we see N805 stuck.
Heartbreaking for them at this point, and just desperately trying to get as many points on the board as possible, and that wasn't coming back from that.
Yeah, no, you're not getting unstuck from there, unfortunately, especially with the amount of time that was left. And this is where Jan missed the drive-by bailing and then went over and had a little bit of difficulty getting the first bail points. This was the second round, though, wasn't it? And it ended up not costing them.
And this is Jan just hitting everything. And just having an absolute nightmare trying to get through to the sell point. And catching on that building, then catching on the next building, and yeah, just going horribly wrong.
Ooh. Yeah, Jan had a nightmare in this sequence. And then right here, I thought that Jan was messing up again, but it was actually on purpose, pulling through like they did.
And then trying to... Oh, wow, I didn't realize he had another mess up where he couldn't get the bail off the back of the bailer. So, wow. Yeah, it all sort of went a little bit against my insanity in that third game, sorry. And yeah, that is the result. Vultra versus Horman in the final.
Wow. I mean, Vultra versus Trelleborg, that was always going to be like kind of a toss-up, right? And it did go to the third round. LSA beating Corona in the quarterfinals, I think, was like the real big surprise story of the day, making it not only to the quarterfinals for the first time, but the semifinals as well, LSA. So definitely some movement in the table, especially as you look further towards the bottom of the overall season standings. Lots of teams getting onto the board for the first time, a lot of movement mid-table as well, and Vultra have a great opportunity. They're either going to close the gap on Cortiva, who are in second, right above them, either by 70 or 90 points, no matter what happens here in the final. So Vultra really have the most to lose here, I would argue, in this final between Herman. But it's good to see Herman make a final here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure they've made a final this season.
I don't think they have. I think this is the first time we've seen them make it this far through, and they've really earned it today. They've been playing really well.
Right, they've used the similar like team tactic, but their player picks are a little bit different than we've seen. So I am interested to see if they stick with the same thing and how it will work against Vultra. Because we've seen Vultra scoring 900 plus points every time, haven't we? So
we have, and that's going to be hard for them to top, I think. Titch & Co, you can't detach the headers from the combines, so that's why they don't need them in the field. Basically.
Yeah, finals are best of 3. So every Sunday event, we technically call like the Sunday the finals in general, but it's quarterfinals to final. Yeah. So Sundays are always best of 3. The qualifiers on Saturdays are best of 1.
So banning has not been overly surprising. We do have here Vultra, who are using the more classic setup that we've seen today versus Horman's slightly tweaked version. So this will be interesting.
Yep. So expect Vulture to go with Archimedes and Under Pressure.
Well,
for
they
their,
did drop
player picks.
drop Archimedes last time, didn't they?
Did
I
they?
think.
Vultra? I know Herman have been. Let's see what happens here.
And the reason is because I know that Deutz is still only a 3-point selection, isn't it?
Well, this
If I
time
remember
Herman
correctly.
have gone with Archimedes
Ooh.
and Under Pressure.
Things are being switched up slightly.
Both teams with 2 points left. John Deere for each. So they've gone with 2 bigger tractors, Vulture have, instead of Archimedes. Very interesting. Indeed.
So yeah, the extra cost here for has been the Fent for Vultra. That's why they've not got the Archimedes.
But hey, they've got 2 powerful
interestingly,
tractors now, that's for sure.
They have, and in reserving that Fent Baler, what Horman have done is they've gone for the Vultra G series, which is a cheaper care wheels tractor.
Right.
So they've saved the point there that then allows them to have
very smart
the Archimedes.
All right, here we go. The final of the FSL Farming Simulator League FarmCon 21 tournament. Technically the 7th online tournament of the season, taking place at FarmCon this weekend. It's been a fantastic few days of FarmCon. Of course, a lot of information was released about Farming Simulator 22 on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we've had the FarmCon tournament going on the past 2 days, culminating right here in this matchup. One of these teams is going to come out the victor today, and the other will have a good showing and finish second place. Vultra against Herman. Who's it going to be?
Vultra off to a good start. They've got 2 ideal combines, which means that they can put more grain with them and have them running longer. But that doesn't seem to really be a problem for Herman. They didn't reserve an ideal. They seem to like using the case.
The Archimedes player perk, by the way, there's a question in chat. It allows you to unload harvesters, auger wagons, and big haul trailers. Basically anything that will hold the grain 50% faster while that player that has the perk is operating that equipment.
126 versus 124 for the first bale.
Yeah, pretty close. Not bad. You know, I wonder, it seems like the tactic for first bale has changed even, because we saw Martin getting, 138, 139 pretty consistently last tournament. And it seems like the emphasis isn't quite where it was on worrying about trying to do that immediately.
Yeah.
Because it's the highest we've seen, 132, 133 today, I think. So, kind of an interesting thing that I've noticed.
Martin moving very slowly through the crop there, because of course they don't have a care-wheeled tractor, Vultra, this game. Means he's having to fight the crop, whereas Neo Prince can go straight through and hook straight up.
Problem here is when you start pulling this thing when it's full, you're going to have a disadvantage compared to the opponents. So, give or take, you go slower through the wheat, but once the thing's full, you can pull it a lot faster with the bigger tractor as well. Flo and Neo Prince here working together for Herman. Azim, glad you're having a good time so far and just discovered the FSL. A lot of newcomers today. It happens every tournament, and we're glad you guys keep discovering it and falling in love with it. We certainly have a great time doing it. Our first drops.
Under pressure, the baler straw intake amount is increased with a multiplier of 1.1, so you can you're 10% faster on your baler.
Yeah, the yellow power up is the under pressure that Virtual Farmer was just explaining what it does. So there you go. 2 questions in one. Speed up picked up by Valtra. So the speed up drop it does exactly what you would expect from the name. It increases your team's speed and work speed for 120 seconds.
And Archimedes Plus Plus, the Harvester, Orca Wagon, and the Big Haul Trailer all unload 50% faster.
There you go. And the stat sheet, like Chalky just shared in chat, is a great reference of information. It tells you exactly what all the drops, team perks, and player perks, super drops do. It also gives you a little bit of, well, not a little bit, a lot of information about each piece of equipment, what the horsepower is, what the work speed is, whether it's a tele loader or a stacker, things like that, how many points it costs to pick it. If you can ban it, how many points it costs to ban it, as well as the working width and things like that. So yeah, the stat sheet, very good bit of information. Although some of the costs are currently outdated, that'll be updated soon. I'm sure there's probably going to be another patch soon. So if you're looking at the stat sheet, Unstoppable actually is 0 points to pick now. Big Haul is 5 and 6 cents is 1.
Vultra have stopped Horriman's belts.
Ooh, okay.
When is the next tournament? The next tournament is at Gamescom.
Which is the 25th through the 27th? That's when Gamescom is anyways, right? I think something like that.
On the presumption it's still going ahead.
I think it is. The 25th through the 29th is when Gamescom runs, so I'm not sure exactly the dates for the FSL tournament, but I would assume it's the 28th and the 29th, since that would be the Saturday and Sunday, and that's when the tournaments usually take place. They'll probably, just a hunch, because they teased it during FarmCon, probably will want to tune into Gamescom if you can as well for some more juicy bits of information about FS22. Project Jazz says, I clicked on this stream by accident, but this seems interesting. Well, welcome. I'm glad you're here, no matter how you got here.
Enjoy. Yep. That's about normal.
9 minutes to go in the first of the best of 3 in the final.
When's the next tournament? April the 1st, 2022? I don't think that's right.
No, Chalky's answer.
Oh,
when is the Battle Royale mode coming out?
Yeah.
It was announced on April 1st, 2021.
It was.
As a hint, by the way. I still see like people commenting on it when I'm reviewing social media that don't realize all this time later. They don't look at the date.
In all fairness, almost every single April Fool's joke for Farming Simulator has come out.
We'll see.
Yeah, Prince going through, making some bales.
Yeah, just the peaceful sounds of the baler running right now. Just that nice gentle hum. Birds chirping in the background. You wouldn't realize at the moment there's so much at stake between these two teams in this final. But earlier on in the rounds is a little bit more peaceful than when we get towards the end.
And Neo Prince grabbing the grain multiplier, and there we go. Horriman taking massive advantage of the grain multiplier with a huge amount of grain up there. Are they going to... Yeah, I think they're sort of playing around, getting everything to match up. Is Scotty going to go and get it for Valtra? Yes, he is.
This is all about speed mom auctions. That's why they combine so sloppy, because it's not about getting every bit of grain. It's about getting as much harvested as quick as possible so that you can create as many bales as possible too, and have as much grain as possible to deliver.
Trying to keep all of that grain flowing. They've only got 34 seconds to get these empty with this multiplier.
The multiplier at the top, Simon, welcome, by the way. You say you're new. You see them right now. It's going up. They are delivering grain to the silo. That's how you get the multiplier up. You can get it as high as 3. When you increase yours, you decrease your opponents as well. So obviously controlling the multiplier is a very important part of the FSL. Oftentimes, though, in matchups between evenly matched teams, it ends up being even at 2 times a lot. But not this time.
Vulture are at a disadvantage. Horriman have managed to hold on to a 2.2 multiplier. That is not good.
Yeah, it's not good for Vulture, but good news for Herman.
Very good for Herman. They will be able to, I think it's basically, an extra 4 points per bale.
And they're delivering bales right now from the look of it. Their score is going up. So 190 to 144, just under 6 minutes to go. We still have the super drops at the 4th minute.
There we go. Horriman have taken the lead. This would be a huge upset for Horriman to beat Vulture.
Hello, Yosho.
With the
and
strength
yes, this is
Vulture's
the
had
first of
today.
3. First of 3 in the final. Monty loading up the Anderson loader. Well, you know, I think like Herman could really make a statement here. They have fallen behind now, but they could make a statement here by winning this first round. They really need to put some pressure on Vulture. Vulture does really well responding to pressure, but nonetheless, Herman could do with a strong start here. Having a look at Monty still just working away, getting the Anderson loader filled up. This is going to be a fun last 4 minutes here, Alex. Really looking forward to it.
It is.
This is the culmination of roughly 8 hours, almost 8.5 for me today of being awake at least. 6.5 hours.
And it's massively interesting to see Horriman with this advantage at the moment. They're going to be delivering this trailer full of bales in a moment, and yeah, they could just score a whole whack of points.
Yeah.
Bloody bringing in bales now.
Super drop about to show up on the map. Let's see who gets it. It looks like someone from Herman's already lurking, hopefully in the area, at least in their case, of where it's going to go. And it's bottom boost, which we've not seen yet today.
Wow.
So that gives you the same amount of points per bale
And
as you would get with the upper
with
part of the
boost.
barn.
This would be immense.
Why is Neo Prince thinking about it there?
He's
yeah,
grabbed
just get it.
Yeah. Now just put
get
those in the bottom.
Ooh.
Put all of those in the bottom, Monty.
Well,
I know
that's
it's
Vulture,
Monty's
though.
wrong team.
It was
There
here
we
we go, though. So yeah, they don't have to load these in the top now, and they could potentially get a combo with this too if they play it right.
Look at that. All those points.
And a
Bale-tastic
Bale-tastic.
convoy.
50 bonus points.
And
oh
the
my!
Bale-pressive in the
Bale
final.
Pressive. They got 15 in a row in a final against Vulture.
Oh, man.
There's 3 minutes to go, and we're talking about Vulture have been scoring
500.
900 every game, and Herman, wow, what a time to get that super drop with the bottom boost.
That is.
Holy.
And DeFlo is just sitting there waiting for Vulture to do a Bale combo so that he can score even more points.
Right, there's no one more excited for that bottom boost right now than DeFlo, because now DeFlo does not have to worry about stacking them all 2 at a time onto the conveyor. What a huge moment.
He's countered it, but he countered too early. But it's not a problem. Let's face it, Herman do not need the points.
Wow, that was... This round was turned on its head in an instant. That was like the best super drop I think I've ever seen in my time doing casting for the FSL. That was crucial.
And yeah, Vulture now just getting out there trying to get bales in as quickly
It's like a
as they
304 point lead, and then like not enough bale difference for Vulture to make this up now. What a huge moment. And Herman, like in 8:05 here, just going to town, getting more on the Anderson loader. Going to have to bring it back now, though. It looks like they are. Meanwhile, see, look at DeFlo. Thanks for the bottom boost drop, guys. I can do circles now, just doing donuts in the field, waiting for the Anderson loader to get back. Wow, a bale impressive. That was impressive indeed.
And look, that N805 knowing exactly where he's got to place it to make it as easy as possible. And there just are not enough bales on this field for Vulture to come back from this.
What a super drop, really. That was epic. With a minute to go.
This is the thing with this game. When it goes your way, it really goes your way.
Did someone mention RNG earlier? RNG heaven right there. The thing as well is like Herman was ready. Like they were kind of lurking, hoping that it would spawn somewhere near them. Whereas Vulture didn't seem too concerned with getting the drop.
And the 900 game goes to Horriman this time.
Yeah, I mean...
And actually, there's enough bales here for this to be a 1,000-point game.
Yeah, if they get them on. There it is. Actually, those two going in now. Going to be super close.
Those.
And it's going to come down to the timing.
One more bale. Here. That bale goes in. That's it. That's a 1,000-point game in the final.
And we've been saying, like, Vulture have scored 900 plus every time we've seen them so far, but it's not going to happen now. So the best way to beat them is to flow a little bit more showmanship. Now, don't agitate Vulture too early. You still got to win another round of the best of 3. I wouldn't advise it.
1,042.
But still, I love the showmanship, a little bit of style, the wave with the loader there, and wow, 1,042. Wow. Same amount of bales delivered, but it was literally just that moment where they were able to get that combo, all those bonus points, especially. It was 150 points just in no time in the bonus points.
And they didn't even deliver all their grain either.
The super drop was bottom boost. Bobski, which allows you to get the same amount of points as you would normally get on the multiplier when you deliver a bale via the conveyor belt into the upper barn. It gives you the same points when you deliver it into the bottom part of the barn. So they had an Anderson loader full of bales already ready, plus some already stacked up there. And they were able to deliver those all back to back, and they did 15 in a row without response and got 150 bonus points for the Bale-tastic and the Bale impressive.
They just weren't in a position to respond to it when it happened, and that is just amazing. I've not seen that before. I've not seen it go so horribly.
Bottom boost is probably about the best super drop you could hope for if you're using Transport Company too.
Yeah,
so.
and you've got a full trailer.
Right, exactly. Like it all worked out. It was like a perfect storm because not only were they able to get to the drop and get it instead of their opponents, but they already had a full Anderson loader plus extra bales on top of that at the barn. So if they would have got that drop and not had the loader there, then it wouldn't have been as effective. But what a first round. I'm hoping for more of the same. That was exciting stuff to see.
Yeah, severely against what we were expecting. This could be... this could be a major upset today, and it would put it put Horriman up to 4th overall.
Yeah, if they were to win the whole thing,
if they were to win the whole thing,
you have to think like again, it's one of those bittersweet things where probably right now Trelleborg and Cortiva are the biggest Herman fans, but they also have to weigh the fact that if Herman goes on and wins this whole thing, all of a sudden they're in the top 4 too. And showing, like we've been saying, Vulture arguably are the hottest team in the FSL right now, just based off the past 3 tournaments. They've made it to the final. But Herman showing that, with the right amount of momentum, the right things happening, that they can compete as well.
And there's what you can win, a Hero Black. They win a Hero Black gold share of 3,350 euros and a Nitrido gift card, as well as a lovely medal. And someone was asking actually in the chat earlier, do you win a gold, silver, and a bronze medal? Yes, you do. It is just like the Olympics, except this one has Farming Simulator League on it, so it's infinitely better.
Right. Well, what a What a first round. That's all I can really
Yeah.
say about that. I'm kind of
And this-
blown away by that. I hope we get to see, more super drops like that. The more that something like that happens, the more interesting it gets, because anything could happen. It was so close at that point. It was so hard to tell. And then that moment with, 3.5 minutes or whatever was left by the time they scored those points, the game was pretty much decided in that moment. It was wild.
It's just, absolutely insane. And so here we go. Vultra versus Horman, round 2. If Vultra get denied winning for the second tournament in a row, that would be harsh as well.
Right. But I mean, they have shown marked improvement by making them. But yeah, they lost to Trelleborg last time around. Herman now one more round away from winning this tournament. And that would be, our 4th unique tournament winner of the season through 7 tournaments?
I think it must be.
It's not bad if you think about that. If Herman were able to pull this off, we've had Cortiva and Trelleborg and Vultra all win the 6 tournaments leading up to this. Now Herman 1 round away from adding their name to the tournament winner list.
They don't even win a copy of FS22.
Invisible 79. You can play this with friends if you would like. If you have FS19, sign up on the website. You get a key. You install the FSL client on top of your FS19 save. There is information out there about how to do training mode, so you could theoretically play it that way with your friends, but it has to be on a dedicated server, PC only. But anyone can sign up and play.
Also, I should point out that while the teams don't win a copy of FS22, you can win a copy of FS22. Follow the link that I put in the chat a moment ago, and you could win a copy for yourself.
Yeah, still time to enter.
Giveaway.
Do it. The winner will be chosen shortly, so you're running out of time. 88 minutes left on the giveaway. So go sign up, and you could win FS22, as Alex just said. All right, so I think more of the same I would expect here. So Under Pressure and Archimedes picked.
I would be very surprised if Harman changed that. Harman have changed their selection, I think. Oh, no, they did have the Deutz last time. So, yeah, pretty much the same setup.
Okay, well, here we go. Vultra have to win this round to force the 3rd. Otherwise, Herman are winning it all.
What does this have in store? We'll find out 15 minutes time. That's round
if it's anything like that
kicks
last
off.
one, buckle up. Here we go.
Lots of surprises in the FSL. Unfortunately, Mum Auctions, you can't do this on Xbox. Oh, and immediately
denied.
Nicked from under Harman's nose.
Monty setting off for the ideal straight away. Gonna get to harvesting. Looks like Vultra have also picked up a New Holland harvester.
The Flows missed that one as well. But they have got hold of the ideal. And away they go.
Thomas, that's probably just because there's a slight delay from when I say it to when you're seeing it in chat and the like when you click it. So yeah, I mean the time's always changing as each minute ticks by.
Yeah.
But the main point is you have less than an hour and a half to enter, so go enter before time runs out.
Yeah, there's about a minute-ish, just over a minute delay between what we're seeing and what you're seeing. First bale, 125 each. Nothing.
Well, no
between
separation
those
there.
two teams.
All right then.
Ooh,
That gives us no
that's
sort of indication on who might come out on top. Long way to
That's
go.
a proper gauntlet throwdown from Harman there. Going, hey, you guys can do it quick, so can we.
Right? No, Simon, the weather is fixed in the FSL.
Yeah. Be really
Seasonal
awkward if
cycles
you
in
could cause...
FSL and
Well,
FS26.
if you could cause it to rain on the other teams.
I did see someone say that with as like a drop idea earlier. That's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sort of a 30-second rain shower that prevents them from harvesting. Or even 30 seconds would probably be a bit harsh, I think.
Yeah, harvester, Domi.
Harvester, or combine harvester. Or combine.
Yeah, like it's either like one of the two words or just combine them together, right?
Yeah.
You can call it a combine, you can call it a harvester, or you can call it a combine harvester. And give yourself thoughts of a popular song.
Yes, I like that song a lot.
So you can't post the link directly, but you can actually use the commands to post them as long as it's not on cooldown. So that's the best way. If you're trying to help people out and you want to share the link, just know the command. If you try to post the link directly, you will get timed out briefly for posting a link. Eugene says Vulture's going to win 2-1. Very well, could happen. Time will tell. Speed limit
And here we go,
Bale
first
multiplier.
drop. A 1.5 Bale multiplier or a 20% speed limit. I don't think either team is going to travel that far out for those two.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oftentimes you do see the 12-minute drops, especially if they're far away, just pretty much get ignored because most of the time, unless it matches up perfectly, it's not really worth going for. But having said that, DeFlo is actually going to go for the speed limit.
Which may be a really good idea because I think unless Vultra go out there now and they're slowed down, so it'll take them longer to go out there, they are at a disadvantage. So again, one of the things that really helps you win in the FSL is disrupting the other team, and actually they've disrupted them really well with that play.
Domi asks if the Black Fent is better than the Case for Herman. So the Fent Harvester is a really popular. It's actually the AGCO Ideal because it has the largest grain tank in the FSL. You can hold 17,100 liters. The header is also smaller, so you can fit through this area around the silo more easily. So it is a very popular harvester to be chosen. But having said that, the Case has its own different advantages as well. It has the biggest header in the FSL at 13.7 meters, so you get 1.7 meters more, but you have to empty it out more too because it's got a smaller grain tank.
And Vultra have stopped Horriman's belt. I am not surprised by this at all.
Me either.
The way Horriman are playing, they do not care about that. What Vultra really need to do while they have this 3 times multiplier is actually deliver some bales, because we know that Horriman are going to counter this and possibly even get themselves a higher multiplier than Vultra will have, and Vultra are not taking advantage of this 3 times multi they have at the moment. I'm not sure though, looking at their field, that they've baled anything. So they got this, they spend all their grain, they get this 3 times multiplier, and then they leave themselves without any bales to take advantage of it with.
We see that happen a lot too, especially early on in rounds. Like, you want to have the multiplier in your favor, but oftentimes I feel like teams maybe flip it in their favor too early when they're not ready to deliver bales. Like, the multiplier has no effect if you're not delivering bales. So it does seem to happen a lot. And I'm not really sure why. You obviously don't want the other team to have control of the multiplier, but some teams tend to just play the waiting game because they know that bales aren't going to be delivered and it's not going to be that big of a problem early on.
Look at the speed that baler goes on the back of that Deutz. That is just ridiculously fast.
Yeah, I mean, Domi, you'll see a lot of the same stuff picked currently. Like, every team today's picked Transport Company as the team perk. But if you go in the stat sheet, which if you do exclamation stat, which I'll put in chat now as I'm saying this, you'll see that you can get information on what everything costs, how big the header is, the grain tank, things like that. Plus the perks and the drops, all the information's there. So there's definitely a strategy in that you can choose depending on how you want to play and how many points you have. You have 20 points to spend, so you can't spend more than that to ban or pick something. But you have to factor that in as well. Bridges
Grain
lowered.
multiplier is up again. Neo Prince at it, and now they're emptying their grain. Herman are playing absolutely pitch perfectly every single part of this.
They really are. You're right. They're doing a fantastic job so far. Now,
Well,
having said that,
they've got
the super
even
drop
if-
is what flipped it last time. So maybe Vulture gets
but
that. In their favor.
even if Vulture pick up this grain multiplier, they're at a disadvantage because they emptied their first entire overloader without that multiplier, and now
You are correct.
Herman are emptying everything while this grain multiplier is running. It's it's huge. This could make the difference.
So it's 2.7 to 1.3 right now. The only thing that maybe marginally saves Vulture is that their grain multiplier was 1.6 and Herman's was 1.5. But like you said, they already wasted one load of grain. As we see the silhouette of Vulture that now they are delivering some grain. But Herman still has some to deliver as well.
Yeah. And Vulture only have this overloader, and Herman have an overloader and 2 combines. And there we go. Herman are finished. It's not going to go fully back for Vulture, I don't think. 2.2. There we go. Exactly the same as last time. Herman are playing an absolute blinder against Vulture.
Herman won in the first round. If you're ever wondering that, if you look under the team name, you can see those little rectangles. If it's colored in white, that means they've won a round. That indicates that.
And now that Herman have this advantage, now that they are disrupting Vulture, they are going to go and collect up their bales and score points with them.
191 to 125.
This is, at the moment, this does not look good for Vulture.
I'm really surprised, but again, so Vulture, we've been talking them up, saying that they've been, well, at least I have, that they're arguably the hottest team in the FSL. But the reason that they've gained that momentum is they've refined their strategy. They've overall pretty much stuck to that, and they've really started to gain some momentum. Herman has done the same exact thing today. They've come in with their own sort of strategy, slightly different than everyone else. They're sticking to it. They're executing well. And, they're 4 minutes, 50 seconds away. Yeah, they're trailing in points right now, but the multiplier is in their favor. The bale count outstanding is in their favor. So everything at the moment is pointing to a Herman lead or win. But having said that, they won the first round really by getting that super drop and getting the bottom boost.
Yeah.
So if Vulture get the super drop this time and it's, something advantageous, could really flip it and force it third.
I think it's basically for every third to fourth bale. No, so every fourth to fifth bale that Herman deliver, Vulture have to put in an extra bale with the way the multiplier is at the moment. So, it doesn't matter if Vulture put in a few extra bales right now, it's not going to matter because Herman have less bales to deliver to win this.
The super drops are now out on the map, and it's bale points.
Bale points.
20 and 37. Vulture could really use either one of these. But look, there's Herman in the background coming for the 20-point one. Well, let's see what's going to happen. And Neo Prince
has grabbed it.
Wow.
Second game in a row, they've grabbed that super drop, and it's given them an advantage. It put them in the lead temporarily and gave them an entire bale's worth of points.
Yeah. Maybe slightly less points than the last super drop gave them an advantage of overall, but
more
still.
Importantly, it denied Vulture those extra points as well.
Right. That's the good thing about super drops. Like the normal drops at the 12th and 8th minute as the flow crashes into the bridge. Luckily, that one didn't fall into the moat. But Yeah, the good thing is that with the super drop, only one team can claim it. The regular drops, both teams can claim it, right, and kind of cancel each other out. But you really want to get that super drop because the other team won't be able
Sometimes
to.
it's worth picking the super drop up, not to give yourself an advantage, but to prevent the other team getting that advantage.
You can. Oh, and a Bailtastic combo though. Meanwhile, for Vultra, so that'll help. Those
the flow not
bonus
getting
points.
back quick enough meant they weren't able to counter it, unfortunately. But they will deny them the bail pressive. It's very close. Here we go. If those bails go in, this is going to be points. There we go. Bail combo counted.
I love that. I'm kinda panda. There is a league for this. Oh my god! Love this reaction. There was the bail combo countered by Herman, so that's 30 points for the counter.
And Vultra now out of bails. And yeah,
Martin bringing
more bails coming in.
Couple maybe, yeah.
But this is
gonna be touch and go.
Hold your breath bit. This is the close bit.
497. Well, now it's 533 to 459. But
there's
been
are
an
more than enough bails there.
There's been an oops somewhere for Herman. We've not seen it, but somewhere, someone has crashed. Poor Herman. Let's hope that doesn't cost them. Oh, there it is. Oh no. And it's with the Baylor as well. Neo Prince having to kind of readjust here. Oh no.
Oh, this is not good.
This could swing it. It really could. Like
he
one or two bails might be the difference.
He needs to try and push that right out of there.
Should have the power with that Deutsch Far, but it just doesn't look like it.
But he's not bailing. There's a minute left.
Man.
There are enough bails on the field for Horriman to win this. But they need to kind of get that bailer back. Oh no! It's all going horribly wrong for Horriman.
Oh no, that's gonna be.
Oh, he needs that to stay there until that comes down.
Goodness. Oh. I don't think there's enough time to get these unloaded and onto the conveyor belt, though. Might just want to put these into the bottom. Is that what they're doing?
Is that what they're gonna
do? You don't have enough time. You got to put them in the bottom now, right? But the problem is now you got to rearrange it and get it back there.
Yeah, he's gonna put them in the bottom. Oh, this is close.
Oh man.
Oh, he's not positioned right.
Someone went full Monty.
No!
I love it.
Horriman's gonna lose this fight.
All because of that.
Oh, 52.
Wait. What the heck just happened? It was 753, 753 there.
Equal points.
Yeah.
Was it more grain delivered? What was it? What won that for Vultra?
Holy cow! Yeah, it was.
Blue Team Vultra delivered more top bails and take it by 2 top bails on equal points.
Wow, I've never seen that before. And Herman had every chance to win this final there. Got stuck on the bridge and then couldn't back up and line up the bottom part of the barn right. If they would have done that, they would have won. Wow. Crazy. Are you kidding me? Like,
oh my god.
Do you put that down? I guess you got to put that down as an unforced error by Herman. Like they should have won that round.
That was 3 unforced errors by Herman.
And you don't want to do that against a team like Vultra because now you've given Vultra some momentum to carry into the third of the best of 3, and now it's anyone's game for the final here.
But the really interesting thing about that though is Vultra. Vultra didn't win that. Horriman lost it.
Right. That was crazy. And the thing is like you could see Herman trying to get as many bails picked up as possible and just shoved in. And if they would have got one more,
but he didn't line that trailer up to get it in properly. They didn't get. They lost the bailer and one. 2 bails at the top would have been enough points. That is just.
I love seeing chat just absolutely blow up there when that happened too. Chat went wild. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I mean, we're seeing some firsts. We saw that bottom boost was about the best super drop I've seen in my experience with the FSL. And then that's the first time I've seen two teams even on points. And because they
That
delivered
is
more into the
just-
top, they got the tiebreaker. Holy cow.
If Herman play again like they have in those first two games, and they don't make the errors they made in the second, they can win this.
Yeah.
Without Vultra coming out and doing something really disruptive, because what they have is they are just delivering. They have more grain at the right time at the moment, and
I'm gonna let you read Weatherman's comment. Chat.
Thank you, Weatherman. Saying, yes, I get very high pitched.
I do that too sometimes, to be fair. But yeah, when he was stuck on the bridge, love it. Yeah, you can watch the German stream, twitch.tv/Giant Software DE. That's where you can hear the commentary from these guys you see on screen. Yeah, one more match, Domi. Best of 3. So this is
Here
for
we go.
the winner takes all here. The other one finishes runners up.
These two teams are really well matched.
So far, they seem to be. Like, honestly, Herman have played a really good game today.
They
You
have.
could argue that they were a bit fortunate maybe in that first round, but they were also a bit unfortunate in that second round, weren't they? I would argue they played better in that second round up until that mistake made. Those mistakes,
They
plural.
would have, if they'd got just even 2 more bales on the top, and they would have had enough to win it.
Right, or if they would have if they would have gotten not stuck on the bridge, they would have gotten over in time to get at least, like you said, a couple more in the top. Or if they would have been able to recover and back up the Anderson loader to the bottom part of the barn, they would have gotten all of those delivered and won as well. So definitely a lot of mistakes made there. All right, here we go.
Unbelievable.
So this is for all the marbles. Well, a little bit more than just
14
marbles.
chestnuts. Actual farmers play this.
Yeah, actual farmers
So
do
I
play
can
this.
tell
In
you
fact,
what
I
they
think most of
think.
Vultra's team are farmers.
Actually, I think about half the teams in the
Right.
the FSL. Dude.
Virtual
so no
farmette.
changes here. Virtual farmette. BF goes high pitched.
All right, well, look at this.
Oh.
Similar setups here.
There we go. Oh. Right.
Under pressure by both teams. Archimedes for Herman.
I really want to know what Vultra are going to do to counter it. It's because it's not Vultra. That wasn't a win because of something Vultra did.
Vultra
And
banned
you
Vultra,
can't-
says Martis. Yeah, I like when that happens. That's always fun to see.
You can't rely on the opposing team making mistakes to win.
Right.
And at
All
the
right.
moment, the strategy is completely in Herman's favor.
Take a deep breath. Let's get ready. 15 minutes remain in the 7th online tournament, Farming Simulator League tournament taking place during FarmCon 21. The winner will take the victory in this tournament. Will it be Vultra for the second time in 3 months winning, or will we see another first-time winner of this season in Herman coming out on top? Time will tell.
Ultramonte is into the field.
Monty just harvesting away. Neo Prince already ready to deliver the first bale.
This is...
I thought that first round between these two was exciting, and then that second
Yeah.
round literally came down
Yes.
to a tiebreaker, like the slimmest of margins.
And look at that!
How much faster he's going.
Horrible.
Wow.
And the reason why they scored equal points last time is because Horriman don't do the bale fling.
Right. They go for
He
the
backs
more
up.
reserved approach. And this time, a point
1
advantage
point
for Valtra.
difference.
Pretty close. It was 125 last time.
It was.
So almost pretty spot on to that.
Again, how important is the first bale when the whole thing is equal?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's kind of bittersweet for me because part of me is like, man, I want this to keep going. It's been so much fun today. But my
Yeah.
voice is like, please, I need a break.
Yes.
I've already had some
run out
tea
of
to
drink.
help with that.
I can't drink anymore.
Right. Is that intentional by Martin? Looks like he detached the baler.
I think
May have
I-
been heading somewhere else.
I think he detached in order to get the overloader. Yeah, this is too exciting. Is exactly what this is, Fielden. Or Felden.
There you go. Martin went to get the horse. Gonna go where his teammate Scotty is running the John Deere harvester.
And Neo Prince is getting the overloader.
Yeah, you
Gertie
can
round the
compete in
back.
Farming Sim, and anyone can sign up. If you go to the website, go check it out. You can sign up, and you and your friends can give it a go. In fact, we saw 2 teams make it into the quarterfinals for their first time this season, and maybe that could be you and your friends if you practice enough. All right, our 12th minute drops are about to show up. Herbicide and bridges lowered. So
I
herbicide
don't think-
removes
well-
all weeds. Bridges lowered, kind of self-explanatory.
Herbicide is probably something that would be helpful to the teams, but only really if either of them are anywhere near. And at the moment,
Right.
they're not.
Although it does look like maybe the person, I'm not sure if that was Monty or Scotty in the harvester. Yeah, they've actually changed and turned that direction. So maybe they're just going to harvest this strip, and either
Yeah.
Martin or his teammate will go for it.
They're clear.
All right. Neo Prince heading to the silo. So they're close to those drops now. Not sure if they're going to bother or not. Maybe Martin will do it swinging back on the way to the silo. Maybe. Nope.
And Neo
Maybe not.
Prince is getting into position, but he will not unload this here.
Simon Scholar, you get bonus points
There
for the
we go.
first bale. Like the faster you deliver it,
Yeah.
the higher the bonus you get. So normally like 1 bale into the bottom barn would be 10 points. But the first bale, you get bonus points depending on how fast you can get it. And you can get as high as 140, although the current record is held by Valtra's Martin, who you see on screen now at 139 this season.
Voltra have learnt nothing.
Yeah, they're getting the multiplier in their favor too early again. This is like in football, soccer, for my fellow Americans, when you score a goal like first minute and celebrate it like you won the game, which is still a long way to go.
Kind of like England did in the final.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but I left that to you. So. If there's anything I know about the English, you guys like the self-deprecating humor, though. So I was leaving it to you to make fun of the your own national team. Martin is, I assuming, heading over. Oh, he's just going to leave it in the road for his teammates to unload into, and
guess
probably going to
he's
get to
gonna-
bailing.
Grab the other tractor, the other big tractor.
You're welcome, Simon.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what the point in running up there for this big fence is.
Yeah, it's an
Because
interesting
I know
one.
it. I know that he basically will run the baler faster, but he has a tractor that will run the baler faster
Right.
already.
less than a minute away from our 8th minute drops now.
And Vultra now emptying onto the static. Or into the static overloader.
Ash
Oh, I
says,
know.
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, go on. I was going to say, I know why he hasn't disconnected that tractor and left it on it. The overloader closes if there's no tractor attached to it.
Ah, there you go.
That is why.
So
I knew
Ashley
there must
said
be
after
method to
today's
the
tourney, we're all going to go back to our solo farm, still in competitive mode. I love it.
And there we go. DeFlo getting the combine into position, ready for the drop.
See,
and here we
McCracken,
go.
you say that now, but a lot of people come in and say the same thing, and then they end up falling in love with it. So it's not the farming simulator you're used to, but I think it's enjoyable in its own right for different
Silo
reasons.
close to direct delivery. Go. Oh, Martin is. There we go. Vultra finally got a drop that completely messes up.
Mr. Backwoods, I'm thinking you're asking if they all play like in the same location. In an ideal world, in a non-COVID world with lockdown and everything we've had over the past 18 months or so, the events would be taking place in person on these Sundays. In fact, Virtual Farmer would be in the studio in normal times as well. But for now, everyone's playing online. The only people that are in person are the Giant staff in Germany at the studio at the moment.
Things have finally not gone Horriman's way. And Vultra is taking advantage of it.
1-1, Mom auction. 1-1. Vultra won the second round. Herman won the first. So for FS22, are we expecting some FSL cake baking competitions?
Yeah, this has now gone. This game has gone completely the opposite way now.
Yeah, and the thing is Vultra are actually scoring points with their multiplier too. So
yeah,
man, if Vultra do end up winning this third and winning the final overall, Herman are really gonna look back on those like last minute and a half or so of that second round. They had every right to be coming out as victors, and they gave Vultra a lifeline, and that's probably the last thing you want to do.
And the silo lock has ended, so now Vultra can now Horriman can come in, connect up and unload. But it's gonna be hard for them to come back from that, because they've just lost all advantage at the moment. And Vultra again are now loading more grain in now that theirs opened up as well.
Well, Herman need to hope for another super drop in their favor, I think.
Yeah, that the super drop going in their favor is what could really save them. Because Vultra are taking full advantage of all of this at the moment.
Right. 2.4 to 1.6. Herman do still have nearly 2 full harvesters worth of grain that they're trying to get over now. But Vultra have been scoring those extra bonus points, 4 extra points right now for each bale going in.
5 minutes left on the clock. Here we go. Now, I fully expect Horriman to not have such a multiplier bonus this time. I think they're going to run out. They can't run out 1.9. No, they haven't.
2,
but
so
it's 2.0 to 2.0. Everything is against Horriman at the moment.
Was that not enough to get it to 2.1? Because he just left it. I guess not.
It wasn't, and that's the thing. Vultra have scored points at a higher multiplier. The uphill struggle is very much Horriman's now.
30 seconds to the super drop. If it could be like another bottom boost and Herman get it, that might help. We'll see what it is. Maybe Lord Baylor or Bale Withering if they could destroy some of Vultra's bales, but yeah, they definitely have a mountain to climb now. The thing is Herman was in a nice, comfortable lead last round, and we thought, oh, they're going to take this, and then they made those mistakes, so maybe Vultra does the same thing here. Time will tell. And it looks
Super
like
drop has spawned.
Bale points, and it looks like
Bale.
Herman might get it. 28 Bale points, and Herman needed that. That'll help a little bit.
That is even things up a bit, but Herman needs to get these in. Yeah, that may have undone the points that Vultra got when they delivered
the
bales
multiplier,
during
yeah.
the multiplier.
Right.
So that has made things much closer. And Herman have been really good at that, actually, making sure they're in the right position to go and pick up that super drop.
Right. Vulture have the Bale advantage right now, too. So I really think the best that Herman can hope for is that Vulture had the same sort of errors that they had that second round.
Ooh, and Scotty's not having a good time of it with these bales.
Yeah, don't know what's happened there, but he's trying to pick up the one. It keeps knocking on the one standing upright and then falling over.
And Herman coming in with a nice full trailer of bales. Unloading them.
341 to 304. Okay.
And the problem Vultra have is that their bale stacker is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Martin just pushed one in with the tractor there.
Well, perfect opportunity. Ah, there we go. Scotty's
There's
here.
Scotty. Well, this is going to be interesting because it looks like Vulture should be taking this, but we said the same thing in the second round for Herman.
We did. And Herman are now in the lead.
Yeah,
And
now
now
Vulture
in the lead. Oh
and
boy.
wait
It's
for
gonna
it
be that.
now.
Looks like
Herman's in the lead, and wait for it now. Vulture's in the lead.
Vulture's in the lead.
Wait for it. Herman's in the lead.
Oh my God! Bale for Bale.
If Vulture get all of their bales delivered, they've won. That's
Yeah, it is that simple.
They can't match them bale for bale now, Herman. They do have a slight lead now, but
Oh.
but let's see. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of their 16 here, though. Well, here comes 2 more, presumably, so 11 of the 16. So really, they don't have all their bales at the barn, so there's an advantage, but it only counts if you deliver them.
And I think Herman have run out of bales.
Thanks, Feldon. Appreciate it.
Oh no, pulling away.
Well,
Vulture now.
I can say this: N8 better not crash this time because they need these bales.
It is very risky coming across these bridges with this stacker like this.
Ooh, that was a bit early, wasn't it? No, maybe not. I didn't realize it wasn't gonna like get stuck to the top part of the bridge there.
And
Now-
Vulture are delivering bales.
Yep,
There is
they've
just
brought him
no
in.
response Herman can have to this. Unless Vulture try and get these bales off too early. But Scotty's a little too good for that, I think.
Is there enough time to bother with getting them all in the top? There's probably enough for these.
Oh.
Wow. Here comes Martin in.
Oh,
and
no!
oh dear. I tell you, man.
That's game over.
Herman are going to
That's-
have to look back on this final and that second round especially. Like, yeah, a lot of good luck and RNG, if you want to call it that, went their way in the first round, but the second
right.
round, they just unforced errors, shot them in the foot. They gave Vulture a
They
lifeline,
did.
and that's it. Vulture,
Vulture take it.
what, 3 finals in a row and won 2 of the last 3 tournaments now. Absolutely huge performance by Vulture. Herman played them really well, especially through the first 2 rounds. But they gave Vulture a lifeline in that second round, and Vulture brought their A game there in the third.
Next tournament RT will be at Gamescom at the end of next month.
The 28th
don't
and
know
the
if it'll be
29th, I would assume. That would be the Saturday and Sunday of Gamescom
Right.
dates. So
Yeah.
probably those dates. So congratulations to Vulture. That's the
Vulture.
prizes that they're coming out with today. Of course, even more importantly for them is the 90 circuit points and closing the gap on Trelleborg and Cortiva in first and second place, respectively, above them.
And yeah, such a lot of movement in the table today as well. Just really teams moving up all over the place,
Right.
forcing other ones down. Everything's still to play for.
There's the
though,
lovely
with,
trophy that is the the prize at the end. Kind of reminds me of the Champions League trophy. Looks similar. Very nice looking. Yeah, congrats to
And,
Vultra.
yeah.
Yeah, the Nitrado voucher,
Was-
the Noble chair as well. They're coming out with today. Those are prizes as well. Worth mentioning. Don't forget about those. Actually, first and second place gets prize money, a chair, and a Nitrado voucher.
And there is the new standing. So Horriman move up to equal fourth with Crone and My Insanity, who also move up
Wow.
there. Lintner is now sole team on seventh.
Right.
Deer dropping all the way down to eighth.
Yeah,
They
and
were
not shown.
third at one point.
Not shown in the top 10 as well. A couple of teams that we saw make it to the quarterfinals. In fact, LSA made it to the semifinal and got knocked out by Vulture. They're into
Yeah.
11th place,
Nice.
sole possession. And then DJK Ahenfeld are in joint 12th place now. So good movement at the
Absolutely
bottom
incredible.
of the table, too. And still chances for people to do exactly as those two teams did and make it into the quarterfinals and get on the board.
Yeah,
The final season.
Top 16 will make it through to the overall season finals, where there is 150,000 euros up for grabs, I think.
Pretty
if I remember
nice.
correctly.
All right, we're having a replay now of the final.
I know.
So, Neo Prince, the first bail points there. They were
That's
even
right.
on the first bail points. all the way
100,000.
through.
Not 150. And Martin and Monty keeping going. And this
Yeah, I
is
like that.
this is when they had the
Oh, yeah,
bottom
this is when they had
delivery
the bottom
and-
boost
and
drop.
just
And
whack. And,
and
then,
then
a couple of
Deflo
extra
comes in
bails in on top
Ooh.
and the bail pressive.
yeah, nice.
Just absolutely brilliant.
That was a great moment for Herman. Not so great coming up towards the end of this second round, but I would have to say, like, Herman played really well, especially this round. They looked like they were going to pull it out up until those last 2 minutes or so.
Yeah. And the grain multiplier, both those first two games played completely into Horriman's hands. You know,
Oh,
they were
definitely.
able to then get more grain there, or more bonus from the grain than Vulture were able to, and that's what put them in the lead. And then Horriman just having horrible bits at the end of this second match.
Yeah,
So Deflo,
that's
first
one
thing,
of them.
missing that delayed everything.
Yeah, that was the first error with the bridge. The second one involves the bridge as well. I'm sure we're going to see that in a moment.
Yeah.
As we see Scotty here putting some bails in. This was to get a bail-tastic combo.
Fantastic.
Very
So
nicely done.
that was the, and then Neo Prince.
Oh, I forgot about
just
that one.
getting that wrong, and this cost them. This cost them so much time as well. You know, this would have been two more bails in the top.
That's 2 bails. That would have made the difference as well. And then
And
this
then
happened. Yeah.
N8.
Honestly, there were more
Just-
errors there, Alex, than I even remembered. To be honest, I kind of forgot about the
He
bailer.
he
and
is so lucky
Prince getting
that
stuck.
did not end in the drink.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, but it still cost them in the
But
end. Like,
It did.
Both
And
of them
then
were
not
still
getting it in the
recovering.
door. Those bails not going in the door. They didn't get all of those in. Didn't score points
Yeah,
with
look
all
at this.
those bails at the end.
the flow does grab like
The
like
stack,
he grabbed
but
a
it's
bunch
not
at once.
enough.
But yeah,
There's
just barely they
5
missed out.
bails they left on the floor, and that was it.
Crazy.
If they'd just not had one of those errors, they'd have won that.
Yeah. I don't know if it was just like a bit of nerves getting to them or what. Like they were on, the doorstep of winning the tournament over Vultra. And just those unforced errors did them in. They were able
And then
to
this
get a
last
third
game,
round. And
you can't expect everything to go your way, and there we go. Shut down with the silo, which then prevented them from getting a good amount of multiplier, and then they just couldn't get the bails in.
right. You got to say that was a bit of courage there by
Oh,
in
yeah.
805 after the second round disaster on the bridge. Had to stick with it and just go for it. And that was that. So congratulations again to Vulture for taking the 7th online tournament to the FarmCon 21 tournament. I had a lot of fun, Alex. It was great to be on the call with you again.
It was an absolute pleasure as always. Thank you once again to Giant Software for having me back for this, because I love doing this. This is
There's
just
so
awesome.
much fun.
So
The most fun I've ever had doing commentary, and I've done it for several action sports as well. This has been my first really foray into doing esports, but I love it because, like I said earlier, the interaction with chat, seeing newcomers and experienced viewers alike enjoy themselves and interact and help each other. It's amazing. So you guys play a huge part in making the FSL as good as it is. So thank you all for that. Thanks to our sponsors as well for the FSL.
Yeah.
And our main sponsor, Cortiva, Intel, Noble Chairs, Nitrato, and Stark sponsors as well. So thank you to them.
You guys are all awesome.
There's still, what is there? Actually, the giveaway has ended. So you can no longer enter it. And the winner has been picked. Congratulations, Jeremy W. You will be contacted via email about your victory. And congrats on winning Farm Sim 22, which comes out November 22nd of this year.
We will be back in about a month's time, I think. So I think we're signing off. We're not 100% sure, but we'll be back at Gamescom in about a month's time, which should be awesome. Don't know if that'll be in person or not, but here's hoping.
Well, FSL at FarmCon also probably some more juicy bits of information about Farm Sim 22 at Gamescom.
Oh, yes.
So lots to look forward to in the world of Farming Simulator when it comes to Gamescom next month. It runs the 25th through the 30th or the 29th or something like that. FarmCon on the 28th and 29th. So yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks,
we will
Alex,
see you
again.
next time.
See you next time, guys. Have a good one.
Bye for now.